Welcome back, everyone. All right. All the clocks are in sync again. Everything's good.
Yeah, it's nice. Although you forget how that first night, it's like, oh no, I lose an hour and I gotta wake up an hour early, which means I get an hour less sleep. Oh.
Yep.
So today wasn't my ideal wake up, but tomorrow will be great. This would have been useful today with this. But that's okay. Back to the state. Although obviously Stuart never knows any difference. Same time for him every time.
Yeah. Because I'm the captain.
I'll never take Admiral.
No.
As I'm sure you've relearned from watching this. Or remembered why.
Yes.
But Stuart, what did you say to me at the start of this? You pointed out something, because we're movie reviewing.
We are movie reviewing, so the L cards is wrong.
What?
That's TNG. We need a movie or L cards.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is the way.
I've been refit.
I like it.
Although down fit. Because I was. So it's fine. It's fine.
It's my favorite one. I'll tell you what. All right, yeah. Today we're looking at Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
Arguably quite a famous one.
I've heard of it before. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is where Benedict Cumberbatch says, my name is God. That's the memorable line from this one. Yep. And Kirk punches the living shit out of him. Keeps punching him, and Khan's just like, "What? What's up?"
I remember it fondly because I just watched it, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Wow. This is going to be hopefully, an interesting piece of chatting with you all guys, because we did Station 31, of course, which was unique.
Mm-hmm.
We did TMP, which is differently unique.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've got a truly good movie.
Yes.
There was stuff to enjoy in some of what I just talked about, but it's actually a good movie. And have we done a truly good movie in the sense of reviewing on this channel? Because Beyond had some good, some bad. You know, it's good. Is this the first true it's good?
No, I don't think so. Not movie-wise.
Yeah, that's why I was intrigued about it, because but we are here to break down. I'm going to approach it exactly the same as the other ones. Anything I see, you're going to hear comments on. I filmmaker brained this. I 4K'd it. You've got a beautiful TV, I've got a TV. So I got up close to the TV to see details, although I wish it was twice the size, which would have been fun. I already thought about it, so I'm interested to see. But I'm going to start sharing because I want people to jump in. And there's booze, obviously.
Yes, we'll talk about those when you're back from sharing.
See you in a second.
All right, hit that like button, guys. There's 19 of you here to start, which is great. 16 likes, that's also good. Now we have 21 people here, so hit the like button. Let's get those likes up to 20. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell icon to all the things you need to do to support your favorite YouTubers. Not just us, because we're not the only ones that say those things. I'm just saying. You can also join the channel. There's a join button down there on YouTube, or you can head on over to Patreon/Trekyards. That's another way to join us on a monthly basis and support the channel. And of course, this is a Drunkyards, so you guys super chat in, and we drink. And it'll be interesting to see how that goes. I got some interesting drinks here today, so... but yeah, it'll make the review more fun, more interesting, maybe non-coherent near the end. I don't know. We'll see. But it should be a good time. So hopefully you guys will have a good time as well. Thank you for joining us on this fine, fine Sunday. There are also links down below to the Teespring and the TeePublic store. There's some cool Trekyards merch there, as well as a lot of other stuff. So check those out. Use the links down below and pick yourself up some cool merchandise. You know you want to. All right. Yes. Anyway, just waiting for Sam to finish sharing, and then we will get into a discussion. And by all means, guys, super chat in to have us drink. Super chat in with any thoughts or trivia or stuff you might know about the movie that we can talk about along the way. It's going to be a good discussion, and we want to hear from you guys as well. So if you're able to support the channel in super chat, appreciate that. But if you can't, you just want to do it in the regular chat, that's also fine. We will be paying attention to all that, because this is hanging out with you guys, our fellow Trekkies, talking about Star Trek. It's something we love to do. Joe Brown says, remind me what the dollar breakdown is for drinks. So $5 is just a sip of a regular alcoholic beverage, $10 is half a shot, and $20 is a full shot. Pretty simple. There's nothing bad in this movie. Well, that's not correct. There's something bad in every movie. There are one or two oddities and mistakes in this movie, as I noticed. Plus, this is the director's cut we're looking at, which is different than the one I watched growing up. There's a few different versions. There was a television version. There was the theatrical version. So there's different ones we've seen over the years. This one, yeah, this is the director's cut. So this is Nicholas Meyer's true vision, I guess.
Yeah, the new stuff hits like a ton of bricks. Like, what?
Yeah.
Why am I alternate universing it? What's happening to the dialogue? So they stood out significantly for I didn't notice things that were missing, but the things were added. I was like, what?
Yeah.
New things? What?
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, it'll be interesting to have the discussion. And like I said, if you guys know any facts or trivia about the director's cut or the television version or the theatrical cut that you want us to know, super chat in with those. Just to reiterate, the super chat breakdown: $5 for a regular drink, $10 for half a shot, $20 for a full shot. And today I've got some vodka iced tea. This is mango, but I've got there's a raspberry one as well upstairs. There's 4 flavors. And they also have, for the shots, these are twisted shots. This is Sex on the Beach. They come in little twisted shot glasses. So one side's the alcohol, the other side's like the cream, the pure stuff. So you peel the lid off, and it all goes in. It's awesome.
Any chance you can send me one? Can you just? I'd like to try that. It'd be fun.
Well, I should have got some when you were here. I never even thought about it.
So
He has to come back now.
Yes, he has to come back.
but why can't you just beam that to me? You know, or you buy the book and hours and minutes, and you've got six hours until it's fixed.
Yeah, it'll be to you in 12 hours.
And slightly congealed.
That'll be 12 days.
Yep.
But no, these are really cool. And they look funky and futuristic too, so it kind of fits.
I like it.
Well, Sean O'Sullivan starts us off with £2 and says, "Pop quiz, hotshot. Name the sim ship to be rescued. The Kobayashi Maru.
And they're in the Enterprise.
A neutronic fuel carrier.
Yes. Class B freighter or something.
Yep, Class B.
Yeah.
Yep.
For barricade. Okay, we're not quite there yet. I'll start with the Codberg Strawberry Lime. I love it. I love pre-buying for Drunkyards and then going through that over the course of 6-7 months. Because you guys obviously want the hard liquor, that goes quicker, but I still have ciders from a year and a half ago. But that's fine, because shots are fun.
Yes. So that one's good. Just get to drink.
I haven't drank since the last Drunkyards.
Neither have I, actually.
Always good to get up a tolerance down so you guys get your bang for your buck for your silliness.
And speaking of, Joe Brown throws in $40. Let's get this review party started. A full shot for the captain and commander. All right.
Yep.
Well, here's our first Sex on the Beach.
And to reiterate, guys,
preferably not with the commander.
but you're not against it.
I mean, I don't like sand.
It is
Coarse, and rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
It's everywhere.
But yeah, here we go. This is the first one.
And as we always say, front load Drunkyards. So yeah, put in a few fives, put in a few, and that's beautiful. Because front loading means we get a bit tipsy straight away and everything's silly. So yes, like I said, if everyone throws in a 5, we will be good for a bit. All right. A mango passion fruit, delicious. Oh yes, and I got some.
You got mango. That's what this is. Mango.
Yeah, and in fact, I ate orange mango. Never had juice as well. So I want.
Nice.
So
So we're kind of doing the same thing almost.
Yeah, I got double mango. All right, let's. Oh, what a lovely color. Yes, people. Yes, front load.
Res says, "Good to be back. I know it has been a bit, but I have tried to stay updated with you guys. Well, thank you. We appreciate it. Good to see you back.
Your name is a pleasant sight to see."
And Classic for Real throws in $20 and says, "No, not a full shot. Instead, half a shot for both of you, Stuart and Sam. But please reserve for the Khan stream on the planet."
Oh,
it's not on the planet. It's in the planet, and it's not a planet.
It's a moon.
It's a planetoid.
Oh, yeah.
So many things wrong with that Classic for Real.
Ooh, the sweetness of both the things does do a lot for that. Huh.
I don't know how I can do half shot. I'd have to go with my actual shot glass and get a thing to drink.
I'm just people are so kind. I'm just gonna do a bit of this just to kind of.
I'm just gonna have a big swig of this. I might actually have to go get a shot glass.
That is. It burns, but it's sweet. Wow, that's different. I have another one. It's like I was like Data. Ugh, more please. Yes, please. That was me right then.
Yes. Oliver Farag, £5. The best version of the Wrath of Khan is the one you're watching right now. The director's cut. Yes. Although I miss the one I grew up with and have memorized back to front to back. And then the television one, which I only saw a few times growing up, and it's like, that's an interesting new scene with an interesting line of dialogue. Ironically, that scene is in this movie without the dialogue. There's no ADR over it. So it's odd. Well, we'll get there when we get there. Classic for Real, $5. Sip time, Stuart. Canonically, what does the Kobayashi Maru look like, and what does Kobayashi Maru mean? And why that name? Kobayashi Maru means little tiny ship or something in Japanese. What's it look like? I mean, canonically, just watch Prodigy, the episode Kobayashi Maru. You see it in that on the view screen. That's the only real canonical version we get. And why that name? I'm not quite sure.
Well, it sounds awesome. I mean, fundamentally, it rolls off the tongue once you've learned it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up the actual real translation for it real quick here. But it is Japanese for tiny ship or something like that.
It's cool.
Let
There.
me see.
That's a pretty strong drink, guys. Oh yes, let's do a poll. Let's start out. Okay, so I'm going to ask you: is Twok the actual best Trek movie? Even just by a little bit. Yes, best. I'm gonna start a goal. For 10 super chats of £5 or more, we will do a celebration where we both do a full shot extra. So for every 10, bonus shot if the goal's done. So any 5 from now on will accommodate that. And vote in the poll. Garrett says, one of the best Trek movies of all time, Khan. Yep, Dan. Never met face to face, Khan or Kirk.
Let's see. Would
have been cool if they had, but didn't need to.
Maru is originally a male given name. In Japanese ship name custom, it's common that using Maru to indicate that it's the ship's name. It means small forest. I thought it was small ship. Anyway, yes. Hopefully that helps. And Kobayashi Maru is not just... You look it up, the meaning is literally a no-win scenario, so... yeah.
Although I've never put any of my Trekcast through it. Maybe I should. So you feel like they'd update per the generation. So any era, like one of the famous ships would be the ship that you're simulating in.
Yeah.
So you could do any ship, from like a Sovereign to a Connie. Well, I didn't realise, I forgot, I guess skipping the last like 6 minutes, that Spock had ever took the Kobayashi Maru, which seems interesting, because I thought he designed it.
You don't, I know. You don't have to take it either. And Kirk tortured himself by doing it 3 times.
Well, I'd assume that command training, people who wanted to go in command, they would feel either it was a mandatory, or they heard that you should / needed to. Savick clearly vibing, she's going to go that way, at least in this film. Spock, being science, he wouldn't vibe that way. But I thought that was interesting, because, again, he designed it. No, he didn't. And,
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the Underground Vulcan Club told him it's a bullshit scenario, so he said, it's not logical to waste my time. If the lesson to learn has been learned by being told the test, then it's not logical to take the test. Which is a whole separate debate.
Yes.
Alright. Keep throwing in 5s, let's keep sipping, and ready to begin and ask questions when you are, my good fellow.
Hold on.
Yes. For there is much to learn. In Wrath of Khan.
All right, next up is Classic for Real $5. Sip time, Sam.
Well,
Why did the production crew choose NCC 1864 for Reliant? And what's Kobayashi Maru's NCC registry?
it makes sense the Maru was in the 3 numbers. So I'm going to guess 187. I assume the Reliant, because in a silhouette, in a distance, those numbers did not resemble whatsoever the shapes of 1701. They were the abstractly the most different numbers. That's not confuse people, would be my assumption.
No, I think 1864 is something with the Civil War. I think that's one of the reasons for that.
Yeah, but that's not in my schooling, the American Civil War.
Yeah, but it makes sense because it's Federation versus Federation ship. So Civil War, I like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the registry number for the...
It's got to be in the 3s. It's in 3 numbers.
I don't know, actually.
So why not have one? Because it's not Starfleet.
It doesn't, because I'm looking at the screen cap of its classification on the view screen. And it's a Class 3 neutronic fuel carrier. Registry, Amber, Tau Ceti 5.
ATC 5.
Yeah, there you go. Crew 81, 300 passengers.
Do you think
Which for a fuel carrier is kind of 300 passengers? I think it would just be crew, wouldn't you? Anyway, it's fine.
Do you think they had to like sign their rights away? The Kobayashi Maru people, because they're in all the dim Sam simulations. You get royalties every time it's played. That captain's voice.
Yeah.
So,
one more thing before we start. Dan Ben says one question people ask a lot about this movie is, how does Khan know Klingon proverb? Because he's been spending his 15 years, 18 years on Ceti Alpha 5 with computer information that he can read up on, and he married one of the MacGyvers who was a historian, so he would have learned a lot of things about the time period he was now found himself in. He would know a lot about it, so that's how he knows a Klingon proverb. Easy.
Well, it depends. If he dated the databanks when he was on Enterprise and remembered everything he saw, then he could have skimmed through 5,000 articles in that afternoon and just have stuff, and it doesn't decompress in his brain, but it exists. I like MacGyver, although they wouldn't know many Klingon things in that era, but some. I don't know if they gave them computers, because that seems sort of odd, but...
Well, there's something quite interesting I want to point out. One of the cargo carriers
Yeah,
later.
it's kind of odd computer thing. Yeah, I
But
don't know.
they give him data. They give him stuff to read and stuff.
But
They've
not
got books.
Klingon like classified cultural things because they're
It's
not trying to
classified.
well, they're not trying to rehabilitate them. They're just trying to give them. I don't know. That's an interesting one.
Yes.
So Stuart, and as again, every super chat interrupts what we're doing. What do you think of Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan? Start general, go specific. Your thoughts?
Absolutely amazing Star Trek film. If not, well, it was one of my favorites growing up. I don't know if it's necessarily the best. It's the best for certain people for certain reasons, but there are other ones that are just as good in a different way. So this is, if you like the classic TOS crew, this is absolutely one of the best films for them. And it was a real departure from what we had seen before, not only in the original series, but also the motion picture, with Nicholas Meyer coming on board, making the costumes more Napoleonic and more militaristic, and also the whole vibe of a submarine and the military lingo. It really kind of upped Star Trek's game a bit and kind of sidestepped what Gene Roddenberry necessarily wanted, but proved to be quite successful. So yeah, this is a really good film. I love that it ties into TOS. I love that Kirk and Khan never actually share a scene together. They're on different ships. They never come face to face, like literally. It's quite an interesting vibe for that. And yeah, there's a lot of world building and stuff in this that I love seeing. A lot of the different uniforms and the Reliance bridge. There's so much really cool stuff to kind of break down, especially for people like us that love that kind of stuff. So there's going to be a lot to discuss during this review. So that's kind of my take on it. It is one of my favorites. And for me, this is just the first part of a really great trilogy, because Star Trek 2, 3, and 4 together, if I could only watch 3 Star Trek films for the rest of my life, it'd be these 3. Because they're all one cohesive story.
And briefly, just this sort of live, any super chat is both of us drink, so there's no, so you'll both get the value for that. Don't worry, we all both get that. And again, to reiterate, we've got 21 minutes for 8 more $5. I'll do full bonus shot. So throw some 5s in now and get the bonus shot. Blah. So don't have to put specifically. We'll both do for each one. So just to. Don't worry, we want to get drunk on this, guys. That's sort of the fun of these reviews. So we'll both drink for everything. Don't worry.
Yeah. Before I get into asking you what you think about this, there's 2 more super chats. Classic for real, $5. Sip time, Stuart again. How big are the office windows of the Regula to or whatever station from the Wrath of Khan, but specifically during the Dominion War? You shut up, because yes, they reused this station, and it's really way out of scale. They use it in TNG as well.
That one's horrific.
Particular shot that has the Enterprise quite small.
Should I do a fan film at that station? It's just like go by a window and it's like 10 windows tall. It's like, this is pathetic.
It's 10 starships tall.
Yeah. You just keep going up it, like, so we keep just keep yep.
Yeah.
They should have known better.
And Olivia, $5. Sam Cocking 2, The Wrath of Tomorrow's Hangover. # make Sam drunk.
That's up to you guys. I've got a lot of mango vodka, so yes. So second question to you then, Stuart, before we jump into your question to me.
Yes.
How did you feel on this rewatch and this experience of going through it? Because that is where this thing changes.
Yeah. I think this is probably my 3rd time watching the director's cut. So it was quite interesting. Those were quite jarring moments, because I know the flow of this movie really well from growing up watching it and having it memorized. So those moments kind of hit you like a Mack truck. And going through review-wise, I was kind of paying attention to the minute details, especially with background stuff. And it was interesting, because it was a different watch for sure, having kind of the review mindset on, as it tends to always be. And yeah, it's really the acting is so great in this. William Shatner fucking kills in this. He is really good as an actor in this one. So anybody that says Shatner can't act is full of shit, because he really owns this one for sure. And yeah, it's a good story. Although I don't buy for a second that anyone that's 50 is considered themselves old in the future, because I'm 50, but still, yeah. So the review mindset really kind of changes it for me. It was interesting. I don't know how else to, like, there'll be moments where I like point stuff out during this, of course, where you'll see where I was thinking differently than what I was just for enjoyment purposes. Now, how about you? What do you think of this movie? And then also, how was it review mindset wise?
I think I got to go in reverse order slightly. I feel like I watched this film differently this time, because I'd seen it a year ago. This Blu-ray 4K, but a full room's distance, so it felt like just a nice TV versus a 4K experience. And we'd watched it something Trekyardian ages ago, but the film is so simple that once you've seen it, you kind of know it. So it's one that you can watch for the film, but not to see new things, because it's quite on the face of it. So I don't watch for the pleasure per se. So it's interesting to rewatch it in this mindset for sure. Obviously, my preconceived notions were it's crisp, it's sharp, it has a lot of emotional punch. The acting is as in this is the pre-existing what I would have thought before rewatching it. It's slightly theatrical acting, but that's because of who Khan is, so it kind of lends to that. And the very, very good 3 bridges reused to keep budget down, which is always an efficient storytelling technique. This time, I found myself noticing loads of different things. A lot for structure, and a lot for... So the first film, which we reviewed last time, is big and excessive. There could be a lot of sets, a lot of uniforms, a lot of locations that are big and broad, and the money is spent and off screen very quickly. So it has a bigger feel, but most of it doesn't have an impact in the same way this film does. This watch felt a lot cheaper. I was kind of amazed how much I was looking for the budget reuses. But by God, are they lucky they had all the TMP sets still around. Because you associate them changing the sets as they went on, but having just watched TMP, it's like, oh, that is just the sick bay, but now with nice uniforms. And the contrast of the red on the white now looks better than the white on the white, the grey on the white, the teal. So I was impressed how much the sets were the same. But where you associate them looking a bit silly in the first film, like the chrome corridors, they are still in this film, but they just shot in a better way. There's different details where they're 80% the same, but they fit better. So that was interesting. So they gained all that stuff. But there isn't that many new sets. I personally love the reuse of the 3 bridges, because you never think, oh, it's the same bridge. I know they like shift consoles around, so it is not literally the same, even the same set pieces. Like having the turret behind Khan instantly tells you it's a different bridge versus the 2 to the side. It's a very good way of doing that, and it works really well. So there's some things that it felt cheaper. It felt like they ran out of money, but they were incredibly efficient with their use case. They did a few things that were expensive. The battle at the end is absolutely beautiful. No expense spared. It's actually more shots than needed. You could have argued, but they did not. They knew they had to put money into that. And the costume budget obviously looks wonderful. Both in the dances on Khan's bridge all look great. Like those things, they knew the front of screen stuff, but you could tell they reused as much as they could. But I liked that because it kind of had a grounded feel. Yeah. Any reaction to those? Thinking that was my first thought or something. I'm
glad you mentioned the dancers. I was going to mention them when we got there. They're just like Chip and Dale dancers and whatever. No.
Do you know what I mean?
I do. They really wanted to show off the ships in this one. I don't think the battle is. They could have used less shots for sure, but I'm glad they didn't. Also, the Mutara Nebula was a nice backdrop.
The 4K is really clean and pretty.
Yeah, that makes it very submarine warfare. That's why Nicholas Meyer did that, because it's not being able to see, just going by sound and whatever, just to locate your target. It adds that tension that I don't think a regular battle would have.
Oh, classic.
Because of all the tech that are aboard the ships, sensors and shields.
Yeah.
Take all that away and make it very simplistic. Yeah, I don't know. What else did you say
But
there?
you know what I
Sorry.
mean? Like it not that it felt cheap, but it felt cheaper. There's a distinct lack of budget in a lot of places, but it was used efficiently.
Yes, absolutely. And it's all of the best Star Trek movies are the lesser budgets.
Yeah.
Which because it actually, I think it's good for directors and movie producers to have a less budget because they get more creative. And as a result, I think things are better that way than having an overblown budget that you spend on visual effects. And so yeah, I think the good films, the odd numbered films, or the even numbered films, sorry, they all have the smaller budgets, which is funny.
And I remember hearing in the commentary, this is actually a weird film in that they had no faith in it really compared to TMP, so they gave it to the TV movie, the TV team of filmmakers.
Yeah.
So it's the B team of filmmakers, but because they use the proper cameras, the expensive cameras, it still has a cinematic flair. But there's a few moments where like, oh, if that was on a normal TV camera, that would look like cheap TV.
Yeah.
There's a few little moments I'm like, oh, the camera saves that.
Yeah.
Because that is a TV moment, which is so interesting. Because it's shot really well, but it is absolutely the budget of the cameras makes a difference there.
Yeah. The classic for real $5 sip time, Sam. When did the production crew decide on Reliant and Miranda class? They never did. It was the Reliant class. It was the Avenger class. And then when it came to TNG, they changed it to Miranda class, and that was based on a character from The Tempest by William Shakespeare, Miranda.
Not the British comedian of the 2010s.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
And name all the Mirandas that get blown up in the entire franchise. Oh, wow.
Saratoga?
Reliant?
Lambtree? Is that one?
The Lantry.
Lantry.
Yeah.
I mean, Soyuz, potentially.
Yes.
I mean, maybe one of the versions maybe got blown up when it went in.
There's a lot. Some unnamed ships in the Dominion War, for sure.
Majestic. Thank you. That's the one.
Majestic. Yeah. We'd be here forever. Don't do that.
I got a couple.
You did.
That's pretty good.
All right, Olivia, $5. I can't wait to watch Benedict Cumberbatch outsmart Kirk.
Yep.
Kirk dying, sacrificing the ship, the Spock's Khan scream. Oh, I mean, Spock's Khan scream. Oh, wrong movie. # Sam Drink. It's funny that you could properly spell Benedict Cumberbatch, but not spell Khan correctly when it's on screen right now. That really annoys me when people spell Khan Kahn. It's right in the title of the movie how it's spelled. Just saying. But I will have a drink for that. And classic for real, $5 sip for Stuart. And just want to say regards to Olivia's super. Can't wait for Final Frontier, Insurrection, Nemesis, Into Darkness, and Best Movie Section 31. We've already reviewed Section 31. Go back and watch that. Unfortunately, it was the first of our movie reviews because it's the newest one.
So maybe we'll feel different. I mean, hey, we could buy the 4K and watch that.
Oh, yeah. That sounds like a good waste of money.
That's a good time, Stuart, to be had by all. Guys, we are 5 out of 10 of the Super Chat goal with 10 minutes left. Full shot, so 5 more. Anyone can put into 5. Okay, other little things that I noticed because we're in the... And someone mentioned this. I know there's an edit of the film where the turbolift sequence with Sarek and Kirk is all in close-ups. And it's sexually charged for no particular reason. And you can see the performances in the wide. It's just because it's the same, like, they're in the same zone. So you can see the actors still doing that in the wide, but because they're half obscured, the subtlety isn't there. If you watch it, the film, knowing that there's a scene where they're flirting, kind of, there's several hints that they're into each other in some weird way. And you have to look for it, but it's there. You know, obviously Kirk has a lot of charming little faces. But, like, that plays into that, of he just has that. But he has smirks that are kind of... Well, she's kind of cool in various spots. And specifically, which I never noticed before, because why would I? At the end of the elevator scene, when they mention Carol Marcus, and McCoy says, when it rains, it pours. I believe he's saying, really, 2 women in the same day? You dry spell for years and they have two ladies interested you. Really? Because what else could that mean? You have a lady right here, you have a lady there. Wow, that went over my head the first 10 times.
Yeah.
Which
exactly what it means.
Just so interesting, because why is that a subplot? But it's so small. But it's like, yeah. I guess he's impressed with her, but not really. But it's interesting. There's loads of little tiny layers, as if Nicholas Meyer had a big meeting, said, right, you've got 3 character arcs, play them as much as you want or don't. You've got 4, and add them to the scenes. It's textual, whereas TMP didn't have that. TMP was very situational based. There's a lot more little stuff happening here, because the big stuff isn't happening so much, which I like. It's a really nice thing. Oh, 7 out of 10, guys. 3 more, and we'll do a bonus shot. Excellent.
Phil Drury, 5
Hi, Phil.
pounds. In my headcanon, a lot of crew were stationed at the windows during the Return battle with a direct link to someone on the bridge. Yes, that's actually mentioned in an episode of TNG. They send people down, Geordi down to 10 forward to look out the window because they don't have sensors. Yeah, and that's very submarine battle again. There's no windows in a submarine, but you know what I mean? Yeah.
The one use case you can express that you want a window.
Yes.
The one. Maybe not.
Yes. Sergeant Montgomery, $5. I do enjoy the director's cut with extra scenes and dialogue. Way better than the Kelvin timeline, Wrath of Khan.
Oh, yeah.
And classic for real, $30.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Have a shot for Stewart's half, a shot for Sam, and pick whoever gets the third. But also, this covers buying Section 31 in 4K now. No excuse to not do a Section 31 4K Drunkyards review. That'll not happen. And we're doing one movie a month, so I mean, we're going to be well into next year by the time we get done all the good movies. We'll have easily forgotten about it by then, and we're not doing Section 31 again. We already have the review up.
Oh, buddy, so. The Steelbook, £34. You can buy today with the tagline, "To protect the light, they fight in the shadow."
Oh, good God.
With special features of Alpha Squad, Stunt Squad, Art Squad, Gear Squad, Jojo, Gag Reel. I think they go on the section. I think they go on the squad with over 80 minutes of special features. Oh my God. Okay, at the bottom of the back of the Blu-ray, all the faces there, the taglines there. The box feels the need to say, with a little asterisk, in just big enough text to read, the 4K Blu-ray for Section 31 says below the official brief of the movie, asterisk, 2022 Best Actress, Everything All at Once. Has to tell us that she's a good actress by reminding us on the box.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I just opened up a new tab in my browser, and the first thing that came up as an article was the top or Star Trek movies ranked worst to best. Ironically enough, today.
Oh my
Want to hear the order?
Yeah.
14, Star Trek Section 31, last place. 13, Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. Disagree. 12, Star Trek Into Darkness.
Oh shit. Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh shit, where's the rest of the article?
Okay, I want to guess them. See if I can guess them.
I hate when they do that. All right.
What's the number?
11.
Well, it's going to be the Insurrection or TMP.
Nemesis.
Oh.
10.
Insurrection on TMP, surely.
Generations.
Oh, I'm just letting you go there. This is okay.
9. Insurrection.
Okay.
8. Beyond. 7. Star Trek: The Motion Picture. 6. Star Trek 3: The Search for Spock.
Okay.
5. Star Trek 2009. God. There's no way that Star Trek 3 is... Fuck off. Whoever made this list should be shot.
But less explosions.
Star Trek... number 4, Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country. Number 3 is Star Trek First Contact. 2 is Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. And number 1, best movie is Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan. With
2 being Undiscovered Country. Wow.
Yeah, that's a fucked up list.
They
got Section 31 right, though.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Guys, we have 4 minutes, 18 seconds. 2 more Super Chats 10 and we'll do a bonus shot. I'm just saying that's a great deal. Maybe. But yes, I put the list in my arse for my birthday. And I had to press my family for getting it to me. Anything else I noticed? Oh yeah, okay, last thing I'll say before we jump in. This is a mild complaint. Shocking, I know. But it's not, it's mostly because I've seen the film multiple times. So from a new audience perspective, from a me audience perspective, I was surprised that the film is just like 14 scenes of setup. And the movie doesn't really start for like an hour.
Just like us. We're 40 minutes in and still haven't started yet.
As we should. It's great. But it's like, but the fact that they felt able to spend so much time on character development is wonderful, because each scene is really good. And you need the scenes with Bones. You need this goddamn booze. You need the scene with Bones and Kirk with the glasses. Like, they're all very important. But I was surprised how gentle and slow it took. Which you associate as an action movie, but because it front loads all the good character stuff and a lot of textual stuff, and it has like a dedicated hour of action film with a bit in between. So it's very much 2 halves. Versus a lot of films, they have different action scenes and different beats. It's very much half and half. I like that, but I was intrigued how long it took the story to get going. But given that, who is Khan? Go introduce him. Kirk's Admiral, go introduce that. He's old, go introduce that. Marcus, go introduce them. Everything's new. Everything is new.
Yeah.
So it all works, but it's just shocking how much that is. Yeah. But you need those scenes. That makes me miss them in TMP, because while there's some of that, it's more Kirk story versus the universe story. And this is what handled in much better. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Although he probably needed the first film to understand the character for this film. Shatner.
Yeah.
Because that gives this weight. If it just came from here, he'd be like, wow, what have I done for the last many years? No, you need this.
It's funny you say that, because in the motion picture, we focus on Spock and Kirk at the beginning, trying to find out where they are. But not McCoy. McCoy just beams on, all hippie-like. It'd be interesting if there was a segment showing kind of what he was doing before he got the recall order. But anyway, yeah.
We did it! We got the goal!
Yeah.
Bonus shot! Excellent!
Right. Let me read some super chats first. Hold on.
You guys are super.
Olivia, $5. Cap drinks. Sorry you have to deal with Samuel for yet another live. Your sacrifice will never be in vain. Godspeed, Stuart. Godspeed.
Sacrifice honors. Oh, you haven't seen that film. Yes.
Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you.
And Olivia, another $5. Continue to fear. Fleet Pa isn't near. Hashtag Sam drinks.
That's true. How's Khan got him, do you think?
I don't know. Fleet Pa's been decidedly absent as of late. And Phil Drury, £5.
Phil.
I don't know if you mean 5 or V. Should be top. Just 5. Top for just being other ships in the quadrant, even if no experienced captains. Yes. Surely there are other ships. Other ships, yes. Experienced captains,
yes.
No. Yeah.
I did laugh out loud and said, we're the only ship in the quadrant.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not. I do feel like I've done that in 2 fan films, make that joke, and one where it's absolutely inappropriate. I feel like I should make an entire film where you're literally at Earth. There's either no ships or other ships around you. The only ship in the quadrant. You're at Earth. Yes. Where are they? Oh, vacation.
Yeah.
Or like have 1,000 ships around you. Only ship in the quadrant. It's like, what about them? Nah, they're too busy. What about them? Nah, they're too old. You can be a whole film about that. And also, Hez Raz, who's should be here more. Do tell more. Just wanted to point out, Section 31 has so much potential, but was effed over. Michelle Yeoh's a great actress.
It's debatable.
I think that Alok, boss of the crew guy, was that his name? Really? Okay. And Giorgio had potential to bond due to backrun. Oh, there's another one. I think the only reason they made it is because Michelle Yeoh was an Oscar winner. She wanted to pursue it, so yeah. But as we always say, winning an award for something does not mean everything you do is award-winning. And the performance was certainly not Award-winning.
Yes.
Well, that's okay.
All right. I was going to say let's get into it, but Classic for Real throws another $5 for Sam, and a reminder of the 20 minutes spent just analyzing Vulcan Dude's helmet, and 1 hour for Enterprise to leave space dock in the motion picture. Yep. Olivia, $5. There is a Trekyards proverb: the little man who winced when he drinks needs to drink twice. Hashtag Sam drinks.
Well, that's only 5, so see, because you don't get the fuck you bit. You get this. You know the rules because it's on the screen.
All right, can we get into it now?
So we start with another overture because they hadn't learned the lesson of having 2.5 minutes with music. Skip.
But in the 23rd century.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we have CG. We didn't have CG last time, and they have a lot of computer graphics, and they're all fine. They hold up fine. Wireframe's a good style because it never goes out of style.
Yes, yeah. Exactly.
Whole bridge crew. They're here.
Yeah, and we don't know what the rank system is really. If it's the first time watching the movie, so you're like, is she a captain? Are those captains' ranks on her shoulder? But yes, who is this lady and why is she in command of the Enterprise?
She's the first female captain. Just saying. You might have thought that.
But yes, we get the Kobayashi Maru, 19 periods out of Altair 6. You have struck a gravitic mine and have lost all power. Hull is penetrated. Life support systems failing. Can you assist us, Enterprise? Can you assist us?
No, sorry.
Yeah, no, we're busy. We're on our way to on a coffee run.
I only ship in the quadrant. We've got to go do the other mission.
Yeah. You're on the wrong side of the neutral zone. We're not helping. Sorry. Or sorry, in the neutral zone, not on the wrong side. But
any thoughts before the twist? Before it goes bad? 'Cause I have a few thoughts watching this time.
I don't know what you mean specifically. I mean,
just before it goes bad. Any thoughts on the setup? Because it's such a bold start.
All I want to say real quick before you get into yours, I like what they did with the bridge, tapping down that white to like a more beige or just darker lighting, and moving the science station from behind the captain to where it should be. Anyway, yes, go ahead. Before you get into it, though, Sergeant Montgomery, $5. Wonder what Kelvin Michael Burnham is doing into darkness. Curious, but seriously, I could care less.
I love it. And also another goal, guys. So another 10 more. We'll do another shot. That worked really well. So bonus shot every 10. So this time round, I'm trying to devoid myself of what I know is going to happen. I thought they all look older. They all look like adults now. The youth of the first film with George Takei especially, he doesn't look young anymore. And so now seeing him in this position feels like, why is he still a low rank? So that, I think, is the biggest clue in the first scene. Everyone's too old to still be on this ship in the same position with such a young captain. That disparity works well. But of course, training crew, and for some reason this is take a hero to work day, because you have all of the A stars who aren't busy. Like, I never understood why they're all in the training simulation. Like, do they always come down to Kobayashi Maru, or does Spock just call Mr. Sulu, could you please return to Earth for starting at 416 so you can do a training, my star pupil, but I'm on mission with the Saratoga. I need you there so you can press 7 buttons in a simulator. Why? I'll pay you in rum the nail. Okay.
Savik's his star pupil, so yeah, it would make sense that all the crew were here for this.
But they're not the crew anymore. They don't serve the Enterprise. They are who knows what they're doing. They never even tried to accommodate that. I mean, they might be the training crew, bridge crew, to help teach this cadets, but not a single one of them ever talks to a cadet. So as far as I'm concerned, they just pop in to help. But that means none of them are on assignment anywhere.
No, I think you're looking way too far into that.
I know.
They were all still aboard the Enterprise doing the thing.
So they're all the training crew.
Sure, they're like a legendary crew, so of course they'd be training the new cadets, maybe.
It's a sad thing. It makes sense for Spock, who doesn't care about moving up in the ranks. But for these guys, it's such a demotion. You save the galaxy, and now you're the training crew helpers. I don't know. It would have been lovely had they had something in the middle of, like, oh, I'm between assignments, or oh,
I think it's one of the things where the Enterprise was in dry dock for a reason, so they have like a week or two off because Enterprise is getting repaired. Because it is in dry dock when we go see it.
Sure. So
exact same scenes from the motion picture. Save money. But...
just slightly sped up, if you notice. Yeah. I thought it was kind of funny. That's interesting, but I wonder if, because I inferred that Spock is officially part of the Academy's training course program, and so they've assigned the Enterprise to be his training ship, or he's asked for it. But so you think it's more a case of there was a captain of the Enterprise, which is none of them because Spock's a training captain.
No, Spock's the captain of the Enterprise.
But it's a training ship. So, that's what I'm saying. Because if it's in dry dock, it's not a training ship. But I'm saying, what if there was another captain and Spock while it is in dry dock, as you say, for 3 weeks, they're asking to requisition it as a training crew, and therefore, or are you saying the Enterprise has been decommissioned from an active ship into a training ship, which again is a huge decommission for a flagship to be now a training ship? Even if Spock loves the ship, that's a huge thing to happen.
This is its own fucking video topic because I never even once thought about this.
Yeah,
I don't really want to right now.
But that's what I love about the context, like the fact that all of the celebrities are here. It's like getting the entire original Avengers cast to appear in a special feature. It's like, that's a big expensive get.
I think it's explained in the novel what's going on.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I just would have been amazing how they had any scenes of like Sulu talking to cadets on Deck C, like helping with something, like as if they're all being the training people. That would have been super cool. So that's why I thought while we were watching this, like they all look too old for this because she's so much younger and fresh. That was my first thought.
Perfect.
See, it's why you watch, because you learn new things.
So we get no more reused footage of the three Katingas from the motion picture.
With a weird effect of the view screen to like distort the footage slightly, which I thought was weird, like a grilling pattern.
I want to point out too that the shields up display on the weapons station is still the Phase 2 Enterprise. You got the clearly more TOS styled saucer with the two turbolift things at the back and different struts and nacelles, which looks really cool, but it's still the Phase 2 Enterprise.
What a beautiful, simple way of shields up. Little blinkies around a silhouette. It's because it gives you tension. It makes no sense the shield would activate around a ship. That's illogical as all hell. Yeah. But visually, it's a beautiful semblance of, we've got 7 seconds of shield build-up.
Yeah.
Also to note, they never show exteriors, and they never cut to another room. She talks to Scotty, but he's not... He's just in the other room with a coffee. He's like... He's like, Scotty! Aye, yes, Captain. I'm busy. Yes, shield, 20%, yes.
He's probably eating an apple.
No, a pear. He's less douchey.
Yeah.
So it's all there. Although I will say she's kind of crap at this.
That's the point.
Well, you only get one first Kobayashi move, but she has no unique solutions or interesting ways of doing it. And no one else in the bridge crew has anything to say or do. They're very passive. They're not really helping her. That's
the point, though.
A crew would help. So it's not very believable.
Yeah, but that's not what this training situation's about. They're there to do the orders of the captain. That's it. They don't offer suggestions or anything. You need to read the book Kobayashi Maru, man. I love the way Scotty dealt with this scenario. It was fucking awesome. Anyway, sorry.
Yes.
Everybody dies. And this was put in early in the movie because the rumor had got out that Gene Roddenberry leaked the fact that Spock was going to die in the film, and got a huge backlash. So they put this scene in with Spock dying to be like, oh, it's not really a real death. And it's right at the beginning of the film to kind of ease people's tension, so they didn't expect Spock to die at the end.
Now, that's the rumor, that's the thing. But are you saying they entirely reshot a scene? Because this scene is beautifully organic to the film, but that says it's an entire reshoot after the film's already been shot, or half shot.
Yes.
So Len Nimoy's already pieced out the film, the project. He's editing it, and they said, "Oh, reshoot a new scene."
Well, no, because this was all going on while they were still filming. Because the script was leaked very early on.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I
just watched a retrospective on Wrath of Khan, and talked about that they put this scene in to kind of, you know.
And it's one of the coolest little scenes of the film because it's so gruesome but so simple. And it gives that front-loaded action. Also, little note, I really noticed this. Savick has an armband, which is a stripe.
Yes.
I assume it's a cadet because he's not commissioned
Yes. I'd have to go get my book, but yes, they explain what those mean.
yet. And I assume they'd swap to an actual uniform for the main cruise because she's pretending to be an ensign or whatever rank, but she's a cadet. Like, they're acting their roles, they're not actually commissioned yet in the main voyage.
No, she's got a rank. She's a lieutenant.
So she's not a cadet then?
No, but there's something about the armband.
Hmm.
I'd have to go get my tech manual. There's a tech manual that explains those.
So I assume she was like Red Squad, where she was a cadet at the academy, but the equivalent of a lieutenant in the rank structure of cadets, and then she gets commissioned as an officer?
Maybe. She's Spock's protege. Again, I think that's all explained in the novel.
Because then it'd be weird if she didn't do the Kobayashi Maru when she was, young, if she's doing it when she's already lieutenant after having potentially a decade of service.
They can do it any time. Spock never did it, so...
Sure. It's just weird to then go back and ask to do a thing that... Because most people would know what the test is once they leave the academy. People talk about it, but she doesn't know about it. She's oblivious.
No, she knows.
She knows? She's very surprised at how it ends.
Yeah.
I don't think she knows. I think she's with the audience on that.
But no smoking at any time on the bridge.
It's very important. And I've always loved, I would love to know how much work it was to deconstruct the front of the bridge set to be able to deconstruct. Because there's no way in hell did that already. But it's such a fun, fourth wall break. To break the set to do that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I love the way the swagger of Admiral Kirk after they all die. He holds his band. He's got a book for no real reason, just to give him something to do. It's so effortlessly he's matured. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. Classic for real, $5 for Stuart, I guess. But speaking of shields, Gulmaset still wants those command codes. And there are 5 lights. Sure.
There's a lot of lights on this bridge. Just noticing in this freeze frame, a lot of dust on the console. They really messed up the console. How many times they break this set and have to repaint it and clean it up? Because every single set, all 3 versions get destroyed, damaged, whatever. Got to always clean it, paint it, repair it. Yeah. Pretty great.
They destroyed the simulator room.
Not holodeck. Physical room.
Yes.
And nice for McCoy to be there, because he has no role in the simulation, really. He's just kind of there to be funny. What a lad. He was retired, disco mode, now he's willing to be just in the simulator room. Good lad.
Well, I mean, if you got nothing else to do, might as well hang out with your friends. Again, I think they're all just killing time, because the Enterprise is in dry dock.
Yeah.
So they're all just like, whatever.
Ain't no Excelsior yet.
Yeah, wouldn't it just be easier to put an experienced crew back on the ship, implying that they're going to be re-crewing the Enterprise, and they're just there to train their replacements. But yeah, galloping around the cosmos is a game for the young Doctor.
Yeah, it isn't an active service, but they're looking for it, and Spock's sort of protegeing it up. Yes.
Yeah.
And I like the intentionality of having the 3 of the secondaries together. Sulu, McCoy, and Uhura here. I noticed a few times. The editing in the film is normally very good, but Uhura has a line here, and the edit instantly cuts away from her finishing the syllable to another one. And there's several bad edit points where you have to let the moment breathe, even by a second, and they really should have done that.
There's a few that are like that. Even Sulu in the travel pod. Any chance to go aboard the Enterprise?
Cut.
And there's more dialogue. So yeah, they cut it out for time or whatever. But yeah, there was no buffer there to leave that.
I think kind of 4 times, and they're noticeable. But yeah, if there are more lines, then what can you do? Right? She's about to act more. But I was a little bit upset this time. Uhura has nothing. She is 100% telephone operator. She sells the 2 moments she has something, extra, but there's nothing. And Sulu just sits there. I mean, Spock gets some amazing stuff. Chekhov finally gets a moment, and that feels very satisfying. Bones is not as good in this film as the last film. He's actually far more flat. I was kind of surprised how less good he was the last film. But I'm sorry for those two, because they were not in this movie. really. They were paid to just sit there and do nothing. I know it's better every subsequent film, but, you know, they were paid, let's say, $500,000 to do nothing. But
I'd be fine with that. I'd just love to be on the set, hanging out, you know.
Yeah. But it's sad because they could have had more, but I associate these uniforms with them being characters again, but we haven't got there yet. We haven't got there yet.
That's a Star Trek 3 thing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets something to do. Except for Uhura, she kind of gets sidelined again. But anyway, we'll get there when we get there. That's next.
Yes.
But yes, you get Spock and Kirk. I mean, he gives them a book for his birthday. Kirk just turned 50. Got a guy vacuuming.
It's old. Yeah.
I love that they're showing like the every day what's going on. People actually still have to clean.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm off to the Enterprise before your inspection. So Kirk's going to inspect the Enterprise before it leaves dry dock, and Spock asks him where he's going now, and he says home. So I guess he's been hanging out on Earth as an admiral doing his thing. He's going to inspect the Enterprise before it takes off for its training cruise with new cadets and experienced bridge crew at least. So yeah, I don't know the setup, but it seems like they are training new crew for the Enterprise. So
Sure, yeah. Yeah, and this scene is so textually interesting because this is a one-off set. But like when he walks out the simulator, it's just greebly panels. It looks very TNG Borg cube-like. Right? But it's the back of a simulator. It's a weird non-location, and that's why it's super interesting.
And you can almost picture like you walk into the corner and there's a hallway, and there's simulator.
Yeah.
Simulator.
There's a Miranda.
One's a Constitution class refit. One's a Miranda. One's an Oberth.
There's a TOS vintage. NX. Oh my god, the 01.
Doubt that.
Wow. It's dusty, okay? It's old. But there's exit signs. There's logos everywhere. It's a way more tangible set. And I remember something in the director's commentary about this film where the sweeper guy was not 100% planned. And so Shatner just looked at it confused, like, this is weird. And that's sort of the vibe they kept. Mm-hmm. Because, like, hi, this big formal admiral is like just cleaner man. But also having, like, them at the edge of a building with trees is such nice choices to just ground it in a way that's... It's just a basic bitch space. And that's great. And speaking of, what the hell is that giant globe in the next shot?
Well, that is a map of, like, the Federation space or something, I would imagine.
That's amazing.
Like a 3D representation of the quadrant or something.
And little chairs, like, it's such a... You could make that set now and be, like, cool retro vintage, but it has a certain fun feel. And that was obviously built just for this. One thing that really appreciated that I'm kind of inspired by a little bit, this film has a lot, I don't know if you noticed, a lot of two-shot long takes. Yeah. They are, because I like doing close-ups, I like having the acting really come across, but they really, because they're quick to shoot because obviously you don't have the same coverage. A lot of actors just playing the scene, and you linger, and you linger, and you linger, and they move a little bit, and you linger, and they cut. A lot of those. Mm-hmm. And it just, it's not dynamic, it's not the most interesting, but it lets them play. And there's a lot, this was the first one I noticed, like, they're just letting them talk in a long shot, and just go for it. Yeah. It's
funny, if you zoom in on the globe, you can, like, read things, like there's Delta, Lurum, Gamma, Valorum. Yeah, so it's just it's a really cool globe. And it looks like it's got Earth in the middle of it. I don't know.
Where the hell's that prop now?
Right? Probably at a science center. It's probably an actual, like, representation of the night sky.
They just borrowed it, yeah. Now, do you think Spock giving the present where he says no meaning implied, he can't lie, but he can swap the truth? Think he means subtext or not? It's just a nice present. Exactly.
That's a good question.
I'm unsure by that scene. And boy, when he says going home, he is not loving Admiralty.
Yeah.
He got separated from the Enterprise for like 2 minutes. He got to see all of his old friends and and Zulu, who's gonna bitch him later. Yeah, it's just he's not the happiest lad. And Spock's having a good time. He is enjoying. You can tell he's really like into being a training academy guy. He likes his role. He's very busy and engaged, and yeah, really good scene.
Yeah. And then we get Kirk's apartment.
Not quarters, civilian apartment.
Yes. Lots of antiques. And a very widely available bookshelf. That diamond thing, I've seen that in other people's houses. It's quite common. I think it's from like Wayfair or something.
I mean, iconic set, filled to the brim. Talk about telling you who the hell he is. Vintage. Old school. I mean, now I'm saying it. A lot of nautical stuff, so he likes the idea of being on the ocean, of being one with his ship and crew. Guns. Like, he's very much of the Earth. And in fact, yeah, there's what? 2 sailing boats on the left. There's another one. There's another row of them behind. There's one on the side. And fucking, this guy has 6 sailing boats on display. Jesus Christ, Shatner.
He loves exploration and adventure. And then really old school monochrome computer.
Oh, where's
because
that?
Why not?
Oh shit, yeah. Ha! That's probably like one of the typewriters of like the production crew. Like, yeah, I'll throw that in.
Yeah.
But yeah, then we get civilian time with a nice Romulan's illegal. Not the best dubbing, and there's a significant amount of subpar dubbing, especially when it goes from being real sound to bad sound. But I mean, they're quite ambitious with their wide, so I'm not going to blame them. But yeah, nice long shot, a lot of character. I bet McCoy's thrilled not to be on a ship and just be on Earth, just doing medical stuff, because, you know, there's no Gorn trying to kill him or anything.
Yeah. And you got the janky elevator in the background that I would not want to be on. And you see it even better in the next movie where it's like sliding up and it's like jerking.
Really?
Yeah, well, it's really awful. Like it's really noticeable in Star Trek 3.
Oh.
You see the little turbo lift going up.
So he's got
the building in the distance.
So you're saying the lift goes right to his room?
No, it's the building across the way.
Oh. Oh, how you say? Never noticed it before. Yeah, great little scene.
And I hate when he hands him the glasses and he's like, Bones, it's charming. What is it? They're fucking glasses, you moron. Like 400 years old. Anyway,
yes,
it's fine.
He's got what? Some old school lamps, a clock. Everything in his house is vintage. What are these 2 metal things covered with glass in the middle?
They're obviously a microscope of some kind.
For your eyes, what? Bones. They did that? Yes, Jim. You've literally seen holodeck programs with me.
And you know other people of the time probably wear glasses as well because people would be allergic to retinacs. I know that one of Kirk's contemporaries, Captain Foley, actually had to wear them all the time. So
the anointed green screen artist, yep.
Kirk has, hung out with Captain Foley, so he would know what glasses are. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's definitely for the audience. But also he's having a really, he's just not having a fun day. And the fact that he's alone on his birthday, there's ain't no Star Trek 3 where he's got the whole cast around to drink to Spock. This is his birthday. He clearly has nothing planned. Right? This is it. That's kind of sad. It's very sad.
I love how McCoy gets mad at him. Like, damn it. Other people have birthdays? Why are we treating yours like a funeral?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to be lectured. And they have this whole conversation about getting old and, you're just not happy with your assigned duties as an admiral. You just shouldn't have accepted the promotion, essentially. Yeah, love it. I love that it all builds up to, like, Star Trek 4, where it's like, yeah, you finally get demoted back to captain to the place you want to be.
Yeah. This scene, and especially the one with Marcus and introduce David, it is a little bit, though, and this is film, just film, where they've probably talked every other day for a year, or every week, Why is it this one thing that triggers him to have the big heart-to-heart with the most important dialogue of his life?
It's his birthday.
I know, but they go straight to the... Because they can't waste time talking. It's very direct, like, you shouldn't have taken the promotion, Jim. And it's the first time he said that clearly. It's very spontaneous, like, I'm finally saying it.
Yeah.
But you've probably seen this for the last, like, year. So same with Carol and David, like, you're going straight to the... It's just movie, right? But it's a little bit like, we have to do in 6 minutes, we have to go.
I disagree, because, I mean, a lot of times with your friends, you kind of ask them how they're doing. They say they're doing great. You don't go into it. You just kind of go, okay, fine. If you're having issues, you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But then there's those one day you sit down for a campfire, you have barbecue, and you have a heart-to-heart. So I don't have a problem with this, especially being the birthday being the trigger for the discussion. I think that's very apropos. So.
I think I see the point, of course. I think what I was missing then is one close-up of McCoy making the choice to bring that up. Because in a wide, he just goes straight into it as if it's part of the script.
He doesn't, though, because Kirk walks around behind him after getting the gift and begrudgingly saying thank you. And McCoy kind of has that, damn it, Jim. And that's kind of the point. I think.
Okay. I guess I wish it was longer then.
Yeah. I've noticed it because I've watched this a lot. And I think it's more evident in the director's cut. But.
And also, last thing, I love that the way he drinks the rum ale is so, like, there's a distinct.
Kind of like when you drink alcohol.
But,
give it a shot.
But more fun. Like, that's because he's doing that all acting. It's very.
Somebody super chat in for a shot so we can see Sam do the Kirk drinking Romulan ale scene.
The Kirk foo from
purses his lips like.
And this is some strong shit. So yeah, but this is such a heavy scene.
Oh, classic for real, $5. Sip time. That's only sip.
Yes.
Plus, forget about Kelvin Burnham. What's regular Prime versus Admiral Marcus doing during the Wrath of Khan?
Not secret. Well. Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't even spell it. Yeah.
Good question.
Not murdering, hopefully. Well, warp takes longer in our universe, so he's like, damn it, the Klingons can't attack us in 2 days because they're like, 2 weeks away. But yeah, like I said, I was shocked how, like, if you went to the cinema, you watch TMP, it's long, it's silly, it's fun, you're tonally saying, this is real. You love these people in the 60s with their colour and flash. Here is a dark apartment in kind of a sad scene. It's so melancholy is the wrong word. It's so real, and instantly these two actors love the shit out of this scene. This is them playing their craft because we ain't sci-fiing. This is people, but with a little bit of what we love because of context.
Yeah.
But it's so and it's right. Like, had this been the start without the initial, it'd be much boring a movie. Because you start from that big high into low, and emotional low. It's really clever. It's very, very clever.
This movie's a good roller coaster.
Well, it is, and it's all about micro roller coasters. Every scene ends up like swapping perspectives. It's a lot while being not a lot.
And Phil Drury answers classic Phil's question. Admiral Marcus is probably designing the Excelsior. Yep.
Well, or he was designing the stick. The styles used.
The swagger stick.
Stick. That was his contribution to Excelsior. That was his mandatory thing. So then we hard cut to our first new Starfleet ship ever. And then reuse it later.
Wrong. You're not wrong.
And all these shots get reused, I believe, which doesn't matter because you just replace the background stuff. And Chekhov. And I was so happy to see him being lead in this. And I know what's happening, but like, good. He doesn't do the best of the material, but at least he's center seat, right? Next to Tyrell.
Yeah, he's the first officer of the Reliant, so.
Finally, a promotion. It's like the youngest guy with the biggest promotion. Everyone else is back in training crew. Good for him.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, what do you think of Tyrell? Because I have thoughts in this rewatch.
Tyrell reminds me of Captain Esteban from Star Trek 3. Kind of a more scientific-based captain. Not really one for the heavy cruisers, more for the light cruisers like the Miranda.
Like the Avenger class, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, don't bring that up because it wasn't. I mean, officially, canonically, it was not really Avenger class.
Oh, 3 minutes left, guys. Oh, we got 2 out of 10. If we can get to 5, we'll do a shot.
Oh, yes. Or super chats. No, I keep thinking of him just being a Temerian.
Oh,
Because he plays
Yeah.
the Temerian captain in that episode.
Daemon? No.
Darmok.
No, I know, but the name of the guy.
Oh, Captain Dathon.
I see. I was close.
Dathon, yeah. But yeah, that's all I see now. I didn't know that till years ago, and now that's all I can see. But yeah, Terrell's not the best captain, honestly. So.
Which, in fairness, what's his mission? Go look at dead things.
Yeah, go look for a dead planet.
For a civilian people who, in fairness, very important, but might not work.
But it's very Star Trek. It's very Federation, Starfleet kind of mission. Let's be honest.
But what I mean is he's not being picked for tactical, exploration, anyone could do this. And he's
The
low-key.
problem is all Federation starships do this shit. All Federation starships are called upon to do scientific missions. If there's something nearby and they're the only ship in the quadrant, they have to go defend the Federation.
Happens.
So they're all trained to do this kind of shit, and we've seen the Enterprise and TNG especially doing this kind of shit all the time. So,
except this is literally surveying for dead planets. It's like so low. It's not exploration. It's here's a list. Go to each planet, spend a week at warp, go look, scan.
They're the closest one to this planet, and they're like, can you just swing by and take a look? That's the way I look at it.
No, they're assigned a regular one. They're designated. Go out and look ship.
You be quiet. I'm just ignoring that.
No, that makes sense. That's absolutely fine. But so they're literally just they're a courier in essence, a courier of information. So therefore, you're right, he's not a big captain. He's probably just some guy. And Chekhov's happy to be a second in command on some ship. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised, and you guys let me know, because this is probably a bold statement. Is Captain Terrell, does he even know the true ability of Genesis, or is it a classified captain level knowledge? Because Spock doesn't. Admiral Kirk does. Does Terrell know? Because you could bullshit your way into something smaller. What do you guys think?
I would say 100% he does, because he's assigned to that. He's assigned to the project. It's a need-to-know basis. Which I hate that in Star Trek 3 they changed it to Admiral Kirk's briefing on Genesis, because nobody would know who the fuck Carol Marcus is if they just watched.
And he filmed it in between.
Star Trek 3. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. So that bothers me. It should just be the regular.
Just use the same damn clips.
Yeah.
We got to pay her though, I guess.
So yeah, I think these guys would know, at least the upper, like the bridge crew would know what the hell's going on with Genesis and what it's capable of. And that's why it's so important that they can't have anything on the planet that could potentially be a problem.
And guys, I'm serious. Let me know in the chat right now. Do you believe? Because you could play it either way. It's interesting if it's top secret that he's been told to like survey for a science mission, or he's like, this is his thing.
And Phil says, yeah, he knows. That's why he's so bored with it. Yeah.
He's not the most engaged captain, in fairness. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a fucking boring mission. I don't blame him.
You're spending 80% of the time at warp, and then your scientist is scanning a planet for anything.
Yeah. Does it have to be completely lifeless?
Yeah.
Fuck, don't tell me you found something. A minor energy flux reading on one dyno scanner. Are you sure? Maybe the scanner's out of alignment. Maybe it's just a particle of pre-animate matter caught in the matrix. I'm not even reading the fucking subtitles. I just have it memorized.
Super chat for that, guys. Well done.
Yeah. Classic for real, $5. And Jalad at Tanagra. There are 4. Mr. Worf, fire.
Nope.
Sure, thank you.
0.
I will have a drink.
Okay, guys, because I do want more shots. This is waiting. 5 super chats for a shot. So you might not like me for that, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
I got one more of the 4 that I brought, and I got more in the fridge, but I can also get my shot glass.
How was the shot?
Oh, they're really good. They're really good. Look at them.
So you guys did good. We're buzzing a little bit. More buzzing is better. And how many minutes?
I'm not buzzing.
How many minutes are we into the film?
Like
16
14 maybe.
So yeah, but I think he's deliberately played, which is why I like him. But he's definitely over his head. But I like that. And I think you're right. The fact they call out, do we have to have 0? This might be like they're sick this month.
Well, maybe it's something we can transplant.
Which is a fair comment.
You know what you'll say.
Yeah.
Because yeah, they've obviously done this before. Because that's why Chekhov's like, you know what she'll say. Because yeah, there can't be anything, and she even says that there can't be so much as a microbe or the show's off.
Over one blade of grass.
Yeah, so they've been doing this a while for sure. Yeah.
And also, I assume that's Kyle from TOS.
It is, yes.
Boo! A great look. Very like a King Arthur look.
I often wonder what the hell is behind Captain Tyrrell there. Usually, it's like the schematic of the ship. That doesn't look like the. I mean, it's the forward section of the saucer, and I just think it's an odd one to put there, like that.
And with Chekhov as well. So I mean, you'll see in a second. Yeah, there's this didn't change the graphics. They're blue, not green, fine, but that is clearly the Enterprise refit secondary hull.
Secondary hull, yeah.
And so there's a cutout saucer version of the. I get they want to make new graphics for this one scene.
Yeah.
But half the film is a Miranda. I'm sorry, half the film is Miranda. Yeah. You ain't got a secondary hull, guys. Update the damn computer.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think of?
Actually, if you look at the scene where he's leaning against the thing with his arms crossed, you know what she'll say. You see the saucer of the Miranda, the secondary hull of the Constitution, that half cutaway one, and then the bottom looks like the saucer and the upper part of the neck of a Constitution class.
Just cut out stuff.
And they just blacked out the rest.
Or a Wasp class?
Maybe. Look at the size of that display. Like, that's not centered.
What a waste of space. Now, what do you think of Carol, Marcus, and David in this next scene? Because, you know, they're brand new. Got to set them up.
Look at that. Just second classic for real. $5. Captain Foley off the top of his head better at scanning planets than Badgie AI on Texas class.
True.
Sure. Thank you.
True. That'd be impressive. That's like 7 hours. But that's if you go super chat, we'll keep going. That's kind of how this works. We have to stop and talk to you, so yeah.
Yes. So what do I think of
Carol and David in this new watch and introduction and such?
Well, they're building up the fact that they have a very close relationship. Like, these guys have not only been working together, but you know they've been very close their entire lives, and that's great. Actually, it's a little weird. I think it comes off as weird. I love that they're both blonde, and they actually did a really good job of casting him for Kirk's son, because he's got Kirk's hairstyle, that kind of the curly hair, but like the blonde of his mother. Like, they did a really good job with kind of. This is Kirk's son.
Yeah, the hair definitely stood out.
Yeah. Very work-focused and very close, the two of them. Listen, kiddo. Captain Kirk was many things, but he was never a Boy Scout.
Especially in the sheets.
Yeah, that's right. You know?
You were conceived out of the moons of Nibia. near the Maelstrom, yeah. Yeah, I always found, especially at the end of this film, I was sad... really sad that the David character didn't get more scenes with Kirk. He's good in the next movie, and then he kasplats. They have one scene together that's worth anything. And so this point here is he's a bit of a brat, but I get it. Life's work, he's put everything, including cheating, into the project, fine. But I needed more payoff to that in another film. Didn't get it obviously, but I got that from this, because he goes through a journey in the film, and Carol is goddamn chill.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're very, but yeah, if he's zoning into Shatner is more go-getter. It makes sense. Well, I've always wondered why the hell have they got corridors on regular one that are just 2-doored corridors.
It's a science lab. You got to quarantine off certain sections. I have no problem with that. And later though, like, I've really noticed it in this viewing when they're exploring Regula, and you see the doors opening and closing. The stickers are quite clearly just stickers on the door. I never really registered that before. They always look like they were printed on the door. I don't know why I noticed it, but yeah.
I always find it funny, this set design is like, we'll just make some spaces with some stuff.
Yeah.
It's a very minimalist station, but it looks nice. But yes, it's a decent scene, but very exposition heavy, and it's not forced, but it's David does not skip a beat to go into the main plot. But you need it. I just wish something... But it's good. And boy, mentioning Kirk and not even leaving mystery right at the start, name dropping in that way. You need it, but it's like, oh,
Well, he didn't say my dad. He said that overgrown Boy Scout he used to hang around with.
Oh, I don't think he knows necessarily.
I don't think he knows either.
But I mean, Carol mentions Kirk. There's no like. It's like for a fan film mentioning a legacy. It feels like, oh, I've done a thing. So she mentions him, but it sets up that
Like,
boom, straight scene. They know each other. Good.
I kind of get the feeling that Kirk showed up once or twice when he was younger, and it's like, oh, that's my friend Kirk, James Kirk, not telling David that he's his dad, because I'm sure Kirk would want to show up and at least say hi when he was younger. So that's why he's like, that overgrown Boy Scout you used to hang around with, who I thought you might be dating, and I thought was bad for you.
Man.
It kind of gets that vibe.
That's the trickiest thing in this film, to know how they do or do not have a relationship. The way they kind of frame it to me is that she said, and he's like, and he bows out and just does several 3-year missions and never sees him ever. But if you know she's pregnant to have a kid, Kirk's a better guy than just ignore him, even if asked for that many years.
Well, later he does say, I did what you wanted. I stayed away.
Yeah,
but I'm sure he showed up a few times when he was younger, and David might remember that. Yeah.
So I think that's really apt. But then knowing how it fits in, I mean, Stranger Worlds, right? But that how that fits in is. But I like that. Yeah, the idea that when he was 5 and Kirk was Lieutenant Farragut, he pops in, and he's still a threat. Like, oh, Carol, I'm gonna go for Captain. That's good, Jim. Do you want to make out? And there was like, Mummy. He's like, no, he's Boy Scouts. Yeah, there are a few things, but which is good. The fact that we can potentially pull that from the dialogue speaks to how. They're doing something here that isn't just TMP of like, they're saying things well acted. There's extra depth there.
Yeah. And Sean O'Sullivan throws in €5.
Ooh.
Pop quiz, hot shot.
Oh.
What song did Star Wrecked dedicate to this film? Also need to dread. Fleetpaw is not in our stead.
Fleetpaw!
I don't know. What song did Star Wreck?
Which we
I know I've seen it. I know I've seen it.
I don't know. So I'm at my first sippy, so I will go get a new one once you finish your sentence.
This is another YouTube channel that does music videos to Star Trek stuff. It's not the Star Wreck that we watched.
Oh, okay. All right, I will go get my second sip.
Go for it.
Which I've never had the flavour before, so exciting or terrible. We'll find out.
And 33 of you here, 49 likes. Let's get those likes up to 50. That's only one more like, guys. You can do it. Let's see. We have a goal. We have one of the 5. So another 21 minutes to get 4 more $5 super chats. So we can have another shot. So if you can, please do. We really appreciate everyone that does. And I don't know the answer, Sean O'Sullivan, so let me know. I know I've seen it. And I'm going to kick myself when I find out what it is. But and yes, Cosmo, she absolutely pulled a Beverly. Only she told Kirk that she was pregnant. Kirk knew, and she asked that he stay away. She didn't just not tell him. So she actually didn't pull a Beverly, because, like I said, Kirk knew that she was pregnant, and she asked him to stay away. Beverly just didn't even tell Picard that she was pregnant or had a kid, which is it's awful. That's an awful thing to do to somebody.
And now he's 97.
Yeah. Yeah. Classic for real, $5. But what about Carol in Strange New Worlds and in the Nexus?
Don't know. We'll find out.
Hopefully.
What do we in the Nexus? All right. That was she should have been there though. But it's the Kopberg passion fruit. I've never had before.
Yeah, I'm almost done this one. I think I got a lot of flavor.
Ooh, much more acidic.
Anyway, so Captain Terrell and Chekhov beam down. Again, the captain and first officer beaming down instead of a science team. But that's all right. And yeah, they can't see anything because there's a huge sandstorm. And then, oh my God, there's people standing there. And they've got the tricorder here, which looks like a little device with a handle. And later we see Saavik using it in Regula with a strap. You know, I don't know about you, but if I was an alien species, that might look very intimidating, like a weapon. Which, I mean, in the original series, there was supposed to be no visible weapons on the Enterprise because they're peacekeeping. They're not military. You don't want to. Raising shields can be seen as aggressive. So why have what? I don't know. It's just an odd choice for a tricorder because it looks like a weapon.
Yes, having a pointed nozzle. That's definitely the issue.
Yeah, it's not even the tricorders from the motion picture, which at least held like this. They didn't look like a gun. So.
Yeah. So obviously 4K, it reveals a few more sins. I have seen behind the scenes of where they shot this, which is just the parking lot.
Yeah.
And it looks great in the film, but in the 4K, and I'm sure in this version as well, it is incredibly obvious there's just a 2D going over the camera layer of sand, and as the camera shifts, it doesn't. It is distracting a little bit when you realise there's probably literally nothing happening besides that. It's fine, but it's like, okay. But it's a good... I'm glad they did it, but yeah. And I kind of wish... I don't know how, but I've never once, not in this viewing, this ship does not look like Botany Bay. Does not feel like Botany Bay. It does not vibe.
It's not.
You say that, but they've got Botany Bay pieces inside. And it looks like the interior looks like it's 2000s, not TOS. So it can't be.
It actually does look like the Botany Bay. It's these cargo containers. There's multiple cargo containers around the Botany Bay. That's what those are.
But I don't see the shape of it.
That's fine.
I guess the scale's wrong.
I totally agree with you. I'm just playing devil's advocate, but that's what it is. It's those.
I guess I'm missing one wide with a version of that sort of like chevron thing on the ground, because it just looks like a box, and it's fine. But I wish that little bit of connection had happened. Also, how the hell did the Reliant sensors detect a microbe, but not a fucking cargo carrier or all the life signs of these people? Now, was it picking up the life signs of the people, but because of all the atmospheric interference, made it seem like it was something else? They weren't really sure. They weren't really sure what it was. There's also power, which I didn't catch the first time. There's actually a computer screen, so he actually has a power generator still working after 15 years.
Oh, and that computer screen. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
But this scene was I like the set a lot, and I thought, it's the first like fully new scratch built set, like to custom order. But then they spend so much time in it, it makes sense. But what a shitty place to live. I just felt sorry for Khan.
Yeah.
Because it is a tin box.
The thing is, Ceti Alpha 5 was a rich planet. So you put down the cargo containers, you build your own life, you eventually harvest the trees around, build houses. That was the point.
Repopulate.
And then when Ceti Alpha 6 exploded, shifted the orbit and just laid everything waste. So they have to live in here. So it's not like Kirk exiled them to this. They were going to have their own planet to deal with what they wanted, and it just turned to shit.
No, that's the thing. It's so logical in the no one's to blame. The point is that Kirk never went back, and he never thought to tell Starfleet to go back. That is the issue. Because I don't think Khan would have been directly pissed at him if it had been 6 months after the explosion. But it's been 15 years.
Yeah.
So it's there's a line of bullshit there.
Also, how does Starfleet not know that Ceti Alpha 6 exploded? There'd be a fucking asteroid belt in that system. It would not be the fifth. They would know that something happened.
Well, that's not even my issue. My issue is you've chosen a star system, and Chekhov has been there. Star systems are far apart from each other, and Khan is memorable. No one on the bridge crew Googled the star system before they went. It'd be on the records. Irrespective of they thought the 6th was the 5th planet. If they thought it was the 6th planet, they'd know Khan was on the 5th planet. Mm-hmm. They would know that. So therefore they knew this guy was in the solar system, but clearly didn't. And then they'd see only 5 planets.
I think Chekhov would remember, because he was there after all.
Piss him in the toilet, whatever. But they wouldn't. But they know all the information is at their disposal. There was 6 planets. There's now 5. Khan's in the system. let's look in a way that's meaningful. So the fact they entirely miss everything about the situation. The only way you can justify that is if Kirk didn't put in his log. And then you can blame Kirk for getting Khan screwed. Then that is actually his fault.
I'd buy that. It's dangerous superhuman that almost destroyed Earth, ruled 3/4 of the planet. So I can kind of get... I mean, it would be classified information. The top brass of Starfleet would know, as well as Kirk. And it would still be on record, but at classified level. So, yeah, I don't know.
It's a weird one to justify. I love the setup, but you miss the logic.
Yeah.
Because they know, or they should know, or it would register.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hezraz throws in $7 Canadian, so thank you so much.
Ooh,
Can't super chat much,
but
love the hangout. If only Strange New Worlds Kirk and La'an, Noonien Singh had known.
Yeah, seriously.
Kirk wouldn't have a part in the Marcus life.
And thanks to Classic and Hez, and Hez, really good to see you. Seriously, welcome back. We hit another 5. I made the goal 5. That's another full shot, Stuart. We are doing well. We're only 2 scenes in.
It's gonna be rough. Classic for real, $5. It's because Reliant sensors are like Cerritos crew or away mission tricorders when it comes to microbes, but bad GAI Texas class is at everything else. Gotcha.
What are you on about? Classic? Are you drinking as well? Are you Superplex going to get more and more ridiculous? Because you already start the bar pretty high. So what is you after 5 pints?
Classic for real, $5. Also, here you go, bonus drinks and bump up the rainforest ship.
It's an S. Oh god.
Here's this other shot. Phil Drury,
Phil.
2 pounds. It's all classified like Spock steps.
Oh, Phil, you bring the whole life down.
Cheers. Boo, Michael.
Not even a flinch. Ugh. You guys are going to get us drunk. This is great.
The other thing I've always thought, watching this year after year after year, I wish there was more TOS-based tech here. Like, I wish they would have given a TOS computer or something TOS as like a here you go.
Yeah.
Because it's all very out of character. Yeah, it fits the 1996 botany-based stuff, kind of. But I wish there was one thing. There is a piece of tech in the other room you'll see in a second, which is, it's odd because it's a display that shows like the neutral zone for some reason.
Buzzer.
And then later you see it in sickbay when Kirk is talking to McCoy. The exact same fucking monitor screen and box is on the wall in sickbay with the same like line. Yeah, we'll get there. So I don't know why they have that more modern tech and not TOS tech.
Yes, that is definitely money being spent where it needs to be, 100%. But yeah, I would like to have seen, and I assume you'll agree with me here. Justifiably, had they had, let's say, on a desk, several TOS phasers.
I wouldn't want phasers.
Because would not
tricorder maybe.
Because Kirk, I believe, would trust them with a phaser as a tool for survival, knowing the power pack will run out, and therefore it's a tool, and therefore they were obviously long since depleted, but a TOS phaser in the background, tricorder's even better. But like, I think you could have seen a few hand props.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or one of the desktop computers.
Yeah, but they need
just the lights.
But they need a power generator. There's that adds more things, but props. Can you imagine the phaser rifle pulled out of retirement? His second appearance, just in the back.
One phaser rifle hanging on the wall.
Yeah. Ah, my trophy. But it's, yeah, I've always liked this set, but it's so not Star Trek. But it's a 1996 Targo ship. Oh yeah, yes. Other thing I noticed, I don't know why Terrell's so interested with this creature or whatever. Why he's like, what the hell's this? It's moving sand. It's not that important. Look what we just found.
Yeah, but there's obviously a creature in there, and they were looking for a fucking microbe, which is all the ship could detect in orbit.
Ship, people.
I know.
It's for the audience. It's just, yeah.
Thirst Contact.
Oh.
Furious Fawns. Remember, for 59
yes.
months at the rank of Commander.
Oh.
To say, Samuel, Sean Furrick called you out in an ups and downs for Star Trek V.
Do you have a time code? And is that good or bad calls me out? That's nice to be called out, maybe.
I'll never get called out.
Well, I have told him to chat to you about interviewing you in the Trek Culture podcast when your film comes out next week. Yeah. Then you'll officially be a fan film star.
Now, one thing that's interesting here about the books,
Yes.
they got the Inferno, they got Paradise Lost, they got Moby Dick. Like, talk about a theme.
Yeah.
And then King Lear, the Holy Bible, statute regulating trade commerce, I assume.
Yeah. Great condition, considering.
Considering everybody on that cruise probably read them 15 times, yeah.
Yep.
The spines aren't bent at all. They aren't creased.
They're dirty, but they're fine. Exactly.
Or these guys just don't read, one or the other.
Yeah, they just fuck all day. That's all I got to do. I've always found this acting in this one more so. I like Walter a lot personally. He's so low key, but he's like, Botany Bay. Botany Bay. It's such a weird choice. I would love to know if he had more takes, because it plays with Star Trekian, like, but it's like, that was a really odd choice for this. Yeah. And they go. I love the fact they spent all the money on buying them, basically, you know, all these costumes for one shot. And I assume this is it. This is the people. There was 70, 15 died. This is the last dozen, and that is 100% of the people. Because I don't think there's more than one container, right? Like
There's a few, because you can see that there's holes welded between them to get to the next one.
But I mean that building was it. It wasn't like they're not strewn.
There might be more. There might be more. Who knows?
Okay, well, because otherwise there'd be hiding in them. But I assume that's it. Like there's only a few left.
Yeah. Then we get Commander Kyle.
Yes.
Trying to get in touch with them, and it's like, give them a little more time. Really? You're out of contact with your captain and commander.
Yep.
Kind of annoys me a little bit, but that's fine.
Oh, Sean, what does that even mean? Huh.
What do you say?
There's a mentions feature on YouTube now. You can look up where you're mentioned. Don't know what that means. How? What? How? Oh, people mentioned. Oh, shit. I doubt I'm not famous enough to be on that. Alright. Yeah, Khan's revealed. Now, I remember the story about this where he plays it big the first take, and they pulls him away saying, dude, you... small.
And also smooth and fluid, though.
Yeah.
Because Ricardo Montalban's like, he would be, like, very calculating in his movements with removing this thing.
Well, he just came from doing the Fantasy Island, I believe, like, pretty much right before this.
Fantasy, yeah.
So he was very much silly. And so he had to really tone down. And so I love watching this performance knowing that the same day, take 1 or 2, they've just been yelled at by this actor, and suddenly he's doing it really small. And everyone's like, oh, this is different. And they're reacting and are more like, oh, okay, this is working. Like, it's not as intended, so I like the reactions. That said, boy, the dancers behind them do jack fucking shit in any scene.
There's 1 or 2 odd reactions, like, but I think they were told not to react because...
But they're distracting in their lack of engagement in the moment. It's weird.
Yep. Yeah.
And why are all the men shaved? Like, you focus that much? I mean, Khan's beautifully unstubbled.
Maybe super genetics.
Oh.
Just don't know beard hair.
Okay, fine.
Because,
No,
I don't know.
That's fine, but it's like that takes effort to do every day, guys. To look that way. you know, it isn't just the thing. But yeah,
probably fucks with the seal for your sand mask. So they have to like be smooth shaven so they don't get any sand, because sand, you know, it's coarse and rough and irritating.
Gets everywhere.
It gets everywhere. Yeah.
Basically, it's a great slow build, and I really liked watching, because again, 4K, the performances of the non-lead actors in these scenes to see how they were reacting. I really like Chekhov in the scene, more so a little later, but he is very passive is the wrong word. He's very resilient in that you can tell that he's thinking, if I was a military officer, all I can say is my service number and name. And so that's a steely, non-informative stance I can give. And so he's sort of not acting, but he's acting the non-acting. And it works quite well. Now, the captain, fucking not in the scene.
Yeah.
He's a Starfleet captain. He's got a crew that's in danger now. He has no presence in the scene of any kind, and it's weird. I know Kirk's an outlier, but Tyrell is so absent from these scenes emotionally. What do you think about that? Or am I just saying it and you feel it's too harsh?
No, you're right. And it goes back to Tyrell not being a fantastic captain in this movie, honestly. He's very passive and like, oh, Chekhov was obviously on the show that was around for 3 years prior to this, so he's a much better officer than I don't know. Yeah, he does stand up. He does say, you have women, men and women. You can. He does kind of do that once, but I think he's he's a little out of his element.
But it's not even like looking concerned, which you could argue is a good thing. But he's not. Honestly, reminds me of the captain from Picard season 3, the Shaw.
Yeah.
When the lady takes over, he's just not. He should be doing something. He's the captain, and he's not, and that's a problem. I would like to have seen some. Like, normally, a captain would be the one to lead the charge on dealing with and negotiating with this criminal person, not Chekhov. That's what you would expect. So that stands out to me as just, because he's not really a character in the film, right? He's sort of fourth tier, you know.
I do like where he's like, you've never told him the tale? To amuse your captain. Like, it's not like an old sailing ship where you sit down with your captain at the captain's table and, oh, by the way, 15 years ago we ran into one of the most famous dictators in all of Earth's history.
Look, this one time band camp, shit happened.
Yeah.
But also, Chekhov's dealt with a lot of stuff. Khan, not that special, mate. Have you seen the Fesarius? Have you seen the Gorn?
Yeah. Although it is an important historical figure, you think it would be a tale that would be told, but...
Yeah, but they met bloody Lincoln, Surak... Kailash?
No, Kailash.
Who?
I meant the real one. Yeah. I've never even met Admiral Kirk. Admiral.
And 3 admirals.
Admiral Kirk.
Yeah.
I love that. Like, Montalban's acting is fantastic here. And he had a real problem getting back into this role because he had played Mr. Rourke on Fantasy Island for so long. This nice, kind friend, he had to go back and watch the original, and he just nails it. It's so good. So kudos to him.
Yeah, because he's so intense, but he only yells twice. And you know why he's yelling both times? Because in his mind, he's not going to get beaten, so he can live each scene as if he's toying with his food.
Mm-hmm.
But he's so arrogant and so powerful, he doesn't need to make a big thing of it. And obviously, he's a beautiful Latin accent. It's smooth. It's elegant. Yeah. It's a great choice. I mean, they're lucky they had that, because in Space Seed, he's more harsh with it. Here, he's letting himself be sexy with it, but not. So it's a very, very good, very good choice. But yeah, like you mentioned, the fact that he goes straight to Admiral, the fact that he's showing respect, and he's not doing it satirically. He's saying, Admiral. No, he's saying it like, I'll reset to know his rank, so when I see him, I can call him it respectfully, because then I can kill him respectfully.
Now that when I beat him, I'm beating an Admiral, not a captain.
Yeah, but that's a choice to make that. I'm raising myself to fight honorably, even if I'm a horrible dictator.
There's a lot in that performance, because when he says Admiral, he's actually surprised, because this captain fucking stranded us here. Although he did beat him. Let's be fair. Kirk honestly beat Khan in his own game in this one. So,
Sure.
But he almost seems surprised that he made it to the rank of admiral. He's like, Admiral. And then he's like, Admiral. Admiral. And then the respect comes in. It's a very interesting way it's played, honestly.
I mean, it's not like he's the best thing in the movie, but he raises the scenes he's in beyond the dialogue, as is Shatner in the scenes he's in. And those things combined raise what could have been a lesser film to a better film, just in their performance of how they interpret the material. But yeah, you've got to wonder, while I do not know from how the film's played, if Khan is actually, and you tell me what you think, has he spent the last 15 years picturing revenge, or has he assumed to never leave the planet, he's just picturing survival? I don't know if he ever thought of revenge until he could. What do you think?
I think he kind of cursed Kirk every day, just subconsciously, never thinking to get the chance to do anything about it. And now this is like the culmination of all those years of those feelings. Like, I can actually maybe get revenge.
But I'm saying I don't think he obsessed himself with the idea of revenge. This is a new concept to him. Like, you know,
you saw the books, right? Moby Dick.
Well,
they've been focusing on revenge.
I don't think he felt obsessed. He felt, in the first bit, he was himself, and then he was, you know, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's interesting.
Classic for real, $5. Khan takes off helmet. Kirk, I must tell you about the rich Corinthian leather.
Yes, we found this in the Ilian eels of our first 6 months. Then they all died out, and I was stuck with non-rich, non-Corinthian leather. Yes.
I wish. I mean, later we get the whole, he blamed you for the death of his wife. I know what he blames me for. That's a little arrogant for Kirk to, because he wouldn't have known that Marlon MacGyver's died. I wish we would get more explanation around that. I don't know if there was a scene that was cut out where we kind of talked about that. But yeah, because he married Marlon MacGyver's and she died after this because of a Ceti eel. That comes in a little bit later, but I don't want to point that out.
Yeah, and I wish... No, I don't wish. I appreciate the sincerity. He says, my beloved. I mean, she's been dead for 14 and a half years, right? Or whatever.
We don't know how long. It could be 5 years.
A while.
They don't say how long she's been dead.
But a while. It's not fresh, right? And because she's the weakest person on the planet, she was gonna... Yeah. And you would think, a bit graphic, they would have made a baby, had they been together longer, to continue the line.
I always thought growing up that Joaquin, whatever, his sidekick here was their son. So the age doesn't match, but I always thought that growing up that was his son with Marlon MacGyver's. So
I mean that. Well,
it could be because he's genetically altered.
You could grow quicker, sure.
Exactly.
That's easy.
Yeah.
And I mean, boy, you make the genetics such that if you're in a shitty environment, you grow to defend yourself against it. It means quicker. That I can see because of one scene when he pushes back against Khan and Khan accepts it, and it's real.
There's 2 scenes where he's like, "Yeah, we dare not follow them into nebula, sir. Our shields would be useless."
And he backs down, and not in a "fuck you" way. It's like I take your point.
And he also stands up to Khan and gets out of his seat and gets in his face at one point, and it's like, yeah, that's pretty ballsy. You weren't in Space Seed, so who the hell are you? So maybe it is his son. I don't know. I think that's probably explained in the novel and or the novels about the Ceti Alpha 5 thing.
Boy, hey, audiobook coming soon, right?
Oh yeah, there's got the yeah.
I mean, yeah, literally being in production. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I just the fact they address it and you feel it in his performance, but moving on, you know, it is nice.
Classic for real, $5. Who would win out in Wrath of Khan versus the guy in the wheelchair, but then gets a mech suit in Spy Kids 3D? Please take a sip before answering. I have no idea what you're talking about, but Wrath of Khan, sure.
Or Ricardo Montalban plays both.
Ricardo Montalban isn't, yes, Spy Kids. Okay, gotcha. Took me a second, but yeah.
I think Khan was still win that. Yeah. The pull still holds it really well. Feels good. It's a very long scene, but the fact that the guys, the Federation, are there to just stonewall is why it works the way it does. And then you go straight to Ceti Alpha Eel. Beautifully done, amazing animatronic. I mean, I'm impressed. I imagine the close-ups, the pincers are like this big, because it's a really impressive miniature. I mean, it's a big point of the film, right? But yeah, they really do a good job with these.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. If you look in the background, it must something to form, and it's Starfleet. So there's Starfleet's tech on this cargo container, at least.
Oh,
boxes.
shit.
Or at least, you know, they would have given them supplies and stuff. And again, I wish it was more TOS-like. Although that being said, the font that they have there, the stencil, is very kind of TOS in its look.
Shit,
not
man.
color, but...
What if it's been blasted by sand for 58 years?
Yeah.
Oxidized. I've never noticed that, but it would make sense. If they had more boxes of supplies, they could have brutalized them, pulled metal to fix things, and that's what they happened to use. Love that. Love that. That's really interesting. And yeah, the fact that Khan here is willing to use the eel that killed some of his people.
And his beloved wife.
And he's so calm about it. Because really, when was the last time he used it? He ain't messing with his own people, right? So that's a pet.
He would use it as, like, punishment if somebody betrayed him, but...
You think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Who would betray him, though? He's calm.
Exactly.
Have you seen that chest?
Well, they're all genetically augmented superhumans.
Yes.
And we know that breeds ambition. So somebody might be wanting to overthrow him. I think those were in the novels, that there was a little bit of a civil war between a few of them. But anyway.
Yeah, 100%. But I like, and I think I've always thought this is the creature that he found who killed his wife, and he kept it to be close to her as a pet, because that's the most dickish thing, is to keep the thing that killed your wife alive with you. That symbolically says something to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just there, and he taunts it by not being able to be in the sand, like forever tortured, and then he occasionally pulls its kids out and kills them in front of it. Like it, but that makes sense to me as Khan. Like, the easiest thing is to hurt it is, I will keep it. It's like, I like that. As horrible as it is, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Jay Donaldson throws in $40.
Oh.
Thank you. I didn't want to be late to this one, but such is life. Now I have to catch up. So here's for 2 shots for our awesome hosts.
Oh,
cheers to the best Trek movie, even if just by a little. I need to go get more shots. So.
But before you go, though, we have 102 votes with that very question. Thank you for answering being part of that conversation. Is Twok, The Wrath of Khan, the actual best Trek movie, even just by a little bit? I'll be honest, I'm surprised. Yes, wins at 71%.
Doesn't surprise me.
All right. Wow.
I will be right back. I gotta get another shot.
So. All right. Love it. Thank you. All right. Let's see what the normal chat is saying. You guys are doing amazing. As you guys know, these lives fund the channel, allow us to do this fun stuff, like looking at the various Klingon ships in the last few weeks, and everyone that puts in to help. You guys know how meaningful it is to us. So thank you all so much. Classic, etc. We love looking at ships that might not get the most views, but we know those that are passionate, and brand new renders. So thank you all so much, because these Drunkyards are very special to help the month, and you guys are amazing. We'd love to get a bit more. Literally every 5 to drink helps. So let's see what you guys are saying. And hey guys, let us know right now. Are you enjoying the detailed conversation? Because I'm having fun. We're only not many scenes in. Are you enjoying the detailed conversation? Because it's pretty detailed, I feel like. Let's see what people are saying. Cosmo, did he have a fake chest or real? Nope, real. Everyone says real. Let's see. Let's have a look. Oh, Hezraz, just thought, what an awesome twist that Khan and her kids, when they come back in the 25th century, which is Star Trek Legacy, for revenge. The second Wrath of Khan, but partially joking. Hard to justify, but possible. Given the little bloop on the ship. I do find it interesting that a augment human would learn to be in a relationship with a regular human. Yes. That is certainly interesting. but perhaps she's quite special. And maybe there's something, gosh, kinky about being with a non-augment? I don't know. Let's go back a little bit. Maybe Reliant has a section to an agent aboard, this is from Phil, trying to sabotage the mission, or a temporal agent. Too much. That said, though, if you guys have... Put your hands up right now if you watch my fan film, Prodigy Reckoning Episode 1, Into the Fire, where I recreate a decent chunk of Rathicon's final battle, and then shit goes wild. Put your hands up if you've seen it. I'm quite proud of it, as you can imagine. Oh, Cosmo. Good call, didn't put a 3 chess set. Oh, that would have been fun. A 3 chess. That would have been kind of cool. Let's see. Reliant has crap sensors. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, some TOS hypersprays. Yeah, that would have been fun.
I have returned. And I have Crown Royal Apple, which hasn't been opened yet.
Oh!
And look, they got a new top. The Crown Royal boats have a new top.
Wait, they've got a new ship? They've got a new ship?
Not quite. Oh, pop that seal. Yeah.
Very nice. Let's start a new poll.
So Jay Donaldson, here's to you. Thank you, sir. Oh, Phil's got to leave. See you later, Phil.
Oh no, how are we going? We'll come back in 3 hours. We'll still be here, maybe.
Oh, Area 51. I remember seeing an old photo of a little child walking up to the Genesis device on the transporter pad. That was supposed to be Khan's kid. Could be wrong. No, you're not wrong. I've not only seen a photo, I've seen footage of that. And it's kind of weird. I'm glad they left it out. He became the star child from 2001 or 2010. I don't know. But yes.
Just doing a new poll.
Yes, do that. I'm just looking for a particular scene here.
Well, that crashed. Yay. Start that again then. Oh, not that. Right, what's the next scene?
Well, hold on, before we get to the next scene.
The Ceti Alpha brain.
Where he's doing this, where he's like, you didn't expect to find me. Look behind him. See that computer display with the oval? See the line in it? See the colors? See everything about it? Keep that in your mind.
Yeah, I saw that and thought it looked very Fallout 4. Like, it wasn't quite TMPL cars, even though it was kind of blue and green, but a bit too retro to be TMP.
A little bit, but yet the exact same thing is on the Enterprise. The exact same unit.
Wait, so are you saying they filmed this first and then moved the prop between sets? Are you telling me they were cheap?
I don't know what I'm telling you. I'm just saying. It's something that bothered me for years, and I really focused on it during this because I was getting screen grabs, so I could like zoom in.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think about the Ceti eel scene? Now, obviously, you were not a kid when this came out. I was. Okay. Well, okay, fair enough. What did you think? What do you think? How do you feel now? Because this is the only reason this film gets a high rating in terms of censorship, because of course it's quite graphic. Your thoughts?
I don't think it's particularly graphic at all. I thought it was kind of horrific to have this thing burrowing in your ear. I gotta admit the effects are really good. He puts the two in the dish and they wiggle in the dish, which is great. And later you see like they pull one with a string up the face and you can see where it's cut. It's the only time it looks like that. So there's some really good effects around it, but it never really grossed me out too much as a kid. I just thought it was kind of an interesting concept and very ironic that they both decided to act up or grow at the same time, because Tyrell's causes him to scream in pain and go on the ground, and then Chekhov's did the exact same thing at the exact same time, but it was a failed one, so it left his body instead of continuing to grow and kill him. I thought it was odd that it all happened at the same time.
Well, just the idea. The point was to control, then kill them, but both left.
Well, no, they didn't leave. He left them there because he was monitoring their communications because he wanted to find the Genesis device. So he left them in the crate. Knew that Kirk.
No, I don't mean that. I mean when they in the scene where Terrell kills himself, like it leaves Chekhov for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I always thought that was odd.
Yeah, it's like we have to not kill. I mean, it would have been hella cool if they killed Chekhov.
And
like,
you know that
sad.
Gene Roddenberry was upset at that scene. He goes, "There's no way Kirk would have shot that. Kirk was an explorer. He would have wanted to learn about it." It's like, no, no. Come on.
It's his face more so. If the creature had like sprouted wings, implying it could leave and do something else, or had it start attacking anyone else, fine. But it's a slug. He kills it with a vengeance factor to get at Khan, so he's doing it for pure malice and hate. That's
Kirk wouldn't do, because the future of Gene Roddenberry is everybody's enlightened. There'd be no interpersonal conflict. Blah blah blah.
Because if it's no threat to Chekhov, it's weird, but yeah, you could wait 5 seconds. Like, McCoy could have scanned it and learned about it. Maybe Chekhov's dying and that would heal him. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be something good to know, yeah.
Yeah. But he's doing it but I get it. But no, for me, I remember my mum said basically just wouldn't let me watch this film because the scene is graphic for at the time. It is 90s. But it's more the tone, the music's excellent. It builds wonderfully. And it's a punishing moment because it's the only way you can make it worse, which would ruin it, is so a CGI version of the earworm going into the brain, and you see a brain and it does something inside the brain. Then it would be more graphic, but it would look fake. So this is all you need, because their reaction tells you it's the worst thing they've felt. So it's damn graphic for what it's trying to do. And for Trek, this is unparalleled. For like at the time, this is the worst thing they ever showed. And so to make a giant ear for it, very effective. And then the fact that hard cuts to Shatner reading a book, a chill book.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
In ironically, number 5 travel pod, the same one from the motion picture, obviously with a different interior.
Oh my
going on.
god!
There's bench seats now. There's more going on.
Oh, what are the chances of the same pod? That's crazy.
Right.
From the set, do you think it beamed up straight to the facility, or do they have to? Oh, that's crazy.
There's no explanation why they're using a shuttle as well. The transporters aren't down.
Why they're all going together? Do they all wait together to take it? But they had a set. It's different. Sure. Which I love they kept the set.
And also, and I got to admit, I probably noticed this before, but I really noticed it this time. You're cleared to, dock at the port side torpedo bay, right? Which there's a docking port up there. But it's the same shot from the motion picture where they like do this for the secondary hull and start to, and there's the same guy in the window looking out the window. That's his job, apparently. He just sits there.
That's his one job. We're not going to job shame, okay? It's his one job. He has one job in the ship, and he's going to do it, even if it's stupid.
Yeah.
And his tits are out. What I found funny is that when the ship is docking, you can see the blinkies are sped up. Because when you hard code into the footage, blinkies, blink, blink, so blink, 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 give it away. But this is a good length scene. I really like the composite of the side view of Kirk looking at the Enterprise. That's much better than TMP. I liked that. That was great.
Yes.
Yeah, good little scene. I love the fact they have the same doorway as TMP, so you know.
Just 1 second.
Well, I did love that. Right, what people saying? Gross and creepy, yes.
Sorry, I'm back. All right.
Yeah, like it's the same airlock, kind of. I love knowing this is just the Klingon bridge redressed, which makes you wonder, did they leave the entire set standing in the year or two between, or did they disassemble it?
Probably disassembled.
Because it's really cool to know it's the same set repainted. Because it's a nice looking little set.
Now, the really cool thing is you see torpedo number 2 behind Savick there.
Mm-hmm.
There are only 2 torpedo tubes on the Enterprise. 1 and 2. So this is the port one, which is the left side one, is the number 2. That's fine. Later, during the battle, we see the exact same room with torpedo bay number 4. That's the sign there instead of 2. Where the fuck?
Aft torpedoes?
No, it's clearly shooting at the front right after that. So where the hell is torpedo bay number 4? And later, when Spock's burial and they're shooting at the torpedo tube, it's torpedo bay number 2 again. There are only 2 torpedo bays in the Enterprise.
You don't know.
We'll point that out when we get there, but It really fucking annoyed me, and I really noticed it this time.
What I noticed in this scene is, once again, George Takei and Nichelle Nichols, they're on a TV show. They got more lines in the TV show. I love they're here, but they're just going through the motions, unfortunately. Like, walk into this room and don't say anything with the entire sequence, but be there. And they're giving it their all, but there ain't anything. And I feel sad for them, because it's such a good... I mean, the scenes are excellent, right? But I would have loved to have seen him say, Mr. Spock, it's good to see you. Good to see you too, Lieutenant Uhura. Like, you could have had more of a family vibe. It makes sense, because he's a fleet officer. He's so much above them. It's all fine. But I would have loved to see more of a crew feel. Would have been so nice.
I mean, the closest we get to that is, first, who do we have here? Midshipman, first class, Peter Preston, engineer's mate, sir.
Well, no, the Scotty thing, right? There's actually a scene with Scotty. Like, that is all. Yes. That's what you needed. He's like, "How are you doing?" "Oh, I'm about Doctor Help Me, shore leave." That's brilliant. That's a lovely line for him. Excellent. I just wish they had that for everybody.
Yep. And then they dismiss everybody, and you see Uhura talking to Sulu about the book. She's kind of reading the book. And then you get the clearly English line delivery. It's dubbed over with. Yeah.
But tells you a lot about their characters, that, they've got a sneaky little own language. That's it. If she's half Romulan, does that mean she also knows Romulan as well?
Sorry, what? Say that again. Sorry, I was reading a comment.
Well, I love the fact that it means they've got their own secret language to the crew. But if she's half Romulan, does that mean she also knows Romulan?
Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
She knows Vulcan, but... Right.
And Dan Ben says, Google says the torpedo tubes 3 and 4 are located in the forward section of the ship, specifically in the lower portion of the saucer section, near the base of the bridge terracing. That is fucking stupid, because no, there's no torpedo tubes there.
So torpedo does this. Down, back across the saucer, down, into the tube. Did Matt Cushman write that? What a hack. No. Be a good little scene. And I guess Kirstie Alley might be slightly intrigued by this. It doesn't quite come across here, but I wonder if that's like the setup. It's like, he's interesting.
I've heard a lot about him, but now that I see him, yeah, maybe.
Great shot of the engineering. Mm-hmm. The dust, great character line. Like, you wonder how are you making this different to TMP, where he's kind of done the same scene-ish, but it's so much more characterful.
Well, here's one of the director's cut editions where he talks to
ton of bricks. Preston. What is happening here?
I believe he talks to Peter Preston again. He says, he says to the Admiral, "I believe you'll find everything in shipshape, Admiral." It's like, "Oh, do you? Do you have any idea, Midship Pressman, how many times I've had to listen to Mr. Scott on the comm telling me about his troubles? Do you have any idea the ribbing I've had to endure in the officer's mess to the effect that the Enterprise is a flying death trap?" "No, sir. This is the finest engine room in the whole of Starfleet. If the Admiral can't see the facts for himself, then with all due respect, he's as blind as a Tiberian bat." So yeah, that is all a director's cut. That is not in the version that I watched growing up. It just cuts to what about the rest of the inspection later.
You can see the edit point. It's like
yeah.
Because it's all one long take, so they just cut into the other take.
Yeah, this is Nicholas Meyer doing the whole like naval kind of camaraderie thing going on here. "Midshipman, you're a tiger," he says. "My sister's youngest, Admiral, crazy to get to space." Yeah, I remember the feeling. So it's an odd scene. It kind of humanizes things a bit because we know that he dies later, which is not as impactful in the theatrical version as it is here. But yeah, I don't know. It's just an odd odd scene. It really slammed on the brakes for me for this whole section. So
yeah, for me, Shatner's great because pre-tension he's just having fun because he's an admiral now. He outranks the shit out of anybody. It's so far because he hasn't got the responsibility of the ship, so he feels light for it, which I like. The acting of the midshipman isn't good.
that's the point, though.
But he's meant to be awkward, so it's like, I get it, but it's not compelling to watch in the same way that it should be. The payoff's good for me, but it's definitely, I see why it was cut. Because it's a less good acted scene than most of the film.
Yeah.
That said, I loved, and I'm glad you called it, the other two actors who like is really fun because they obviously have to do something. I'm glad they do better than Chippendale dancers, and they're quite fun. So it doesn't make the scene better, but I loved seeing something new.
Yes, and I also like who is calling the Enterprise a flying death trap? It's the flagship of the fleet.
Strange ship.
Yes, it's old at this point, as we find out in the next film.
40 years old, sometimes.
Well, it's 20 years old, he says in the next one. I know, that's a whole thing. But anyway, yeah, it's an odd choice. I'm glad I was kind of cut from the theatrical, but I enjoy seeing new stuff like this, which isn't new because I've seen this before. But like I said, it kind of just hits the brakes for me because I have this movie so memorized. That when something like that comes in, it's just like, what? Hold on, I gotta take this in because I don't have this part memorized yet. One old guy's opinions throws in $5. They were in a simulator with Spock, so audience assumes they have been on the Academy cadre with Spock. Who are we talking about?
Yeah, Olga, please clarify who is they, because also we have a conversation and go past it. So
we just talked about Savick saying, "Oh, it's not what I expected," but she already ran into him at the simulation.
But that was like a moment.
That was like he's an admiral moment.
And also, he might not have been intended to be there. He was like interrupting them potentially. You could have played that several ways. You know. I doubt they'd one-to-one meetings. You know. But I really, really, really like, and this is solely just Shatner being Shatner. There's no way in hell that Nicholas Myers said, the line is later, quietly. Him choosing to make it entirely silent with that's entirely Bill. And it's so pitch perfect because you could have said later, and it's so characterful and like he's done with the bullshit. Let's get into space. It's wonderful as a moment.
Yeah, Shatner, like I said, kills it in this film. Like,
he really does.
I love Kirk in this film
because he's comfortable in the way he was in TMP. He was refining himself in TMP, which is also part of the story, right? But here he's just comfortable. But also with that new frame of Admiralty, it works so well. And I'm glad they got 6 movies. Although I wish they did it slightly earlier because he looks great in this film. He's lean. Mm-hmm. He's ready to go.
Yeah, and even the next scene where they go to the bridge and Spock kind of.
Is this new? Like, is this extended?
No, I think it might be extended. I mean, there might be 1 or 2 new shots.
Because it's quite a long little moment. I was surprised how long it was.
I don't think it's new. I don't think there's
it's extended
here. Might be extended a few spots, but again, this is where the subtlety of Shatner comes in because watch his reaction to a lot of things.
Yeah, never saw it before. That's why I like
it. You want to pilot ever pilot a ship in a space dock, and he's like, even at the end, he's like, so it makes McCoy's question of do you want a tranquilizer even more funny, because if you really focus on Shatner's face during this scene, it's so well played. It's so well played. Like, this is his baby, the Enterprise, handed off to this lieutenant to take out his face.
Which is funny because it hasn't been his baby for like 5 years, and he's probably done loads of important things in between because he's Kirk. So the fact that he's already right into it, it's but it's characterful, right? You get it, even if it's like, oh, he's got a problem. Yes, he has.
For everything, there's a first time. Don't you agree, Admiral? Mm-hmm. Yep. It's so great. It's so great.
Although you wonder, had it been the Galaxy Quest scene. We did it, Savik. Sorry, I was quarter impulse.
By the way, somebody asked earlier, and I forgot to address it, if when we were talking about doing a different Star Trek movie every month for more than a year, if we will cover Galaxy Quest. Absolutely. That'll be
that's a good shout.
Right after the last right after Star Trek Beyond, we'll do Galaxy Quest.
I like that. I like that. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, one old guy's opinions puts in $2. The torpedo base scene with Nicole, George, and Spock.
And he said the shuttle. So he says they were in the simulator with Spock on the. So audiences assume they've been on the Academy with Spock.
No, yes, gotcha.
In the shuttle,
yeah.
and the torpedo scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, I. It's almost as if they were, Shatner was catching a ride with the guys. They were going to go see the training crew, in the next stage of training. And Shatner's like, "I'll join."
Well, it says I'm getting ready. I got to report to the Enterprise before your inspection. So it's like almost standard procedure to have an admiral give an inspection of the ship before it leaves, especially on a training cruise. I guess. I think Shatner probably pulled some strings and said, "Can I do an inspection of the Enterprise? Any chance to go aboard the Enterprise?" Right.
Tricky that one, yeah. But this is definitely an odd little scene, and the fact that it has so little authority. This scene. What I mean is, Spock should take her out. He says, no, go to Savik. And then they ask, where do we go and how? Spock asks Kirk, who says, don't mind. Spock then says,
captain's discretion.
And Spock doesn't mind. He says to Sulu, who just has fun.
He says, indulge yourself.
No one cares. In a good way. Everyone's just like, well, the Admiral's watching. Let's just take this real gentle. And I'm kind of shocked how Shatner Kirk was like, that's a lot of emotion for guys. Forward, just going forward, you won't crash. It's really easy not to crash. And Savik, I mean,
well, again, that's Nicholas Meyer doing the naval thing. To get a ship out of port is quite difficult because a lot of times it's very shallow terrain, and you got to kind of. So that's the vibe it's giving off because Myers was all about the naval stuff. So.
Yeah, but you say that, but what is Savik doing? She's ordering.
She's giving orders.
She's ordering a 35-year veteran pilot Sulu to press the forward button.
Yes.
And Kirk's like, what if Sulu crashes? Guy, he's not going to crash it. You know what I mean? It's silly if you break it down.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
He's not going to let it crash because she's got a bad order. And her is forwards.
As Eric Martin said, they should have had her take the helm, not the Khan. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's. I don't think it's a good addition. This is his reaction was not in the original edit. I've never remember seeing me that serious.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and rewatch. He does have a few reactions in the original edit, but I really noticed them this time, and I don't know if that's because it's the director's cut.
But part of why I noticed them is because, and this is quite distinct. If you rewatch the scene, the wide and the close do not match at all. In the close, Shatner's extremely, oh my god. In the wide, he's like, and then it's never match even close. So in the wide, he's always quite restrained. So I believe they went in and said, let's do the close. Bill, go bigger. But in the wide, you just play it how you think. And so I feel there's a disparity there. Whereas so whatever.
Yeah. Then we get regular one, and it's Reliance on the line. Yeah, Ceti Alpha 5.
Although I gotta say, I appreciate we see the Genesis device now, so they set it up.
Yes.
Because you don't know what it is, but you like seeing it later. This
is very interesting, too, because this whole thing is fine. This is all in the theatrical cut where, who gave the order? The Admiral comes from... Well, there's one scene here with Chekhov. The order comes from Starfleet Command, Dr. Marcus, direct from the General Staff. That's added. That's not in the theatrical version. And then, pin him down, Mother. Who gave the order? The order comes from Admiral James T. Kirk.
With a long pause.
Yes, because Khan's just off screen telling him what to say.
Tell him it's that fucker Kirk.
So...
Kirk.
Yeah, it's regardless, we're on our way, right? We get Khan saying, well done, Commander. You realize they'll attempt to contact the Admiral to confirm the order. Yes. So there's one little section in there that's added. later, the reaction to this scene, which I thought was right after this, but it's actually a little bit later, is not added, but it's an alternate take of the original. The theatrical cut is almost identical, but much different acting choices. So we'll get there when we get there, where they're talking about, what are we going to do because Reliant's on its way. It's the same dialogue, but a way different edit.
It feels different.
It's a different take of that scene. Yeah, the delivery is very different.
I'm interested about that.
Yeah.
I was about this scene. Oh yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but I felt this Genesis device. If you go back 1 second, and obviously the torpedo, that's great. But I do not remember in the prop later in the movie all those red lines on the Genesis control column.
I didn't either. I noticed that too, and I was like, they had to have been there the whole time because they're in the later scene with Khan on the Reliant bridge as well.
They are.
Yes, 100%. Because I noticed them here, and I'm like, I don't remember those. In the later scene, I looked for them. They are there.
Okay, because I've never seen them once in my 20-something years.
I don't remember them either. So yeah, you're 100% correct in that recollection. Yeah. I don't know if it's just cleaned up print, maybe that, like cleaned up and then film negative. I don't know.
I mean, hey, when you see it later, the shit's on it from all the exploding barrels of shit in the ceiling, right?
The corduroy rocks.
Yes.
Corduroy rocks. Sorry.
There you go. But I really like Walter's acting here. It's not rocket science to act bad, but he's not acting bad. He's acting controlled. It's a good performance, but I wish Chekhov had more of this movie, because Chekhov doesn't. Walter does. Chekhov doesn't. Small distinction.
Yeah, the way he's delivering the lines, you can tell something's going on if you know the character.
But just the long pauses are just fun.
Yeah.
Who did it? Admiral James T. Kirk. It's so, like, everything's right there, but they're not thinking about that, are they? It's really, really effective.
Well, you can just picture the alternate scene, like on the Reliant Bridge, who gave the order? Tell them it was Admiral James T. Kirk.
And thank God our AI controls take away my voice in this recording.
Well, just hit the pause button. Connor's probably standing right beside him. Pause with the mute button.
And he just yells at them. It's Kirk, you idiot!
So, yeah, I love the pause, even in the original one.
It's really effective.
Yeah.
It's really, really effective. But then we cut back to Kirk. This is the scene that I thought was so interesting. Corridor. Chrome corridor, unchanged. And they deliberately don't show much of it to highlight the fact it's the shine. And then we get Kirstie Alley in very kind of, I guess it's meant to be off-duty sexy.
No, it seems like a holdover from the motion picture. This seems like something you would totally see somebody wearing in the motion picture in the background.
It feels like a robe, like a bathrobe. It's like
I thought that at first too, for years. Watching it this time, this feels like just one of the costumes they had from the motion picture that they just, you're off duty, it's casual.
Or do you think it's more her hair that's giving the effect?
No.
Which is the big thing. They say your hair's still totally approved. So it's fine. But it's like you don't need that deep a cleavage line on duty uniform. So I feel like it's definitely like she's gone running throughout the ship, or she's come from the gym and she's walking in. But yeah, I love the alternate take of this where they close ups. It's so sexually charged and doesn't need to be at all, but it's still here in the scene in the wide. It's so odd.
Yeah.
But we know she's half Romulan. Like, it adds a layer.
Eric Martin, member for 29 months at the rank of captain, says, "Can't wait to see Saavik with her hair down in the theater. I almost choked on my popcorn."
It's pretty cool.
I mean, I have comments, but I can't say them here.
Good.
Next time I talk to you, Eric, we'll talk. But yes, this is a good scene, and it's sufficiently awkward. He's trying to kind of joke his way around the scene.
Why is it awkward, though?
Because may I ask you how you dealt with the simulation? You may ask.
Mm.
It seems like he's not flirting. He feels like a little embarrassed almost. It seems awkward to me a little bit.
Well, she's very focused on the Maru, of course. And he obviously is not ashamed. He never mentions his answer. He mentions everything around the answer, which is he cheated.
Yes.
And I'm guessing he thinks she's a Vulcan, and so therefore would judge him because they do that. But she's not acting very.
No, he doesn't want to give away his secrets. Don't want to say they reprogrammed the simulation.
So just being fun, coy.
Better be left a mystery.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even know that he's the only one that's beat it at this point because McCoy tells her later.
Doesn't know anything about it. No.
Yeah. And one old guy's opinion throws in $2 and says it looks like Aaliyah's tunic. It does. It absolutely does.
And we don't know how deep the skirt is. It could be right there on camera line.
You see it in a second when she leaves.
Oh, don't ruin it. Oh.
It's just a short shirt. She's got pants on.
Don't ruin it for me. And then you get McCoy. Who's hogging the elevator? Wow, you are an old school doctor. But this is one of the things I thought. McCoy's not great in this film. He's always very static. A lot of the scenes he's in are medical based and he's trying to be professional. But he does not do anywhere near as much with his face as the rest of the cast are doing. I get it. He's seen death. He's got to be stoic. But he's not being utilised as well as he was in TMP. Because he's doing fun stuff in TMP.
But he's more humanistic friend here. He's not so much.
Well, in the first scene he was.
Even this one. It's like, as a surgeon, you more than anybody should appreciate the dangers of reopening old wounds. And he's like, sorry. I love that delivery.
I think DeForest, come in and give him a bit more. And of course, I said a liner about where it rains it pours about Marcus. Like, you got two ladies, crazy. Where's my girlfriend? Oh, and the really awkward edit. The wide is great, and then it cuts to a close of McCoy, but that's not where we're standing in the turbo lift. There doesn't he's moved significantly in the set for that shot to work, and it's a really awkward edit. It's like that was not the same. That does.
All it would take is one sidestep, though. You stand in front of the door, you just have to do this.
And he did not do that, as far as we know.
Not that you're aware of. You got a close up of Kirk.
Yeah.
Answering the comm, he could have been like, "Oh, he's going to be getting off soon. Got to get out of the way of the door."
Oh, is he seeing Savick again?
Anyway, Eric Martin, $10.
Oh,
can't wait for the first best Destiny speech. So true and delivered so well. We're way past that. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's in Star Trek 3. 4. Where is that?
So it's 31?
Right.
What?
Commanding a starship is your first best destiny. Anything else is a waste of material. Oh, that's later in this movie. That's when he goes to Spock's quarters. The Infinity Mirror. Sorry, I had a brain fart there. Anyway, yes, so we get the message from Regular One and Carol Marcus. Why are you taking Genesis? Who's taking Genesis? What the fuck is Genesis? I mean, he doesn't know what Genesis is. So he's obviously recorded his own little briefing on Genesis, which we don't see till the next film. And this is a good reuse of his quarters from the motion picture.
It's great.
Colored a little bit differently. Again, kind of bringing it more to a neutral tone as opposed to, I think it was more tan in the motion picture.
Well, it feels subdued.
Yes. I don't know if it's just the lighting or if they did paint touch-ups. Both, probably.
No, it's all of it. It just is. It's more boring, but it's more grounded.
Yeah.
And that helps because it was a big bright set, etc.
One guy's opinions, $5. The Genesis brief Bones was good. Watch out, here's Genesis. We can do it for you in 6 minutes. Really, Dr. McCoy, you must learn to govern your passions.
Yeah. I believe it.
Cosmic history, it has always been easier to destroy than to create. Anyway. So here's the alternate scene, the alternate take is this whole thing. It's the same dialogue, more or less, but deliveries are different. It feels more subdued and realistic than the actual theatrical cut, and it really took me
So
off guard.
this is the Marcus scene.
Yes, this scene.
Really?
If you watch them side by side, they're different. This is an alternate take of the exact same scene that Nicholas Meyer chose to put in his director's cut instead of the theatrical one. I don't know if you want to watch them right now real quick. Well, I tell everyone.
I can't because of audio feedback.
Oh.
I can't ever play stuff. I'll watch that after this. That's interesting.
Yes, please do.
Huh. Because they love their long takes. They just picked a different take. It's the entire scene, give or take. Or like that chunk of it.
Yeah, and the delivery's really strangely off. It still feels really good.
I didn't notice anything. What's the scene about? Because it's just them saying we don't want to give it. How's it different to the two, emotion-wise?
It's hard to say. I really want you to watch it.
Yeah.
You took film school stuff. I don't know how to describe it. It just feels a little more naturalistic.
Right.
A little less practiced. It feels like a natural discussion as opposed to.
Well, I can physically watch side by side the two versions, but I can't listen. So I'll see how they're shot differently as well.
Yeah, maybe do that.
Hmm.
I think they might be shot differently because there's a lot of scenes of the camera going behind the pillars.
Yeah.
Which I think is more pronounced in this version.
I get because I sent you a version. I've not if the version I sent you is the same version because I have a different archival version. I have no idea. I guess I'll find out. Yeah. Already I can tell.
The view angle better.
Oh, it's way closer in as well.
Yeah.
I'm noticing the original version is way further out. This is way closer.
I really want you to hear the dialogue.
Wow. Huh.
The dialogue delivery is so different.
Yeah, this is a proper wide of the whole set. That's a mid.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I love the new grading on the 4K with the less filmic, the less bright poppy, like just more grounded.
And I think her saying now get your gear together where it's handy is different.
Yes, that stood out this time. Like
it stood out to me too.
You get more of a sense that she's saying maybe let's try and live somewhere else, like down there. Yeah, I don't never remember thinking that. But yeah, it's a scene. Then back to Kirk. He's going to go to his old friend Spock.
This is that speech that Eric was talking about.
Great set decoration, real simple but real effective.
He asks, how good are these cadets of yours? And Spock is training them. How will they respond to real pressure? Maybe nothing. We got garbled communications. Jim, the ship is yours. I don't give a shit. I don't want to be captain.
No. I have no ego.
Yes.
Someone that doesn't give a shit. He's just all good.
Well, it makes sense. It's logical that the senior officer must assume command. Yeah.
Although, he doesn't know this Enterprise. It's been fully refitted. He barely knows it.
Well, he has time. He's had time. It's been a few years since the motion picture. Read the books. He does stuff on the Enterprise between these two movies. Yes, Eric, I know. Here's the scene. Cap had a brain fart. Yes. If I may be so bold, it was a mistake for you to accept promotion. Commanding a starship is your first best destiny. Anything else is a waste of material. I would not presume to whatever.
Yeah.
To debate you. That is wise, yeah.
Yeah, this is a really nice little scene. It's interesting because obviously they're not equals, but Spock's smarter, but Kirk's got street smarts that Spock hasn't got, as they respect each other on very equal levels, even with the rank differential. And Spock's now a captain, right? But it's so like, dude, it's all good. I also don't want to be the captain. I'm just gonna say that I like being the cadet captain. Not it. Is what he's really saying as well, right?
Yeah.
Which I like.
Plus, I know that you get off on this kind of thing. It's your ego. And then he storms onto the bridge and he says, put me on speakers. And I love that you can still see on the display monitors, there's the Franz Joseph technical manual of a Saladin on the one guy's monitor. Clear as day.
Oh.
I guess he's just doing research. I don't know.
Made your little heart happy, didn't it?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Also, I noticed in this scene in particular, he literally strolls on to give an order and strolls right back off again.
Yeah.
Because he's just there to do a job. He's got the next thing to do. It's a very like nice to-do list. Like, I'm taking charge. The regular one, go. Sulu, go. Although, warp 5?
I know. I was going to say that. It's like, yeah, there's an emergency situation. Warp 5. How long till we're there? 12 hours and so many minutes. Oh, okay, cool.
It's your baby mama. And a doomsday.
He doesn't want to seem that desperate.
It's a doomsday machine baby mama combination. Warp 6 at least. Not even cruising speed.
They're only trainees, man. They haven't been
It's
trained.
Sulu. He's fine.
No. Everyone else on the ship. They're not used to the inertial dampeners, the way they kick in after warp 5. Because there's a little bit of a, you feel a little bit of tightness in the chest. And
Okay, so what you're saying, it's canon that these pipsqueaks will throw up a high warp.
Yes. Or get smushed into jelly.
Okay, I need to delete a scene where Kirk talks to McCoy, says, "Damn it, Bones. We could be there in 12 minutes at warp 9. I know, Jim, but these cadets, they'll throw up. I know. If we push the engines, they'll throw up everywhere. We don't want to clean it up. It's too disgusting. I know. Warp 5. We'll be there in 4 days. Damn it, Jim.
We need to make it more dramatic. Let's do warp 5 for 12 hours.
Because really, had they gone, warp 8, which they could, they probably beat Khan to the regular one. Or at least met them there. It's a small thing. That's a really slow warp speed.
That annoys me all the time now that we've talked about this so many years, you and I. Every time they're like, warp 5, this is an emergency. It's like,
well, it's not then, is it?
Are there speed limits? Like, are these space lanes traveled by other ships that you need to have a specific speed?
I'm pretty sure warp 6 is still cruising in TMP era.
Yeah, I think warp 6.6 is cruising speed, and warp 8.9 is emergency speed.
Yeah. So they're actively going 30 miles an hour to a not 901, not 999 cool, but
they have their lights on, but they just don't have the siren on.
It's just for the momentum of the scene. It really brings it down. Now they
do know that emergency vehicles can't speed. It's illegal.
Unless you have to.
No, they can't speed. It's illegal.
I'll get tickets.
My dad was an EMT for 34 years.
Now, in your lovely screen caps, I believe that in this warp out, they've now made the warp stars flash out in a new way. Because I do not remember from TMP individual stars going blue and then all phasing out. I remember the ship going to warp, but not that.
Ship? I don't know about the stars.
Because that looks great.
The warp effect is the same but different. It's not as rainbow effect, like all colors of the spectrum, like in the motion picture. It's the purples and blues. I'm not sure about the stars, though. I think the stars are the same.
Because I do not recall the stars flaring in that way, because that looks wonderful.
There are some really prominent ones, which I think they might have added for this one.
That's what I mean.
But
so I've never seen. I've never thought, oh, that's an effect before. I really like that. Because that's the thing, reuse is fine, but reuse with a tweak,
There's a lot of reuses from the motion picture in this film, which is good.
Oh yeah, especially the ring of rainbow.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Okay, so this is the same warp out. Oh, I'm looking. Sorry, you guys can't see. On TMP on the other monitor. So it's more to the side. Yeah. Yes, they went for rather than a tunnel of rainbow, they went for some stars of blue. I like this one better. This I think is really nice. Yeah. Back to Reliant. Love that Khan stole the uniform, kind of, and drape. That looks so uncomfortable to drape it that way. It's going to fall off you if you move at all.
It's another captain's pip, too. It's one of Terrell's that he got out of his locker or something.
I mean, that would have been funny if Terrell's a lieutenant for the rest of the episode, or like an ensign off his no pip.
I just wish he had like the white sweater on and Khan had his jacket. I think that would have been better, honestly.
Would that look nice there? Or if you had the waistcoat, if you had Kirk's waistcoat underneath, that would have been fine. But
yeah,
the white doesn't look so good. But boy, had Khan listened to his second in command here, because he's done. He's won.
We've got a ship and the means to go where we will. You do not need to defeat him again. It's like, no, he asks me, or he tasks me. Yeah, for years I thought it was asks, but it's actually tasks because it's based on like Shakespeare.
But he sounds like he says asks. Yeah. That's not a good first take.
He tasks me, and I shall have him. Chase him round the moons of Nebula, around the entire maelstrom, and round perdition's flames before I give him up.
Dude, you could have gone, got a new wife, had a great time. You did it to yourself. Did it to yourself.
Well, superior, superior intellect. He has to prove himself superior to Kirk in every way, so he's got to beat him.
Well, in fairness, his plan is very good. It's just shoot him.
Yes.
It was going to work,
Yeah. So they're still trying to hail regular one. There's no response, but they're no longer jammed. So that means Reliant's not in the area anymore. There's just no response. There's nobody on regular. There are two possibilities. They're unable to respond or unwilling to respond. And then he's like, how soon? Or how far? 12 hours, 43 minutes, present speed. Then fucking speed the fuck up. You're doing warp 5. This annoyed me so much this watch through. I was like, God damn it, guys.
Not to sound rude.
Too late.
How many civilian ships are passing by them in the space lane?
There's a Quadrilateral crew transport. It's got to get to Sherman's planet. Oh yeah, it's going warp 6.6.
Because it's exponential, right? So it'd just be.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just exactly. It amuses me greatly because
But then Spock asked for. Would you help my analysis if I knew what the fuck Genesis was, beyond the biblical reference? So they all gather in Kirk's quarters to watch the Project Genesis summary. And yeah, good use of CG.
Although really awkward edit to Shatner's face with the scan. That's clear.
The retinal scan.
That's clearly not the same day on the same set. And boy, he looks older, and I would not have used that in the final version because he does not. It does, yeah.
So instead of a dead moon, a living, breathing planet capable of sustaining whatever life force.
I also noticed that for whatever reason, they didn't choose to film Kirk's console and put the display in the console. Those are CGI buttons either side that look like shit. It's a fully digital thing. It does not look good, but it distracts me because what the fuck are these things and why are they so bad? Now the stuff in it's great. It holds up really well, but it's, and especially as that's one. I mean, that one shot of Genesis. I know it's the first CG shot ever in film. Amazing. That is a freaking long shot. That is gonna take months to render.
It took months to render. Yeah.
And it's it's so well done. Even for now, because it's conceptual more than physical.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, going beyond just the goodness to one take is crazy. I love how also, this is one of the other edits, I love that Carol Marcus ends with, and thank you for listening. Which is great, but it cuts her off. It's fading as she's talking. That's not a bad edit. Of give it one more second to finish the beat. So they do that a few times. They abruptly cut before they need to.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
That's good. I like that.
Classic for real though, $5. You mentioned something about someone taking Captain Foley and Commander Cox, or tasking Captain Foley and Commander Calkins. Okay. Take a sip, bump up Rainforest Ship with Khan from Spy Kids 3D. Yeah, you're totally a tasker. Classic.
Yes.
Classic. Am I right? For real.
No, this is fiction. Okay, I'm gonna do it again, guys. I'm gonna do it again because I feel like you guys enjoy my face. We're gonna lessons of drinking booze. All right, another 5. Oh, another 5. Oh fuck! No, stop the goal. No, stop. Ah.
You fucked up. Sorry, I'm eating pretzels because I like pretzels.
Sure.
Plus they absorb the alcohol.
Are they good?
They're fantastic.
Okay, so I'm going to do it for another 30 minutes. 5 super chats, another shot. I'm going there. Now, I wonder, because I do not recall this scene playing the way it does. The fact that Kirk... So they have a little back and forth, older McCoy and Spock. Great. Shatner tries to shut them up. But they continue.
Gentlemen, this isn't... Yes. That was added for the director's cut.
And I was actually kind of loving that, to show that Kirk's not in control of these long-time friends. Because there is so little of the trifecta in this movie, to the point of nothing. This is the only scene. And actually adding that, I thought was a really nice, lingering... I mean, he, racistly, a certain species insults him, but that's just them being them, right? But it's like, yeah, but this... Good to see, because this is probably my Bones' best scene. Like, he's classic him, right? He's really in... He's saying, maybe we shouldn't play God. Because bad shit could maybe happen. Spock's like, well, Doctor, only bad people. Yeah!
Who are the right people? Yeah.
Yeah, that's so... I don't remember that from the original version, so I really like that.
That's in the original version, that whole argument.
Okay.
But Kirk interjecting there is, I think, new.
I guess the extension of it made it feel more significant, so it has a different feel, the overall scene.
And I don't know if it was alternate takes again.
Maybe.
It didn't feel like it or sound like it to me, but it could be that they maybe extended a little bit. I don't know.
I liked it. I liked it for sure.
So they arrive. But they don't arrive. Sorry, there's a ship. Another ship in the quadrant. Oh my god. We have to know what this is.
And I'm going to lead my telling you by not saying it's a Federation starship, so that you have to ask what it is.
Yes.
You really say, sir, the USS Reliant is en route. The Reliant? Why guessing game? And then the movie starts.
Dun, 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 dun.
Because really, this is when the actual film begins. For realsies.
2 hours and 51 minutes into our review. Yay.
It was great. and I like Saavik. She's a rule follower. I like it. And a great payoff later of, using her natured rule following as the code. Great. This was well done.
I hate how she says Reliant in our section. This quadrant, sir. And slowly. Well, obviously it's in this fucking quadrant.
If it wasn't,
it's right there.
It'd be out of our sensor range.
Yeah.
And had you felt Spock saying, "Oh, shush you, sort of cadet. He knows the rules."
Yes. Yeah, Admiral is well aware of the regulations.
It's like, yeah, and she's well aware. He's well aware. She's saying it for a purpose to be annoying.
But he's also putting in her place because that's not. She's trying to prove herself, I think, to Spock, who's there, and also to.
Yeah.
She's kind of a brown noser a little bit,
Yeah.
especially with Kirk as well.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Yep, that's not how things work on a bridge. Shut the fuck up." He knows.
Although for some reason I had a slight Mandela effect of some part of me thought this dialogue had a, oh, he wrote that rule. Because they sometimes say that, right? It's like, well, not quite.
Yeah, that's a you thing. That's not at all a thing.
Indeed. I love the space CG though of this, when you can tell they're gonna go alongside each other. It's very small, but I like the fact they make that obvious.
Of course, we are one big happy fleet.
Oh, he's great.
Ah.
But once again, the extras next to him. There's that one lady on the right. She doesn't change her expression the entire time. She's kind of a pretty lady. She has a full uniform, but she's like.
Yeah, and then the guy leaning on the railing behind him, like.
I beat up a jock 2 days ago.
We're superior beings. We're like superhumans and junk. They just look fucking stupid.
I grew my hair for this. I'm Australian now. I will say though, the lady in the tactical console, she be pressing buttons the entire scene she's in. She does not know what the fuck she's doing. But she be pressing buttons. She's trying.
What's this do? That turns on the disco lights down on deck 8. What's this do? That turns on the bowling alley lights.
I just. Well, no, because Joaquin changed her console to the kid setting, so nothing she does a thing.
Child lockout. Yeah. Parental lockout.
Because he studied. But because like they're doing Jack in this scene. I don't know why they're there except to make him look like he's like a cult leader vibe. It's just they stand out in 4K when every part of their face is in frame. It's like, guys, do something.
Jay Donaldson says they all grew up in Ceti Alpha 5. They have an excuse for being slightly off. Yeah, never been inside a starship before. Well, most of them were his original people that were on the Botany Bay and also on the Enterprise, and then so most of them. I say most of them, probably all of them. I don't know how many of them had kids. I'm sure some of them did, but
I wouldn't even know. Well, they are all the wrong age. I think they were already like 30s, 40s in Botany Bay, and they're all like 20s here.
Yes.
All 20s. But they weren't thinking that. They weren't going to hire all 55-year-olds because that would not look good. Everyone's old. They wouldn't have the same vibe, right? But yeah, really, really good scene. Because that's the thing. They have no reason to be anything. Right? There's
You got to wonder if Kirk knew that Chekhov was assigned to the Reliant as well. Like, oh, this is Chekhov's ship. Cool.
I wouldn't think so, because he's just an ensign.
He's an admiral, though.
Well, and that as well, he wouldn't know, because he's been an ensign for 2 years on a ship. Bridge crew, sure, but lots of bridge crew that aren't the main people we know.
No, I mean, I think you keep track of his crew. Especially as an admiral.
Yeah, but that's like 100
Chekhov's a commander now, like a first officer.
Well, that's like 100 people to keep track of, though. He's busy.
Yeah, but your friends you'd keep an eye on. You know where your friends are. Like, I'm sorry. If
no one turned to his birthday. He doesn't have friends.
You know what? Fuck you. If I ever became an admiral and you started on a new YouTube channel, I'd be well aware of where the fuck you were and what you were doing.
No, I'd block you, so you wouldn't know.
It doesn't matter. I just find a way.
Oh, you'd wanted me. I'd find you, and I'd watch you in the shower. What? Nothing. I don't know. I have no feeling about that particularly. I don't think he would necessarily care because he's never that cared for Chekhov.
They say their chambers coil is overriding their comm system.
It's not.
Spock. that would explain a great many things. The coil emissions are normal.
And I did catch they did put on deflector shields in the scene. But not shields. Or the equivalent of deflector shields, because they are hit and there is a force field effect when they get hit. But it's the deflector-based shields.
Oh. Yeah. And when I was a kid, I was so stupid. It's like, raise shields. They're raising shields. Target phasers. They're targeting phasers. Fire, raise shields. It's like, why doesn't he just? Because it's all happening at the exact same time. But as a kid, I was fucking stupid and thought, okay, well, there's like a delay here.
Wait, as a kid?
Yep, as a kid, I'm smarter now. The shields are going up.
Yeah. No, exactly. It's that 1 second in between, and obviously, as soon as it hits, they've lost shields.
Well, they didn't get a chance to get their shields up.
Well, he does say activate shields, but I'm saying like in the second it being hit, they lost the ability to have shields. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Classic for real, $5. Commander Cocking said something about pressing his buttons. What about pressing Captain Foley's buttons?
Yep.
Okay.
I just did that.
For Spike and Khan on Rainforest ship.
Yes.
I don't have any buttons to press except for my nipples, which are sometimes hard.
Are they thrusting?
We're not thrusting nipples to power at the moment, no.
So close. So yeah, when the Enterprise is hit, there is a force field effect, which is actually nice in the 4K. It used to be weird and white and big, and I like the new one. Now, I'm assuming, you back me up on this or not, I'm assuming that Khan actively did some research, and they said, right, the engineering is in this deck. If we shoot the engine warp core, the ship will be fucked, because it feels not surgical when you watch the edit, because the way it's just hitting the hull. But I think it was a very surgical and to disable Enterprise in one fell swoop. Thoughts?
That's exactly correct. He knew about the TOS Enterprise. He studied up while he was in sickbay and Space Seed. He knew how to take over the ship. He knew everything about the ship. I would assume that he probably figured out there was a refit, and he probably checked the Reliance database to say, is it the same setup? Because I might need to board the ship or something. I might need to know what's going on. So yes, he's a genetically modified Superman. Of course he's going to do that. And that's also how they know how to operate the Reliant.
Well, that's the whole thing, yeah.
They got Chekhov and Captain Terrell there, at least for a little bit. But yes, he knew how to operate the TOS Enterprise because he took over. Yes, it's part of his...
Because I don't know if any dialogue got changed, but I really felt in this viewing the extremely distinct and intentional... This ship has been crippled because of power. They didn't shoot the weapons or the deflector. They shot the ability to create power, and they go from main power to auxiliary to battery, and battery they reconvert to auxiliary, and they they get main power on by jerry rigging, whatever. I really felt that this time, but that's the thing. Just shoot the power core. That's it. Why shoot the weapons? Why shoot shields? That's it. I don't know if that's changed this time because it felt really, really crafted. I never got before from this viewing.
Yeah, it's all the same. It's nothing that was altered that I noticed. So,
and I really liked, especially in this viewing, the fact that engineering crew, of course, they need to stay at their posts to fix and not them all from dying. But clearly, there's a gas leak, and most of them are running away. But
there's a lot of, when you look at the subtitles, there's a lot of "I need oxygen, I can't breathe" in the background that you don't you hear, you register, but you don't register.
No, 100%.
And when you see the subtitles of it, you're like, oh yeah, absolutely.
So I love they grab the masks. As soon as poisonous gas coming out because it's that badly damaged, and I've never once caught. But when Scotty's calling or the bridge, and Kirk saying, give me some power, the mask is going to Scotty's uniform. There's an oxygen tank in his uniform.
Yeah, that's what those things on the front of the engineering notes for.
That's amazing. I mean, boy, never seen it. Super logical. I love that because if they ain't risk themselves to fix the ship be blowy uppy. So keep going, guys, because we need you. Anyway, got 2 hours.
Yeah.
Because this ship is properly crippled in this first attack. It's properly like and it's not even the fact that they said up earlier. The fact that it is a cadet crew means nothing in the situation. Because guess what? It was Sulu, it was Spock, it was Uhura, it was Scotty, it was Kirk. The cadet crew made nothing to affect this in terms of the initial strike.
And Eric Martin, yes. Easy to hit the Enterprise in a critical area. Just follow the light blue paint.
Oh.
Yeah. All the light blue markings on the exterior are all of the... It's the main shafts of everything, even on the neck.
Yeah.
It's like, here, enemies. Dare you to hit it.
I mean, lots of aliens are colorblind. They can't tell. It's fine.
It's true. That's why they use the duck egg blue, because it's so subtle. Most aliens can't see it, even Klingons.
Yeah. I quite like this because obviously in this era you had a few TVs in the set, but you didn't have movable computer displays in the same way. So I love the fact that Kirk gets out his cam's chair, walks across the bridge to a specific console. Spock meets him at that console to point at a display. It feels so analog and wonderful. Just walk over to a damage control readout and take a good 30 seconds doing it. And be chill. A lot of people point out that there's damage on the other side of the secondary hull, and I have no problem with that. Feedback damage from the attack from the other side went through the ship. Because a lot of people in Star Trek 3 say there shouldn't be damage there or whatever, but pieces flying off, plasma conduits exploding inside the ship could damage. Yeah, so. Well, yeah, it's not a attack hit display. It's a damage readout. Yep. That's why there's also saucer damage. Because there would have been chunks that probably flew up and hit the saucer. Well, no, it's just feedback. I mean, you've hit the warp core. Yeah. There's going to be overloads across. It's actually really effective, but I wonder how intentional that was at the time, because it doesn't make sense visually. If you're a new viewer, that seems silly. But if you A, B to C, oh, okay, I get it. I wonder how intentional it was. I just find it funny. They walk across the bridge and it's so casual. They're running and it's just like, oh, a damage report. Oh, that's fine. And then I always forget the second torpedo, or the torpedo flies, because no shields, a torpedo, Khan picked where that hit. If that hit the bridge, they're all dead. Yeah. If that hit the deflector's gone. So where the hell did that torpedo hit? Because it can hit nowhere important, otherwise that place would be gone. Yeah. But then the bridge explodes in fire, and it's a damn raise shields. Too late. I mean, too late, eh? At least try. Well, I entirely forgot as I'm going through the pictures, they entirely make the set on fire with smoke, and Kirk walks through the smoke and barely see. It's a beautiful little... This ship ain't doing well, guys.
Again, very submarine warfare style. A la Nicholas Meyer.
Yeah, beautiful lighting. And it really does feel, and I commend them, in this particular edit, this particular version, they have lost so completely that when Khan comes on, he has every single card. Kirk has nothing. Khan has come in, he's intelligently, strategically done one hit to disable them, one hit to double down, and now he's got all the cards. And it feels really tangibly... Yeah, I won in 1 minute and 52 seconds. And it has that crispness. That's why Khan's so chill, because it has a really nice... Really well done.
And it was all to gloat, because he says, I wanted you to know first who it was who had beaten you. And Kirk's like, yeah, spare my crew. If it's me you want, I'll have myself beamed aboard. And it's like, I'll agree to your terms if you hand over to me all data and materials regarding the project called Genesis. Which is fucking odd, considering he was just on Regular One. Although they probably scrubbed the records, let's be fair.
It's not odd, because he does know. He's pissed that everything was not there. That's one of the best hints.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's saying, fuck, let me ask the other guy. But he plays it so well. He's like, and if you watch the acting, he's like, I'm winning. And tell me anything about Genesis. I'm casual. I'm chill.
And to be fair, it's kind of ballsy to assume Kirk knows anything. Because yes, just because you're an admiral doesn't mean you're privy to all the secret
100%.
Secret civilian stuff that's going on. But he I guess he saw the recording that Kirk made of the Genesis project.
No, he does that later, after Star Trek 2.
So he knew he was
later. God damn it! Look, if you watch it, the blood splatters utterly beautiful. It's all there. It's fine.
Anyway, yeah, give us some time. Bridge is smashed. The computer is inoperative. I'll give you 60 seconds, Admiral.
It's what a dick move.
Yeah.
And he says it's gorgeous acting. Yeah.
Although I never understood why he said this to Spock. He says, keep nodding as though I'm still giving orders. Like, that's making Khan think that you're trying to do something sneaky behind his back. I wouldn't necessarily want Khan to be thinking that. I would say, don't nod like I'm giving orders.
Look, it's just daft that turning around means he can't hear you.
Well, they would have muted their
They
side.
didn't.
It's fine.
No. I was thinking Galaxy Quest, where he's like this. I was waiting for him to do that. So he never does that. He just turns around. Because the whole conversation, they turns... I'll be there in a second, Khan. He never mutes him. He's always on speaker. But turning around mutes him in terms of... Which, in fairness, that's a really cool thing for Starfleet to do. If you're turned, they can't hear you. That's cool. But mute the fucker. Because they're not exactly quiet. Spock, let's kill him.
They were whispering to each other, so
yeah, but
you would assume that they might not be picked up.
But they're not muted. I don't know. It's just funny because I was waiting for that. I always remember seeing that because I Galaxy Quest.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But it's cool, and this scene I think works better when you're really trying to review the movie, because the pacing of this chess battle of Khan being so full of himself and what's he saying to his second in command? I actually don't know, right? What in this moment is worth the conversation? I love it. I don't know what. And Kirk's doing it, and all the play. It's really nice.
And yeah, Mr. Sulu, lock phasers are target.
Although,
phasers locked.
In the last scene, they each saw they were locking phasers.
Yes. Well, Khan's crew is untrained. They might not be looking for that kind of thing as well.
I feel like it's a big bleepy locking phasers would be. Bleep, bleep, bleep.
I mean, you'd think so, but he's also overconfident.
But that hit me. That hit me a little bit.
He might not have somebody at weapons control looking at that specific.
I mean, Joaquin's probably walked back there and like.
Joaquin's on Sulu's position at helm.
Well, a minute ago he was the other one.
At weapons, yeah.
Because he was a shields guy.
Yeah, he might still be there. I don't know, but later he's at helm.
Yeah.
And it's funny how Kirk tells Sulu to lock phasers, even though Sulu's not at the weapons console. It's all fine.
Look, Kirk doesn't know the refit. He's only done one Alea mission here. He doesn't know. Alright, back in 1 minute. Gotta do a thing.
Okay. Hit the like button, guys. 71 of you have hit like. That's awesome. Let's try to get up to 80 if we can. 57 of you here watching, which is also fantastic. Thank you. Don't forget to super chat in for the drinks. The drinks are flowing. Hopefully enjoying your time here. 16309. That's Reliance prefix code, just in case you guys are wondering. But yeah, hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. Like I said, super chat in. We do have more shots that I could do. Sorry, I'm eating pretzels, but didn't eat much today and kind of like snacking. I saw that Eric has pepperettes, which is making me jealous. I wish I had pepperettes. Wesley, it's 16309, not 13609. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sounds like the kind of combination an idiot would have in his luggage. Yeah, positive candor, yeah. That's your bank account number, Wesley? Well, what's your bank? Good to know these things. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what else to say offhand. I just kind of ran out of words. Sorry, I apologize. Our shields are dropping. Raise them. I can't. The override. Where's the override? Yes, yes, yes. Love reading all the close-ups of the helm displays as well during these scenes. When you freeze frame them, you can see everything perfectly clear. Wesley says, how are you? I am well, Wesley. Classic First says, I heard the Cerritos. On the Cerritos, the command code matches the registry. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. That way you never forget it as the captain. Interesting. Captain Foley, in 2024, I spent 3,000 euros on Eagle Moss model. Wow. Have you watched my Eagle Moss reviews? Or did you watch them at the time? They use a prefix code in TNG where Dr. Pulaski starts to age older. Yes. Prefix codes are a good idea. It being, 5 digits is interesting. You'd think they'd be more, but is there anything since Wrath of Khan that has had a scene as good as this, Star Trek or otherwise? Probably a few things, yes, and even including Star Trek. Cosmo just got back. Where is Sam? He passed out? Yeah, he passed out. He just took a shot of something to bring him back to life. There he is there.
Where's that? I got some Pringles.
This is the way.
Yes.
Even Texas barbecue. How American of you.
America. Yes.
So yes. So they enter the prefix code and fire.
Oh. Which I never caught until again this watch. Later on, Kirk says, I only won because I knew this ship's better.
Yes.
Which rings a lot more strong in this because he's not winning from strength, from skill, purely knowledge.
Yeah.
And that is barely there. But yeah, great CG here. The shots are really good. The fire satisfying.
Precise shots too. They take out their impulse crystal. They they strategically hit them, I think. So But yeah, Khan's like, no, we can't leave. It's like the Enterprise isn't going anywhere. We'll be back. Just we got to get out of here.
Because they know the disabled Enterprise's main power. They ain't warping. But well, given the fact that Enterprise gets regular impulse, they are now in the same system. So I assume that Reliant's also been disabled its warp engines. Because they're all in the same.
Yeah, they make a point of saying there's a scene where Joaquin comes in and says something like some emergency or impulsive prepared.
Yeah, exactly. So they like Kirk really cribbles the shit out of them in this one hit. Had the Enterprise been less effed. Now, you could argue that you should send maybe a couple of shuttles with some phasers on to disable Reliant further. Because they're pretty much, like, you did a good job, Kirk. You disabled them pretty much in that one strike.
They're even, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, and then keep telling me the rules. Is a fun line to. Oh,
which one?
Yes. To Kirstie Alley to be like, keep telling the rules, and she's like,
Mr. Savick, you go right on quoting regulations.
And she likes that. She's a fan of being praised. Very un-Vulcan-like. Because she's not Vulcan.
In the meantime, let's find out how badly we've been hurt. And then Scotty's like, is this sick bay? No, you fucking moron. This is the bridge. Why'd you bring him to the bridge? Anyway. Is
there a way to justify this logically?
Because he's so grief-stricken, he's the only thing you could think of was I need to get to the bridge to see if Kirk can help me, but also I don't know. No, there's no real reason.
Because it's a hell of a cut, and it really instantly shows you the like most ship battles are abstract. The ship is damaged, cool. But this really instantly takes in the reality of, yeah, this guy is effed. But why, Scotty? Why?
And General Jimmy is, yes, they damaged the photon control and the warp drive. We must withdraw. Sir, we must. Classic for real, $5. I'm still waiting for the command codes, Picard. They'll be released again as a free man. And all it takes is those command codes. And there are 5 lights. Yes.
Do you think they changed how the command codes worked after this, showing that it was that easy to disable a ship with command codes? So, like, when the Admiral was like, we should not let that happen again.
That's the point, though. It's to prevent another ship from... If somebody steals a Federation starship, we have the upper hand. We can just lower their shields. That's the point. It's supposed to be easy for other captains. The command codes you would just assume would change every week, or the prefix codes, because otherwise, the knowledge would get out pretty quick, I think. Possibly.
Although you say that, but that wouldn't make sense either, because the Enterprise had to know the up-to-date Reliant codes, and they're currently a training ship. So for the Reliant...
they were just in dry dock, so they just had an overhaul. And
but what I mean is, for the Reliant had to send codes back to Starfleet to be overrode.
Reliant doesn't do it. Starfleet would. Starfleet would change the command codes and upload them to each ship via regular transmissions. You don't get the captain to choose their own command.
Well, no, but
regardless.
But the things had to get very up to date if it was that regular, though. I would assume it wouldn't be quite as regular.
No, probably not. But I'm just saying, it makes sense that prefix codes exist for what they use it for. If somebody takes over a Federation ship, you got them, no problem. But also, you'd think they'd have to be changed regularly, because otherwise, it's information that could probably get out there.
Well, because if every ship's got them, then just take over 2 ships, and boom, you've got the codes for everybody, including yourself.
Yeah, but it could be possible too that you need another Federation ship's code to use that information to do the interface. Because if a Klingon got a hold of the code, just start dropping Federation shields everywhere. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So
that said, is the code such that they use it very effectively, but would not the best strategy have been with Kirk to disable the warp core? Because if you turn off the warp core, all main power, as we see in this film, battery and auxiliary is only so powerful, versus shooting, like, is it limited to weapons and shields versus other primary systems?
Don't know.
And then last thing on this, I love the cut to Spock with him just closing his eyes in sadness at the guy dying.
Yeah.
It's the most amazing, and so he's directed himself, right? This is him choosing this moment. He knows this guy. He's probably worked with this guy for 6 months, if not a year. He probably accepted.
Plus, it's Scotty's nephew, so.
Well, yeah, like even with nepotism, you kind of got the sense he's a good officer. Like he got there on his own resume. It's kind of how it feels to me. And so Spock knows him. He accepted his posting. He's like, oh, I love that. It was a really nice edit this time. It's great.
Yeah. Then we get sick bay. That's the word given. We're just given warp speed.
And a longer scene.
And, yes, a longer scene. And the blood stain right by the black border of it, which moves later, but it's fine. Yes, this is a much longer scene here. And right before Kirk leaves, he's standing in the doorway, and you see beside him the computer console.
Oh my god!
The exact same fucking one that was on Khan's cargo pod. And if you look at the close-up, it says Federation asteroid something.
Look, you need to know what's in the neutral zone in sick bay.
Yep. So
Very
first of all, it doesn't make sense that it's in sick bay, and it's exact same
Oh,
one
man.
that I pointed out earlier in Khan's cargo module, which makes no fucking sense at all. Even the graphic is the same. Do you see it now? See why it was bugging me?
Stuart would have given it a perfect 10. But shit like this makes it a 6. No, 5. Warp 5.
No.
5 out of 10.
That's rude. It's rude.
So, do you think this scene being significantly longer is better? Because it is double as long, I'm sure.
It's better for dramatic effect and for character development, yes. For pacing, not so much. But it also gives you a chance to breathe as to what just happened, so it's kind of fine. So yeah, either way, I don't care. One old guy's opinions. It's $5. It is like an OS update done by Starfleet Operations, and Kirk is ops commander.
It's just you got to make sure everything's up to date at the same time. Ships aren't always in range. Like, if this was a thing in the TOS era, if the Enterprise is out 3 weeks out from the nearest buoy, they ain't getting updated. Just saying. So I definitely like this scene because of James Doohan. He's so amazing in this scene. He knows this is his best emotional scene. And the fact, I don't remember this being the second half, where Kirk says, "Can you fix it?" He says, "I'll do my bestest." And it's like, my bestest despite the utter pain, sadness. I have to tell for him to, I believe him when he says that. And given how he's feeling, that's a good line read to get that. So I really like that. That said, this is the scene I talked about when they cut to the door next to that console. That feels like TV. It's slow. It's static. Yeah. The acting's not great. I think McCoy is not good in this scene. He's like, "Oh, Jim, I'm not sure what we're doing here." It's like, no, mate, you wouldn't say it randomly the way you did it. Like, that was cut for a reason. But the breathing, as you say, it really helps the scene breathe. Mm-hmm. That improves it, but the acting, I think, of DeForest is not up to par. But I think that just the dialogue isn't. It's not as sharp a scene, that's why it's taken out. They put it back in because more character. So it's definitely a weird one. But yeah, I James is wonderful in this. Yeah.
And then the Enterprise arrives at Regular One.
Great miniature. In 4K, looks so good, the miniature.
Yep. Beautiful. And look at the blood stain. It's already moved. And there's no explanation for that. There's absolutely none.
I mean, in fairness, what? Okay, I've got the answer. You ready?
He got bloodstained uniform, so he went and changed his uniform, and on the way back up to the bridge, he ran into another crew member who also was covered in blood and decided to reach out and grab him zombie-like style. And he's like, "For fuck's sake, so I just replaced this, but it's fine. Go to the bridge."
Almost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, they had to get to Regular One. Took a couple of hours. Impulse, right? He changed his uniform, as you said. But then he was in his quarters because he wasn't there yet, and he got very nervous. So he started biting his fingers, and he bled out, and it fucking just bled out. And so it's like, oh damn! But no one's gonna notice because I had it previously. So it's different uniform. Yeah.
Or he cut himself shaving. Use that to like.
That's how he de-stresses. He straight raises himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
But guys, we have a goal still. We've got. Oh, it's ended. We haven't got a goal. I'll do one more, guys.
Eric,
we've got a shot.
Eric Martin, $10 in space. No one can hear your thrusters. That's a half shot. I'm gonna have a half shot for that.
Absolutely right.
Alcohol lately because
30 more minutes. 5 super chats of 5 or above. I have so many shot materials here to be shotted.
I would like to shoot you. I'll take the first shot.
What?
Half a shot. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, I have so much more vodka. And this is fun to review. This is a good film. Shocking. And boy, that regular asteroid looks amazing. The detail on that just miniature they did is really good. Wonderful. Now, is this scene the same as the theatrical of how Savick pipes up?
Yes.
Okay. You talk about this and I'll say my thoughts. I had thoughts about this.
Yeah. Khan could be down there. He's been there. Hasn't found what he wants. Can you spare anybody? Maybe people are, yeah, I can spare me. And then Savick, of course. And you see her face. If you watch her face, because I was watching it this time, she's like, okay, now's my chance. Just fucking go. Yeah, begging the Admiral's pardon. General Order 15. No flag officer shall beam into a hazardous area with our armed escort. And Kirk's like, there's no such regulation. Then it's like, okay, I see what you're doing. Yeah, all right, join the party. Mr. Spock, the ship's all yours. Yeah, no, it's exactly like it was. I always thought it stood out a little bit to me, like she just made up a regulation on the spot, assuming that Captain Spock and Admiral Kirk wouldn't fucking know. I mean, it's a good way to ask to go without asking to go, I guess, but it kind of bothers me a little bit. Anyway, what do you have to say about it? Oh, hold on, before you talk. Ozzy, $5. It's Kirk's birthday in this movie. Yes.
Oh, God. Well, probably, and that actually would have been a fun thing. It probably isn't still, because it takes longer than that to travel places. That would have been fun if there's a mid-scene where he's like,
happy birthday to you.
No, the opposite. Like, it's not his birthday anymore, Jim. It's 12:01. Oh, like right as Khan strikes, it's not his birthday anymore.
The fucking bridge is on fire. He's running around with a cake trying to light the candles. There's fire over here. Okay, light the candles. All right. Sing.
It's the last 5 minutes of your birthday, Jim. We gotta do the cake. Bones, I'm busy. No, Jim, 5 minutes to doomsday. So so this scene, it does not make sense these three would go on this mission. It should be a landing party with full security. That notwithstanding, right? Whatever. Fine. I love McCoy. That's so in character. It's beautiful. Because it's true. He has jack shit to do. He has chosen to be on the bridge with a sick bay full of dying or hurt people. So he has chosen to take the command position. So that's beautiful. I love the way he did that. The fact that, well, okay. Savick, cool. Sulu, he's passive, he's just watching behind her, like, what you doing? Mr. Experience could have chimed in, like the other main cast could have jumped in. I would have bought that. We are led to believe she's a Vulcan. She is lying.
Yeah.
She's not misleading. She's not exaggerating. She's full on lying.
That's evidence that she's half Romulan.
That's it. But that's so, like, I love that because it's like a big giant point. But it's so well acted and yeah. And you kind of get that little Kirk's impressed, like, okay, you're pretty. I like the ears. What?
You want to spend time with me alone on a station?
Yeah. So it's a really interesting scene for that. But like, she's actually full on lying. I gotta admit, I gotta think that would impress Kirk as well, that she's willing to lie in a jokey, fun way. And in fact, you could argue earlier in the film they talk about humor. She doesn't get it. You could argue it was funny as well. Not a good joke, but that's kind of a joke as well. So it's a a lot of textual stuff happens that one line to put on the away mission. It's not just us with us, Saavik. So I'm just crediting them for a really good little moment. I kind of wondered when they end the scene, they go on the turbo lift. I was wondering if we were going to see a moment of Saavik looking at Kirk or McCoy and having some sort of "I'm here, guys." There isn't, but almost. But I'm still shocked the three of them went because I don't know if Saavik's a fully trained fighter person in the same way that a security team would be. Like, where's the guy with the hats and the baseball vest things, whatever? Where are those guys?
Yes.
Wait. Jay Don, please read Jay Donaldson's 2 ago or 1 ago. That was amazing.
Yes, I read that. Yeah, lying and colorful metaphors. Girl flies under the raptor wings for sure.
No. One above that.
The Admiral's birthday party in the bowling alley has been canceled due to the bowling alley being destroyed. Yep. But the arcade is still good to go. You can have it in there. All right, so yeah, they beam over to Regula, and they're wandering around. And again, the tricorder that Saavik is holding looks suspiciously like a weapon, which... and also, yeah, you can see the stickers on the doors standing out quite a bit, which I never really noticed before.
For this one, I also thought Kirk's... I actually like the proper light in this viewing. The little lights on the top, really nice. But for some reason, McCoy's emitter is always glowing on the phaser. I don't know why, because Kirk's isn't. I don't know why. I don't mind it, but why? I wonder if he's pulling the trigger the whole time without realizing, and it's causing it to activate. I don't know. It's just weird.
A lot of people have issues with this one scene where the rat shows up. It's a science. It's a laboratory. It's a science laboratory. Of course, you have mice, that kind of creatures. When the cages got knocked over, it's fine. Would we still be experimenting on mice and rats in the future? Who the fuck knows?
Well, the clone rats doesn't matter.
Exactly. So, no problem with the rat being on board the station.
Yeah, I mean, right? Yeah, that's a good point. The only thing that annoys me is that the fact that, like I said, they walk through just non-corridors. It's like we only have 10 feet of set.
Yeah.
Like, that's my only problem with this. It feels very small, but it's a small civilian station. Totally fine. And that one trailer shot of Kirk, which is so deliberately a trailer shot of him, just like...
With the nice popped collar.
Yeah, it's just so, like... Because that's in every trailer for, like, the Kirk eras. Yeah.
Which he doesn't have a pop collar later, which is fine.
And then, yeah, the Forest really sells hitting either...
There's a lot of blood on the guy's arm, and he's, like, smacks into it. The next shot, there's no blood on his face, which kind of bothers me, but I mean, it's probably dried a little bit.
Sure.
Whatever, it's fine.
But it's a pretty gruesome little edit. They did a good job with that.
Yeah, a real horror kind of jump scare.
And this is Star Trek, and there's hung up corpses on the Raptors. That's really gruesome for a Trek. Luckily, it's just enough. And I never caught the line, but McCoy says Rigger hasn't set in yet.
Yeah, I've clocked that since I was young.
Yeah, well, but it makes you wonder. I don't know how. I assume that process only takes less than a day.
Yes.
I assume less than 12 hours. Whatever reason. I mean, I Google it. Could be. Someone let me know.
It's about 12 hours, and then you're rigor mortis for like 6 hours, and then then you soften up again. It's a whole thing.
Right. Because I was left wondering every time I've seen this film. I always think, Did Khan leave the battle and come back and kill them out of vengeance?
No, he killed them first.
I assume so, but the way they play that scene, there's a potential of... But yeah, brutal.
Then we get Terrell and Chekhov in a box.
Kirk punches it because he's like, fuck this thing.
Yeah.
A nice little moment. My assumption is that Kirk assumes there's a punishment box and he's stuck them in here to die of starvation.
Yeah, he read Sisko's memoirs. It's a punishment box, 100%.
Because otherwise, otherwise are we assuming they snuck out here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone's dead. Why are they here? So is that how you took it? This is a punishment box? Because otherwise, why are they in a box? Can't hear.
I don't know how I took it. It always kind of threw me because the rest of Reliant's crew is on City Alpha 5.
Yes.
This always, I kind of glazed over it when I was younger.
Yeah.
And then I was like, what's going on at one point? And it's like, obviously he's monitoring their communications to find out where the Genesis device is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I didn't really think about it.
There's a small leap of logic. I'll get into that in a minute. It's a little bit, especially as Chekhov's also clean shaven, so he can't be there very long. Because boy, stubble goes quick, you know. And also, guys,
Not in the future, man. Use that phaser razor. It just seals the pores.
is that for the same store you get the lightsaber that cuts bread and makes it toast?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Phaser razor.
Yeah. But guys, 55 of you watching, which is wonderful for a Drunkyards live. As you guys know, if you're new, on the chart, bottom note, there are drink goals. We're trying to make it as drunk as possible. We're having fun. I'm so a bit tipsy. Stuart's so a bit tipsy. Help us do the rest of you even more drunk. $50, change your costume. We both own a Monster Maroon variant. So if you want to have the rest of the review in Wrath of Khan, while annoying...
I can't really get to mine because Sylvia's sleeping. I don't really want to.
As I said, Samuel
was
has
in
a
the
Monster
hospital
Maroon
all day
costume.
yesterday. So I was in the hospital all day yesterday and needed an MRI. So
Ooh.
she's going to be 6 weeks for recovery.
So super chat for that. For some reason. And the poll, which is now at 64 votes. Guys, I want to see 70. 70 votes. Because, boy, that is an amazingly interesting result set. I'm glad I asked it, because that is telling. So, you know what? 80. 16 more votes. Read out the poll for those that haven't seen it.
Have you, or do you, own Wrath of Khan in 4K, I assume? So, have seen it. Have seen it in 4K sometime. Have only seen in Blu-ray. It's not how you spell Blu-ray. There's no E in Blu-ray. Have only seen the DVD.
And DVD?
VHS.
Oh, shush. DVD's winning. So most of you have only seen it on DVD.
I don't doubt that at all.
But Blu-ray has been synonymous for a decade and available for 15 years.
And there's a good Blu-ray box set of all these movies.
Wow, DVD only. I know DVDs are cheap and like $1, but wow. You guys are missing out because the 4K is going to be 8 times the quality of DVD and it looks amazing. It's such a good 4K experience.
Barry F says there's no VHS option. That's because there's only 4 options per poll. I personally would have put in a VHS option to be funny, but Sam is, he's too young for the VHS. It's fine.
Oh, we've had a whole thing of I phoned the Insurrection VHS line, you prick. Do you remember that?
Nope.
You do, don't you, Shirley?
You're like an infant. You're like a fetus.
I was pre-internet. Don't get your lace panties in a twist. Also, I have I'm basically out of this booze. I need to finish this. Help me finish it and then do some more. So some more 5s will be superb.
And Ozzy throws in $5. Kirk always wins, even the command test. He didn't cheated.
I mean, hey, it's a winner cheat. And 17 minutes. I get 3 more super chats and we'll do a bonus shot. 17 minutes. So if you guys were thinking of putting in, put it in.
Hezraz. Well, my 5 guys meal is almost here, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Vote in the poll.
Enjoy.
I might have to order 5 guys after this live now. I haven't had 5 guys in a while.
But you doing food after that, or?
Well, me and Sylvia will have 5 guys, and then we'll see what we get for food.
Oh, I get peckish. Yeah.
Yeah. Classic for real, $5. At least it sounds like just a routine MRI, but still take the super chat and a sip. She's had hip pain for 2 weeks, and it was to the point where she couldn't sleep because it was such a deep pain. And she thought it would get better. She took medication, didn't work, got worse and worse and worse, and finally decided yesterday to go to the hospital. They needed an MRI because they were worried about nerve damage. They took some x-rays, and her foot was numb. Turns out she got a bulging disc, which is pushing on a nerve cluster in her back. And yes, so it's a bit of a bitch. So, thank you for caring. All right. I love how Terrell's kind of zoned the fuck out here, and Chekhov's like, the captain was strong. Khan thought he controlled us, but he did not. Yeah, and then it's like, oh, they're not here. I don't know where Dr. Marcus is. He tortured these people. Yeah. So again, Terrell not being a great captain, but again, his Ceti eel might be being a little more influential than Chekhov's.
Yeah, this scene I found really interesting. I loved watching Saavik in this scene because she's in focus, and again, 4K get a lot more detail. She's like interested in the scene, but she's waiting for a cue to say a line. Small thing, but she's like not engaged and line and then down again. But I like the. I bet I was looking if she's obsessed with Kirk or not. Kind of like in the general sense of her dialogue and her performance. But yeah, Terrell's odd here. Like, I'm sure this is intentional direction choice, but to have him that zoned out, he's a Starfleet captain of a pretty good ship. Reliants aren't bad. And he has so little presence in the scene because he's zoned out. I wonder what the direction was, because you wouldn't act that normally. But it makes sense, you're in a box, but the captain does not know, as in Kirk, doesn't know that, well, Admiral Kirk doesn't know that he's influenced by anything. So he has to assume that being in a box, he has no idea if his watch will be strung up or not. Like,
well, it's the way Terrell delivered the lines. He tortured those people, but no one would tell him anything.
True, haunted.
Yeah, maybe traumatized a little bit.
But he goes real strong on that.
Yeah,
because in theory these are the scenes to convince us they're fine. You don't believe for Terrell. Chekhov, he's less experienced, fine, but yeah, like I said, odd acting choices here.
Yeah. Eric Martin, $20.
Oh.
Please stop with the food comments. It's killing me. What's a full shot? So
I think that was pretty being handled very well, Stuart, as the Rule 5 guys.
I wasn't talking about food. I was talking about 5 guys, like literally.
And for some reason, they're all called Jeff. I don't know how
His name is Jeff.
I don't know how you found 5 Jeffs.
There's one Chad. There's 4 Jeffs and 1 Chad.
Well, no, his middle name's Jeff, so it counts.
Oh, yeah.
Chadwick,
Semantics.
Jefferson, Anal. I don't know. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, I've restocked the shot glass. Let's see how strong this is going to be, because I never know. All right, ready for the face? We'll find this out together. Oh, I always go too hard on these.
Perfect. Classic for real, $5. 1 super chat closer to a shot. $5 closer to 5 guys.
Oh no, we hit it. That was it. Shit, another full
shot.
shot. Oh dear.
Full shot. For fuck's sake.
Cheers. Oh.
I mean, that's not a shot, but okay. Cheers, you.
Well, I hate to you, sir.
Oh, I made a spill.
Now, are you enjoying our drunken adventure here, guys? Let us know right now in the comments below.
I'm not enjoying anything.
That's just you, though. All right. I'm 75 in the poll. Vote the poll. Right, I'm waiting for you straight. I'm trying to choose you.
Ready? Think.
Salut.
Oh, that burned the tongue.
Which one was that? Was that the Crown Royal?
Crown Royal apple, yeah. Chaser. All right. Now, this is the scene that's always kind of bothered me. And I always got it, you know. Admiral, if we go by the book, like Lieutenant Saavik, hours could seem like days. Pretty fucking clear code, God. Like, let's be honest. I read you, Captain. Let's have it. The situation is grave, Admiral. We won't have main power for 6 days, 6 hours. Auxiliary power has temporarily failed. Restoration may be possible in 2 days, Admiral, by the book. 2 hours. Meaning we can't even beam us back? Not at present. Captain Spock, if you don't hear from us within 1 hour, 1 day, your orders are to restore what power you can, take the Enterprise to the nearest starbase, and alert Starfleet Command as soon as you're out of jamming range. So you're telling me that Khan, who's a genetically engineered super being, didn't figure this out when it's fucking written on the wall. Saavik, who's also under the tutelage of Spock didn't fucking figure it out. Terrell, who's another fellow Starfleet captain, also didn't figure it out. That's absolute bullshit. And I get that Kirk and Spock have a shorthand, but that seems very obvious. You know?
So what I'm hearing is that in the Stuart Foley edit, it would cut from this dramatic scene, and it would cut to Terrell. The camera would go, "My lord, it is a trick that is every 2 days."
And Khan would be like, I know, I got that. If they don't hear from them in a day, they get 2 hours till auxiliary power. All right, cool.
Helm, attack! Fight all phases, kill them now!
And
Why
Savage
wait?
being like raising an eyebrow going, what? That was fucking rudimentary. Yeah, exactly. That would be my cut.
Well, because it's a really difficult thing for a film. They have to create a moment which half the audience will not get, allowing for a reveal, and half the audience will get, allowing for them to think they're smarter than you.
But all you needed was a scene earlier in the movie where Spock said something to Kirk, and Kirk took the alternate meaning of it, reiterated it to Spock, and so you know that they have their own kind of shorthand. And I know we've established that with like 3 years of TOS, the previous movie. They're best friends. They're captain and commander. They get it. They're on the same wavelength.
And they're probably as close as Data and Picard.
Oh yeah, best friends, don't you know? So anyway, it's a very transparent, see-through code, and the way that Spock emphasizes it.
He is a Vulcan though, so you can give a little.
Admiral. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it, Spock. Thanks.
You can give a little bit of leeway as a Vulcan and
be a little more subtle.
But okay. In the chat of the 56 of you, it might seem like a silly comment, but who didn't get this first watch as being a trick?
I mean, I was what, 8? I forget how old I was. Maybe 12. I don't know. I was young, so I didn't get it first time.
Okay, so Stuart says no shade. Put your hands up. I knew something was happening, but I didn't know what they meant. That's what I took from the scene. I didn't quite get what they meant, but it felt weird. But it was a weird situation, right?
Hours could seem like days. Days could seem like hours.
Yeah, don't say that to start the conversation.
Nudge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My thing about this scene, I noticed this time around, is that really freaking giant transporter room. What was the set? Because that is a big room of beaming.
And what looks like a Klingon helm console. I think it's actually used later, or was used in the motion picture as a Klingon one, and then it's just repainted white.
Very possibly. Because it's two things. A, the room is absolutely insanely big for what it needs to be. Clearly, and I actually really like the multi-fractal lights. It's never used again, except in this movie, in the transporter room, which I never noticed. Doesn't like the same set as TMP, because it just has a different shape. So I assume they kit match this into that, whatever. But yeah, this console, when they stand, I mean, look at as they're standing. This console is so low to the floor. Holy
Well, there's seats in front of it.
No,
It's not standing.
I know there
standing
are,
console.
but it is really low. Like, luckily Kirk sits, but it is a shockingly low console for a transporter room. It's just a weird framing of like big room, small console.
And I love it because it's a civilian station.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not a Starfleet designed, and that's fine.
I'm glad I'm asking and looking. You can see this screen cap, which I believe is on the live. Chekhov is wearing his communicator, the Khan black communicator. Visibly.
Yeah, Terrell has one later too, but you can't see it here.
Yeah. You'd think they might notice.
There is a close-up of the transporter console, which I've never taken the time to appreciate, but now that I was screen capping for it. Target, designate, comm sim,
Axis.
yeah, sync.
That's
synchronize,
weird.
Focus, transport, and receive, beam, activate.
Weird.
Yeah.
Oh man, if that had been a TOS beam.
Right?
Because there's no reason that would be the most advanced one, necessarily. That would have been a nice little Easter egg if that had been the TOS one.
I love the whole, where are we going? Where they went? Well, suppose they went nowhere. Then this would be a big chance to get away from it all.
That's classic TOS. That's like raw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
And then the look McCoy gives him after that, like, you fucker, I might die right now.
Why are you my friend? Why have I made this choice in my life?
Yes.
Why did I volunteer to be here? Yeah, that's the question, McCoy. Yeah, that was great. So yeah, they beam to unknown, and I love the logic as well. They say when they get in, the console's still on, everything's on, because whoever used it wasn't there to turn it off. Good logic, which Khan could miss, because of course everything's on.
Yeah.
And if he did not have files in Genesis, as they say, he wouldn't know there was a Genesis cave. All works really well, love it. And good transporter room, I think, with the light, the way they got up and down light emitter. Simple, effective, all great, all really nice. So they beam in to a, not cheap looking, but basic looking, but it's just a holding room, basically. And I'm so interested in this relook. At some point in the episode, in the movie, Terrell and Chekhov have phasers in their belts and a phaser they're holding.
Yeah.
Never seen it before. I have no memory of them grabbing everyone's phasers, so I want to see when they appear on their costume, because...
Did you ever notice, too, that the phasers are facing backwards in their holsters?
I didn't until that second, yeah.
Yeah. Also, they go up and look at Genesis. That's fine.
Genesis?
The Genesis device and the Genesis console, and then a little cone thing. And then they turn, and David Marcus jumps out of fucking nowhere to attack Kirk. Like, yes, there are crates around. I can see them hiding behind crates, but there's no crates on that side for David Marcus to jump out of.
In fairness to them,
no, there's
in some wide shots, you can see there's an above the ceiling.
Oh, that's bullshit.
We could jump down from.
No.
He could have been on the beams waiting in case someone beams in 10 hours later because he was bored. Okay, so middle of the fight. Oh, okay, so Terrell probably nicked the civilian. Because why civilians got modern... Oh, McCoy's holding his phaser backwards! Oh, yes, we did it! We caught one! Yes, he's doing a Michael Burnham, guys!
Where is it?
Fuck you, McCoy! I found it!
Where is it? After the fight with David?
Oh, I've got it in the... Oh, guys, I did it! See, it's not just Michael Burnham.
Oh yes, I see it now. Okay. Oh, that's awful. Don't highlight that. Don't compare that to Discovery.
See, it could happen in 1982, okay? The Force didn't care that much.
I mean, there's a Galaxy Quest poster where Dr. Lazarus, Alan Rickman, is holding the thing backwards on purpose to look like an idiot, and you can't really tell unless you're really paying attention. But I love the subtlety of that.
Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't notice that. God damn it, you just ruined Star Trek 2 for me.
Right, 3 out of 10. Every minute is lowering his score. I love that, because you've got a real... Like, who... Okay, how many people in the online review sphere have ever noticed that? Because they've screen capped and they've gone through every single scene. That's got to be...
We need to post that. We need to make that viral.
Oh, God. I don't just find the 4K...
Just don't compare it to Michael Burnham, for fuck's sakes. I'm a doctor, not a commando.
I'm a doctor, not a trained weapons specialist. Bones.
That's fucking great.
And I'm getting the 4K so you can see the full resolution of the shot. That is embarrassing.
He's prepared to kill himself before being captured.
How embarrassing.
Oh my God. Fuck's sakes. All right, I quit. I'm never doing another review again.
I mean, you can't think lower for the main cast than accidentally...
I love how David's too, like, mother, he killed everyone we left behind. And she's like, are you fucking dumb? Of course he didn't.
I mean, with that comment, yes. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, he's in shock, but he doesn't act the lines of he's in shock, so it doesn't quite pay off the way that it should. But yeah, her line is great. Okay, just, oh, what happened? Just bringing the 4K version in so you can see in all of the embarrassing detail, because you guys deserve the best.
Welcome to Trekyards, everyone. If you're new here, make sure you're subscribed, because we love ruining what you love.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, when does Terrell get the other uniform or the other thing?
The way it's shoved in his belt too is so awkward because it's facing up. If it accidentally discharges, it's going to take off his arm.
God, we don't want to commit suicide accidentally. That'd be terrible.
He does it on purpose in a second, but that's fine.
What?
Maybe he planned on it.
Yeah, and that belt is not forgiving. I know.
Yeah, you would know.
David comes in. For whatever reason, I love that Kirk's beat those set up. And in quite a kind of a very classic Kirk Fu way, but the length of time that Kirk keeps his fist raised and like primed is such a choice by Shatner to be like, I'm ready. It's like, I just beat my own son. Huh. It's all there on the expression. It's really, really well acted.
Mark Lawrence, $10.
Oh!
Both of you take a drink. Just woke up here in Japan. The trip continues.
Good morning.
That is half a drink. Half a shot, I mean. Not a drink.
Okay, so based on screen caps, there's no moment that they get the phasers. And Chekhov has one now, because Chekhov would not have a phaser, because they're not going to bring spare phasers, so he had to get one from someone else. When do they get phasers?
They had them in their bag of holding. Cheers, Mark. Thank you, and good morning to you in Japan.
Enjoy Japan, goodness.
Also, I don't know Japanese. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Kampai.
Kampai. Look at the face. That's a face to wake up to in the morning.
Some people like it, okay?
It's your O face. Oh. Anyway, sorry. Chekhov is a lefty. I mean, maybe. He's holding it with his left hand. I think it's just framing purposes for the director. It just looks better to have them frame like that.
Yeah, there's no moment that he gets the phaser. They just have they have three phasers out of the blue from nowhere. Huh. That's weird.
Your Excellency, have you been listening? I have indeed, Captain. You have done well.
Now, are they saying that these are TMP communicators painted black?
No, they're thicker. They're different. They're not, because the TMP communicator was like a hard case, like a hard thing around the arm. This one he actually like rips off and it's leather. It's a different communicator.
Because not from Ceti Alpha, so are they this era's communicators?
Possibly.
Because they've got the tactical one, but not the standard one, and maybe the black one's the standard.
And it would be like a advancement from the motion picture one. I can see. Sure. Yeah.
My way.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think about Khan not beaming in to finish the job? Because at this moment, when they're still alive, he could beam in and kill everybody.
He's not in transporter range. He's on the other side of the regular one planetoid. He's not right where the Enterprise is, which is right above this location. Later, you see a tactical of what's going on. So he's in communications range, but not transporter range. Plus, why get your hands dirty when you don't have to?
Oh, because that's the fun bit.
You would think so for Khan, yes.
I've always found that odd that he's willing to let Terrell do it, because I would think that would remove all the fun. Because I would also again think he would need to beam down after the massacre to see it.
Well, he also thinks that he leaves Kirk here to die. So later when it's like, Khan, and he messages him from the Enterprise, Khan's like fuck, he survived? It's very James Bond villain style. So, yeah, it's kind of an odd one for if you wanted revenge. You'd think you'd want to do it in person, eye to eye.
Because I can believe that Khan realizes that Genesis is a much cooler thing. I buy that. But he doesn't go on about it. He doesn't say, I can build a new home. We can create a new augment race among the stars. Like, he's here for revenge, and yet he gives it away to some random captain that he's known for 2 weeks or 2 days. Small thing, but I've always found that like we need to do that for the plot versus logical. But yeah, he brutally kills himself, and I suppose suppose. Again, tell me what you think. He threatens Kirk, fine. He starts to have pain, fine. Kirk tries to help him. He says no with a phaser. I always took that as a don't come near me, it might get into you, so I'll sacrifice myself to save everyone else. Or is it kind of the bug saying last death row of no, don't come closer? Like what do you think?
No, I think it's his Starfleet training kicking in and being like, I'm a captain. I can't harm another captain. I need to relieve this pain as well as not kill a fellow captain, so he kills himself.
But why does he actively point the phaser at Kirk not to help him, is my question.
Because he was still under Khan's influence at that point.
Okay.
The influence thing never made sense to me. Yes, it's wrapped around your cerebral cortex. Just fucking tell McCoy. I got a dude in my head that's wrapped around my cerebral. I don't want to listen to Khan no more, so can you please get rid of that shit? Thanks.
But it would stop him from doing that.
Sure.
But again, a gruesomeness to this film. He kills himself and it's horrible.
And right away.
Yeah.
Chekhov's goes, because it starts
yeah,
bailing out.
Which is well done. Kirk shoots it. I love the fact that it lights the whole thing like a elongated pulse is great.
I kind of like the idea, and I just thought of this now, that the Ceti eels are linked to each other.
Yeah,
so the one sensed the death of the other one and decided to bail the fuck out.
You want anything from upstairs?
No, thank you. Love you.
Love you. So yeah, I would buy that. Yeah, brothers. Yeah, there's no information about them, right? I could see there's some sort of.
It's just odd timing, is what I'm saying.
It's cinematic timing. Speaking
Yes.
of, do we have yeah? Oh, one more vote, guys. We have 74 votes on the poll. I want to get 75. Then I can read out the results and set a new poll. 74, guys. Come on. Come on.
Do it.
And we did hit our goal, so I'll do one more goal. We'll do 45 minutes for 10 super chats. Another shot.
And the biggest ear in Star Trek history. Chekhov's ear.
It's a big prop, yeah.
Come on out, and it's kind of disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Kirk just fucking eradicates it, and you got to note the setting on the phaser. It's on disintegrate because it's got all 4 fucking beams activated, all 4 lights. Because there's different settings on the Playmates one. 4 is disintegrate.
Oh shit!
Which is great. Yeah. And I love that it a little bit of goog. It's just a great visual.
It's brutal. It's satisfying. Yeah. It's our first victory for the audience. And Kirk's face is like, fuck you. It's really literal.
Right into the whole, Khan, you bloodsucker. You're going to have to do your own dirty work now. Do you hear me?
And And that's why it's a communicator that he can take off and throw somewhere so Kirk can do this. That's why. I am still confused to Khan's expression. Did you... I mean, I guess you heard the phaser. I guess? But then it's been a minute. You'd have heard Terrell say, he's done, he's dead, Lord. I know. Overacted, I think. I don't quite buy this performance.
And Jay Donaldson, Sylvia's awake. Someone get Cap in a Monster Maroon. Yes, now you can. If you want a super chat for you to change into my Monster Maroon vest. Or waistcoat, as the proper British people say.
Well, they're different.
Feel free.
Yeah. Wouldn't we go for both in uniform? That'd be great.
This is one of the greatest scenes in this movie for me. You're still alive, old friend. Still, old friend. You managed to kill just about everyone else, but like a poor marksman, you keep missing the target. And then
immediately I beamed down and did it myself.
Well, he immediately orders the beam up of the Genesis device.
Yep.
No, they can't take it.
I mean, they can.
Yeah, they did.
Although, at what point did Terrell tell them the coordinates of the exact Genesis device to beam?
It's nearby. It's giving off a weird power signature.
If it was, it would have been detectable from where they were already.
No, no. It's fine. That's nitpicking to the extreme. Stop it. Don't. You already fucked it up with the whole holding the phaser backwards. Don't fuck it up even more. This is a great movie.
Look,
one of my favorites.
Stuart,
fuck up.
I fuck who I want, okay?
Obviously.
Alright, 77 votes.
All about it.
77 votes in the poll. We asked you, how you do you? The winner, by honestly a shocking margin, have only seen The Wrath of Khan on DVD is 44%, which is around 30 people of you. Have only seen it.
It's insanity.
29% have seen the Blu-ray. Or have only seen the Blu-ray, so they've gone from DVD to Blu-ray. 9% have seen 4K sometime. 18% own the 4K, therefore seen in 4K. Wow, so I'm in the...
Should have asked
Oh.
how many people have seen it in Laserdisc. Laserdisc was a big thing. This is one of the best Laserdisc movie sales.
Was what? Yeah, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Shut the fuck up. Don't make me hit you. Nobody should witness the domestic violence that you have to endure on the regular when we're actually in the same space.
My ass is red raw, yes.
I'm a bastard. What can I say? Oh, I'm almost out of this. Fuck, this is 2 of them. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Genesis device beams out. You got Genesis, but you don't have me. You're going to kill me, Khan. You have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here. I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet, buried alive, buried alive. Khan! Yeah, there you go. Didn't have to fucking memorize, I tell you what. Sorry. That was great acting, too. Barry F says, I'm waiting for the holodeck version. Yeah, me too. That'd be great. Can't wait to get that one. The holodeck director's cut. With 360 environments. That'll be the thing.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the new holodeck version with 360 environments. It's like, oh yeah, cool.
Well, if Giles and the or Jules, sorry, in the Octane project can be in a VR environment and you just walk in and they use AI to recreate the scene, you can walk around it. Amazing. Joe
Brown says, aren't you two supposed to take a shot now? Oh, I didn't take a half shot for Marks.
I did.
I didn't.
I did. That was my face.
Sorry. I think I did. Whatever, I'll take another shot.
Class of real. I don't own Twok at all. He always got the DVD from the library.
You're fucking fired. Get out of here. Don't ever come back to our channel again. Who the fuck doesn't own Wrath of Khan? I own like 15 different versions of it. 3 of them on VHS. I own a couple DVDs. I own the director's cut. I own the Blu-ray. Come on. The fuck.
Yeah, we in this house own 5 copies.
Yeah.
And we have that beautiful. You've seen it. The
Make sure you go back and watch the scene on Regular One.
Yes.
The alternate take, because it's so different.
Yeah, no, I saw it. It was an entirely different thing. His acting here is such an interesting choice. He's being theatrical, but in a very fuck right off. You know, and I actually, if we take the logic that Khan has seen Genesis as being his ultimate win,
Genesis,
yeah, then I like the fact that Kirk can be killed passively. Because what he can do Genesis allows him to truly be the king he's wanted to be. And that shows he's not... The revenge is important, but it's superseded by power or potential power.
Yes, absolutely. Because he was a dictator. He ruled 3/4 of the earth. Yeah, I buy that. But I think the personal revenge thing is a little downplayed here a little bit. Because he assumes that Kirk is just dead now. Because they're leaving. Mm-hmm. And later he's surprised when Kirk is back. And he didn't beam down to personally kill him. I
would have done that.
Yeah. He's very Bond villain here. Just going to assume everything goes to plan, and you'll be dead. And given the scene later, he goes from this scene to just orbiting the planet passively. While they have this whole conversation, they go to the Genesis. Orbiting the planet. He's coming around to Regular One. They were out of sight, so the Enterprise could come in. They could surprise them.
But I mean, that's still happening. So he doesn't leave. He doesn't do anything major. He just continues that strategy to get to the orbiting. But anyway, then you get to the next scene. I love the fact that the communicator turns on the little red bulb at the bottom. What a weird thing.
I got that communicator.
Yeah, it's cool.
I love that communicator. I love that communicator.
You love it.
But it's very modern military CB radio turned into a communicator.
But you can't tell from the film, though.
No, it's more Nicholas Meyer influence, though. More rugged, kind of military-like tech.
But you can't tell from the film. I love Shannon's waistcoat. Really nice. He gets 3 different uniforms in this. Main, away team, and comrade. Waistcoat.
You never see anybody cosplaying this. I thought that much in this one. I'm like, I've never seen that vest cosplayed.
Yeah.
That's one I would love to have.
It's so gentle, but the white contrasting with the gentle red, it looks so good on him.
Yeah.
And it makes sense you'd have an undershirt.
Especially for that jacket, yes. Yeah.
And then the stripe of the leg pops in a way. I don't know why, it just all comes together.
Although I've always hated on the jacket, there's like a business card holder with the Federation. I mean, I've got a business card holder that has the Enterprise on it. It looks exactly the same. So is that a business card holder? What is that? Why? It's fine.
Yes.
It's fine. Sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, the Starfleet Corps of Engineers took 10 months to tunnel out all this in spacesuits. What we did in there, we did in a day.
Yeah, I don't believe it took them 8 months to make a small cave.
I do. You got to hollow that shit out. You got to beam out a large section of it, then get down there with like laser tools to get that nice look, the lined look of the corridor, plus put in supports. I buy it.
A phaser on wide beam.
Yeah, but that's very imprecise.
Exactly.
You gotta
you do that first, then you add the stuff.
Gotta put in the power.
3 months.
You gotta carve out a huge cavern for them to do their Genesis project.
It makes sense if it was as scientist. This is a Starfleet Corps engineer. Took you 3 years to build a starship. Took you 8 months to build a cave. A very, very small cave.
I have no problem with that at all. You fucking go do it. Let's see how long it takes you.
Less than 8 months.
I fucking doubt it.
7.5. Or your money back.
All right, I'm gonna get you on the next shuttle off this planet.
To regular, yeah.
Yeah, no, just to an
asteroid. No. Has
just
to be that cave.
Hollow out an asteroid and have some nice with the gravity plating as well as air units to create oxygen. You fucking fuck off.
Look.
Is fine.
If the Klingons can develop cloaking shields 100 years 50 years earlier in Discovery,
that never happened.
And we can have holographic communications across the galaxy. Discovery. Of course, you can do a fucking cave.
No, it's Discovery. I mean, I technically agree with you. I'm just playing devil's advocate because honestly, you could just transport out the corridors you need, just transport that material out, then go in and put up the supports. It'd be no problem.
I just think you could physically disintegrate the rock super easily.
You know what? Fuck you.
Yeah. Because I would be absolutely fine if there was a science base and we see a set. But it's not. It's only ever a corridor and a big space. But anyway, so they talk.
You don't know how big the compound is, let's be honest. So
we never see it. I'm not going to give that any benefit of the doubt. But anyway, this scene, great. They basically get the sidecast to go off, to go look, explore. Carol, I mean, Shatner here, I never appreciated his depth here. She asks, how are you feeling? And they read her situation, and it feels worse than the film makes it seem because he's living it. Oh, Stuart's dead. And then he says, yeah, he's just so grounded here. It's really, really neat. No, Rick didn't. That was made in 1 day by Genesis. The permit signal. Well, that hey, if you include that, that makes sense. Let's see. Dan Ben, I've seen this movie on TV and DVD. Dan, how have you not seen it on anything else? Yeah, because have any of you not, like, who's here has not seen it in Blu-ray? Like, you've never seen high definition, a lot of you. It is BL. Oh dear. Gosh. And he's dead, Jim. Jesus Christ, 4.5 hours. Okay, question to you all in the chat right now. Who has been here the entire 4 hours? Some of you have. Madness. Madness and one film. We're not even through the film yet. Still lots left. Let's hopefully Stuart pops back at some point to talk about this movie. Star Trek to the Wrath of Khan. Wrath of Khan. Kern. Yes? No. Yes? Yes. What? Huh. Where has he gone? Okay, so who's been here for the entire 4 hours? Joe, I have. Ozzy, I've seen it all. Ozzy, I have. Hez, 4 hours, God. Classic. Grant, who's here an hour in. Hez, well, 4 minutes is fine. Oh, Mr. Stuart. You okay? Question mark. Crazy, guys. What is even going on? Okay, well, I guess I'll try not to, but I'll jump myself back in. Sam. There I am. Hello. Well, we'll continue this. We've got to get through it for you, all you fine people. Just gotta make sure I kill it before the Stuart reappears. Okay, well anyway, so great scene of Shatner. He's very nuanced acting here. He feels old. He feels worn out. He's done too much of the Admiralty. And then she says, "Oh, I'll take something that may feel new again." Or young again. Back to Khan. The ship is working again. I'm going to cause some chaos. And then they go to the Genesis cave, which is a rather, again, in 4K, they clean up the map. There he is. Let's kill Gizmo.
If everything should be back.
Internet issues. I'm back.
Crazy.
As I was about to say, when I got so rudely interrupted.
Yes.
Poor fucking Chekhov sitting there holding a thing to his ear the entire time during this conversation that they're having. Like, he couldn't have, like, rolled him over so it looked like he was unconscious. He was literally sitting here trying not to listen to their conversation. Awkward AF. I'm just saying. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. The internet went down. I had to restart the router and stuff. So, I apologize. I was like, can you fucking hear me now?
Genesis cave, thoughts?
Fucking weird because there's sunlight. I'm like, where the fuck is the sunlight coming from? That's always annoyed me. Some nice matte visuals and matte paintings. Waterfalls that are still, but that's fine. Some shots there's like salt that they use to filter. It's fine. But where's the sunlight coming from? It annoys the shit out of me. It's annoying. I mean, I guess Starfleet Corps of Engineers could put an artificial sunlight thing, but even the end result of Genesis, turning the Mutara Nebula into a planet, bugs me a little bit, but that's all right.
Where does the star come from, Stuart? Next, the planet.
That's the other thing. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with it, but yeah, Genesis Cave is cool and all, but
I was saying the 4K does improve it, like the matte lines, because I always thought the way they're stuck in the painting never quite matched. 4K improves that. It's not great, but it's okay. But yeah, I mean, this is a very impressive cave, of course, and never mentioned again, because this thing they never say anything about any but downsides. So if you can go an asteroid and make a biodiverse cave with life forms and sun.
Now my question is this regular moon, this body, close enough to the Matara Nebula that this is what caused the Genesis planet? I don't get that impression. I get the impression that the Genesis planet formed where the Reliant exploded. Is in the final scenes of the film. Pull all the gas. As soon as it exploded, the Matara Nebula went away.
You mean this planet went into the nebula?
Planetoid. Like this was the core that it formed around. Yeah, I've always wondered, right?
This is a very small planetoid.
Yes.
So this is.
But it's better than nothing to start with, because the Matara Nebula has nothing, and then the Reliant explodes. Instantly, you see stars, and then it starts to coalesce into a planet,
which is cool, but weird.
I wouldn't have a problem if it formed around this body. Like this is the core of the planet that it like attached to. You know what I mean?
We could do a whole story on the idea of Genesis 2 worked. Make internal habitated, biodiverse, livable caves. Cool, sweet.
Yeah.
And it is a weird lull in the film, I will say. It's not badly paced. It's just a bit odd. Although I like the visual variety, cutting to the greenery is refreshing as hell compared to everything else. With Saavik and Kirk, etc. That's a very nice to look at. It's just weird slant.
And she does say, we did the life forms grew afterwards at a substantially accelerated rate. I assume she just means the planet, the plants. I don't know if there's insects.
Oh, definitely.
Mammals.
Yeah, I definitely got that sense. It all biodiversely evolved.
I would hope so, because you need them to spread seeds and stuff. But you never get that sense that there's anything living here besides plants. Wish it would have been something, small thing. But
then Khan goes to the planet, nothing there. The twist, and then Kirk. This is a great edit of Saavik like, "What are we gonna do?" And Kirk's like, "Just check the Enterprise." I know you tried for 45 minutes. Here I am.
Yeah.
It's like harsh because you know that Spock was hearing Saavik's calls and saying, "I'm not going to respond for 2 hours because radio silence." Yeah. Sorry, Saavik. But the confidence here is great because I'm assuming in his mind he's thinking, I've got a miracle worker for an engineer. He'll have fixed the ship by now.
Well, he's also emotionally compromised because his nephew just died, so.
Yeah. But his confidence here, Kirk's, is more than I thought is normal. So I think he's more confident in his ship than I love that in the next scene. It's like, yeah, we didn't do a lot in 2 hours. We did a lot, but like not a lot.
Yeah. So they be more and have a little discussion.
Well, they have the Kobayashi talk, which we skipped.
Yes.
Saavik seeing them face death, which I find odd because, like, he's had so many crew members die and scenarios, and like he totally has throughout TOS.
But nothing super close to him, I guess, is the point.
I guess
he's never lost his ship or his best friend and first officer. Yeah. But I love that whole conversation. She cheated. I changed the conditions of the test. Got a combination for original thinking. I don't like to lose. And that's when, he beams messages Spock, so.
And it's very subtle, but David doesn't know Kirk. He's like met him in sense of as an adult, right? Yeah. So when Kirk says, we programmed it, and David jumps in, he cheated, he does not know that as a he's converting the sentiment into he cheated because he thinks he knows him. Because that's how his brain thinks as being Kirk's son. They're that similar people, he's asserting the cheating, which is how Kirk thinks of it.
But what a tie-in to Star Trek 3. You cheated. I used protomatter in the Genesis Matrix. It's the only way to solve certain problems. You cheated. It's exactly what it is. He's thinking he's looking at it from his own perspective, how he perceives it, which is exactly what Kirk did, was cheat.
Wow.
But you can justify it by saying, yeah, I needed to do it because it's the only way to get it done, which is exactly what happens in the next movie with the proto matter.
Like father, like son. Yeah, there is parallels.
100%.
It's wow. Yeah, even better. Wonderful.
Yeah.
See what they beam in. That's a new transporter set. Like that looks cool. I like the hexagonal things and the little emitter things. I love the fact they both have yeomans on duty to strip them and put them in new clothes. It's such a weird thing to do, but it's like formal. It's great.
And then he tries to take the turbo lift, and it's like they're inoperative below sea deck. What is working around here? Not much. You got minimal power. And then you get the scene where they're climbing through the ladder.
Yeah.
Which is not in the theatrical version. But was in the televised version with ADR that says, "That young man is my son." And Spock says, "That's fascinating." Wow. In this scene, which is director's cut, them climbing up a ladder showing the mechanical nature and like the submarine type military vibes that Nicholas Meyer likes. But no commentary, no voices, no dialogue. It's just them climbing a ladder, and later Spock climbing down the ladder. Which is this is the scene that stands out, because the television version has this scene kind of truncated a little bit, and it's Kirk saying, "That young man is my son," and Spock says, "That's fascinating." Yeah, and not in the theatrical version at all.
Yeah, you don't need the dialogue. That does not add anything. But I like, it's Jeffrey's tubes before Jeffrey's tubes, right? Or like the simple overdeck thing. Also, I like the fact that if you know the sets of Star Trek, they walk through the TNG transporter side corridor to get past it. And there's like extra parts of the set which have never been seen in TNG. I like that a lot. Really nice. And they come out of a doorway. And I love Kirk's expression, seeing the door not working. The simplest thing possible.
Yeah.
He's like, all of a sudden he gets grounded by, oh shit, this ship is not fixed.
Yeah.
Nope, this ship is not okay. Yeah, it's good.
Spock wasn't exaggerating for the damage. Yeah.
Although weirdly, he's trying to tie his clip before the walk and before the Jeffrey tube, and he finally finishes it on the bridge. Small thing, but it takes a long time.
I don't have a problem with that. I kind of like that.
Then you go onto the bridge. We instantly action mode. We are geosynchronous, not seeing each other orbit. Makes sense. Cat and mouse.
Love the tactical display, yeah.
And then we go straight to, we have very little here, guys. But what we do have is knowledge, and the knowledge is the nebula. The nebula is bad for us, and then bad for the goose. It's such a weird phrase, but it
sauce for the goose. Yeah.
It's such a very it's very post-resurrection Spock phrase.
A little bit, yeah.
But then our experience will do us well, and then let's leg it to this nebula. And I like that we're all a bit broken. All we can do is try. Is come up with this whole scene, and it's really effective. As Khan's like, aha.
And Dan asks, "Is that tactical display changed?" Nope, not at all. But the next scene, we see the grating being pulled up for the torpedo room, and it is torpedo bay number 4, which I addressed earlier. There is no torpedo bay number 4 on the Enterprise. There is only 1 and 2.
I wonder if that was an additional reshoot after the fact, and they thought, oh, we should probably change it. Because if the set was already 2, then why would you change the plating?
Exactly. I don't know why. This is an odd choice, and it really stands out like a sore thumb, because there is no 4 torpedo tubes on the Enterprise. So,
yeah.
Classic for real, $5. Wrath of Khan, you trap me inside a moon. God. Now you destroy my ship and kill my son. Meh. I used up all my anger.
Well, he's already had a bad day at that point. Although, briefly, while this is an amazing moment to see them all remove the grate, it's so ridiculous to think you need 6 crew members on station in torpedo control to remove a grating so you can fire weapons. Never would you do that in a Starfleet ship. Ever.
It's Nicholas Meyer doing the military thing, making it feel very submarine-like.
Never. No,
I know.
They would do this.
Lecturing me. Stop lecturing me. It's a Nicholas Meyer choice.
Because imagine if that was your one job on the Starfleet ship, to be the guy that pulled the grates.
I get to remove grating.
And then you got to run to the other one. Okay, shot 2. 3. Wait, where am I? 4. What? But anyway, great setup, great pace, really beautiful space shot of the Enterprise leaving towards Nebula. Like the back shot, just I don't remember seeing that shot before, but it's beautiful. I can't sing. There they are. Great. They go after them. Great. Wonderful. I've rebuilt some of these shots for my fan film, so that I knows quite well. The angles, wonderful stuff.
Before we move on from that bay number 4, though, there's one guy wearing a monster maroon who's standing at the railing.
Yep.
But doesn't know what the fuck to do. He's supposed to be like the commander in charge. All the ensigns are doing shit, running around.
Unlisted, probably.
It's always fucking stood out to me and it annoys me. It's like, that's your job? That's what you get paid for? Anyway, moving on. Sorry.
Yeah, fair.
There she is.
But yeah, beautiful shots then of the ships going in. The nebula, like I say, in 4K really popped because they filmed obviously these water gas elements in 4K, so they look really beautiful today. They really had vibrantness. I love the torpedo shot. Again, beautiful visuals. And then, to my surprise, as in, it's a good little twist, got to go after them. They slow, as in Khan slows, and explains to Khan, his second in command, we can't do this, we'll be vulnerable. And Khan gives in. And the acting so lies are like, oh, not this time. And the whole film changes for a brief second of, oh, he's smarter than this.
Until Kirk fucks with his ego.
Yeah.
Says, Khan, I'm laughing at the superior intellect. Full power, damn you!
And considering you're fighting a dragon who can breathe fire, who's basically killed a lot of... Boy, the way Kirk acts that is like, nothing to lose. Gotta finish this. It's beautiful acting. Considering Montalban was not on set delivering lines to Shatner, neither reverse. So this is just some guy saying, I task you! Yes! But it's so in tune with itself. It's wonderful.
I love when Kirk's like, patch me through, and the reaction of Khan when he hears Kirk's voice, like, you're back on the fucking Enterprise? How'd that happen? Is phenomenal acting. Yeah, this is great, this scene. And yeah, like you said, they weren't on stage together at all. So, beautiful. And as Joaquin tries to stop him, you have Genesis, you can have it. No, we can't go in.
Again, we won, guys. But yeah, it's so lovely. And the fact that Khan starts the impulse.
It's very Moby Dick.
Yeah, yes.
Going after my whale, yeah.
Then they hit the anomaly. Don't remember that from the original version, but and it was, just don't remember that. Yep. Power goes down, both get hit, and then we start very gentle, very pretty in the nebula sequence. But the tone pulls right down. It gets real slow, real listen, look. And once again, Khan's lieutenant says, well, better stop that, didn't we? Because we, can't see anything. Khan's like,
yeah. Raise the shields. As I feared, sir, not functional. Fucking already told you that, you dumbass.
And they could have left.
Yeah.
And there's bloody dancers on doing Jack next to them.
Yeah. And the Enterprise wouldn't have known if they bugged out. Because the Enterprise has no sensors or anything. They'd still be roaming around in there looking.
That'd be a funny recut. They just leave. It's like, where are they? We searched for 6 months. Where are they?
Yeah. Well, beautiful shots of the ship. Like the miniatures really pop in this sequence.
Well, it's so artistic in its flair. It's intentional. It's artistic. It's graceful. It's submarine, but with 3 dimensions. The smoke is really effective. The only thing I'll say is that, for the most part, for all these shots, you feel as if they're in the middle of a cyclone of anomaly, and because there's no elements in front of them. There's no smoke. There's no particulates. They are just in the middle of a bigger thing, which kind of detracts from when they cut to a shot where the sensors aren't working because there's just empty space between them. A window would solve the issue within 1 second. Had there been more just anomaly between them, would have been slightly more served, but it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, again, very submarine-like. Like waiting for the ping, waiting for any sound from the enemy. You're running silent, as they say. So, yeah. I love the way it adds a lot of tension So I think Nicholas Meyer did a good job with this, because otherwise the starships are kind of super powered, sensors and shields, and I love that they equalized it out like this. So Khan with little experience has as much of a chance as Kirk with massive experience, and the only difference is Khan has two-dimensional thinking. Kirk trumps that with the three-dimensional thinking. So, yeah, good way to play it out. And poor Joaquin dies to show up in TNG later.
My only problem with this sequence is the concept of what they can see, because the scanners are scanning forwards, and the scanners are static. But there are moments you can absolutely see the ship. So it's very as if there's a camera pointed and a static. But there's sensors. So they are working, but also not working at the same time. I wish it was a bit more abstract, the visuals, versus just literally static. It's a small thing, but you can see them. They're there. Just wait long enough, you can see them. There's no problem.
Yes, yeah.
But I love the misses. The after pillar failing miserably is great by Khan. What a shitty shot. Don't shoot down.
Well, yeah. I mean, he says, best guess, Mr. Sulu. She's about to fire, and the ship gets rocked by something in the anomaly, so he misses. And it's like, torpedoes, fire! And by that point, the Enterprise has done this and kind of moved away.
It's a real bad shot that it's going down.
Yeah.
Where's the sunlight coming from that shot? Fuck knows. Nowhere. I don't know. So I guess that's the sun. I don't know.
I mean, that's fine. At least they didn't create a sun when the Genesis device went off.
Genesis?
Yes, Genesis. How can you be deaf with a face like that?
Oh.
Sorry,
so then Reliant fires and damages the torpedo launcher, which is cool, although it still works later to send Spock off, but oh well. Lots of fire, great fire effects. They fire back, bloody... I mean, they commit to blowing up this bridge. I mean, I'm guessing they shot Kirk first, Enterprise crew, and then Reliant to properly destroy this bridge, because this thing is properly trashed by the end. And it looks excellent, except everyone dies of how? Does the explosion to the back kill everybody? Because, like...
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the life support, don't you know? Yeah. I don't know.
Life support?
Yes, life support. How can you be deaf with ears like that?
Because I'm British! Spell better! Spell in better English. You Canadian.
British allowed is not. Is continent or country forbidden. That's the wrong movie. That's the next month. It'll be fun.
With a Stuart Flair. Goodness!
I love when they blow off the nacelle of the Reliant as well. It's a great shot.
Yeah, they put so much work into these space shots. They're really good. But there's radiation in the warp in the room. Fuck knows what it does. The main powers room. I don't know what it is.
The reactor room.
Sure. Joaquin dies. About being it's good.
Bitch.
Chekhov comes to bridge trying to help. Good. I'm glad he came back into the story. Nice.
Yeah, you've been under the control of my arch enemy for a while now, but go take the weapons console, Chekhov. You're fine now.
Yes, Captain. Oh, then I think fair enough to say universally laughed about David comes on the bridge with his sweater.
It's so 80s, yeah.
It's
so 80s jock bullshit, yeah.
Like, that wasn't on him when he arrived. So he found a sweater, turned out his neck like a little rich boy prick. Like, that was such an intentional choice to make him look stupid and arrogant. I get it, it's cold. Put it fucking on then. It's really weird.
It's so dated, is what it is. It's a problem.
He looks like a pretty boy rich kid as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah. Classic for real, $5.
Oh.
Genesis does You can't get this with a Death Star. Genesis does what Star won't. Oh my God.
I think he's drunk.
More than us. By the way, we have 90 likes. Can we get to 100 before we close out here? 10 more.
Yeah.
If you haven't hit like yet, do so. And also, there's a goal as well. So hit that. $5 super chat.
But then you get a Z depth move, which looks very nice. One for
Z
Reliant.
minus 10,000 meters.
I mean, all these shots are great. And I was again 4K. Before they shoot the final blow. I mean, these are miniatures. These are 6 foot whatever miniatures. They're in 4K. The Reliant, and this was a shot on the live. That close to the miniature, it looks so good. It's just a painted bit of wood and resin. It's been lit by some lights off stage, but it looks so excellent in this close-up, which it has no right to look that good.
Yeah.
Because it's going so slow to appreciate it. Like, really looked good in 4K. That was cleaned up. And then when it comes up, it was really impressive.
Yes.
Yeah. They destroy the torpedo pod. I always found it odd they cut to a random corridor and another guy getting killed.
Yep.
It's just some random guy walking in the torpedo roll bar, I guess. From
Well, he's in the
Khan's.
saucer section, but the explosion from the roll bar above, like, impacted. I don't know. Who cares?
Well, they just shoot an extra in a. I don't know.
And then we get Khan on board the Reliant. Nobody else is alive. He's got the Genesis control device on the bridge. And there you can totally see the red markings on the thing as well.
Okay, yeah. They just don't have the same prominent feel. Now, yeah. I kind of wish they went further with his eye makeup, because I always remember as a kid thinking the face was properly scarred. It's less than it looks, because the blood helps.
Yeah.
But what I love, though, is his hand acting. He's, like, contorted it in a way.
Yeah, it's like...
It's that feel...
Fucked up.
It reminds me of Total Recall.
Yeah.
That hand. And that plays like he's just broken now, which I really like.
Barry F throws in $5.
Oh.
Khan realized too late that space is 3-dimensional.
I don't think he ever realized it wasn't 3-dimensional. He just... I don't know. It's a hard one to... They had to have some gimmick as to how he was going to win.
And why Kirk was more experienced in this kind of battlefield, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I had a question with this bit, and I've always wondered this. Let me know what you think. When I watched this Khan rotating it turn Genesis on scene, which I love, the hard cuts, the torpedo, transporter him, am I potentially thinking that he is a super soldier, he is able to turn these things when the mechanism is not that someone turns them? Because the way he struggles... Because, like, it's such a weird thing to do to activate, to turn it 4 times. Is it because he's an augment who's powerful enough to move the metal to trigger it? Or is it just the way...
That's an interesting question. And I always wondered, too, is he actually turning them? This one, you can actually see the detail where each ring does turn.
Yeah.
You can see the reflection.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see necessarily in standard definition earlier on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a very good question, and I don't have the answer to it.
Because, I mean, I don't know why he would be, but otherwise, it's just, why do you have to... And if he does return it, I know he's dying, but he's dying with super strength. So doop, doop, doop. Like, well, I love the fact that in this HD version, the TOS buttons reflect on the metal, as in the... TOS. But no, I would love to know how many takes he did of this, because it's such an emotive little scene, and he nails the commitment to the moment.
It's funny you say that, because when he turns a little dial, it does say commit.
With exactly 999 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think that's seconds. That's not how 4 minutes works.
Well, if only hours or minutes, Stuart, by the book.
Encoded 4 minutes. So it's just
what?
thousand certain tick countdown. It's fine. Because encoded 4 minutes, if those are seconds, that doesn't work out because it's only like 240 seconds is what 4 minutes would be. But hey. Classic for real, $5. Khan didn't engage Genesis blast processing. P.S. Both of you need to watch 90s Sega ads. Oh, I know exactly what you were talking about.
Okay.
It was Sega ad, the last one you did.
But yeah, and then you get the it's turned on. The Matrix is going to happen. I really liked, again, in the 4K, you get to the facial expression. Spock making the choice is so simple and powerful. I think he knows he's going to die. I think he has a feeling, because otherwise he would tell people. Because by going alone without thinking, without reacting, because he could easily, in the turbo lift, call bridge, Spock to bridge, I'm going to the engine core, do this thing. No, Spock, he'll kill you. We'll see. I think he knows the chance of him dying are logically 100%.
Yes.
And he's just doing it. He's not thinking, which is very good. It's very effective.
Hezraz, $7. Pew, pew, pew. Dying in augment style.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm fine. I like Enterprise replicating it. It's good.
And yes, classic for real. I do realize that that's a Sega commercial. Sega will do what Nintendo don't.
Oh.
Nintendo don't. Yeah, it's fine. Moving on.
Then Spock goes down the Jeffries tube, which I really like, seeing the 3 minutes, because is that set a precedent that you can do Jeffries tube from the saucer bridge to the engine core in 3 minutes via Jeffries tube? That's pretty quick.
Have to.
I guess he's running between, but that's real quick.
I mean, he can get from the bridge to C deck, at least with the turbo lift. But that's not very impressive.
That's a lot of decks. He is. Although I guess you could do the thing where Kirk does in a minute, he slides down, but frick. But I love seeing the still Jeffries tube again. It really added to the he's traveling. And then it goes down the thing. Reliant looks wonderfully broken. I like the engineer who's at the side, oh, I'm not feeling well. We're all about to die. Oh no, it hurts. It's well, okay. And Scotty's just unconscious to the radiation, I guess? He said earlier.
He's kind of out of it with radiation, yeah.
I guess he was in that room?
No, he was never in the room. He was near the room.
And Bones down there in a costume, and then you get the whole neck pinch. And I'm pretty sure that's not Nimoy's fingers.
Nicholas Meyer didn't want to shoot this scene. He didn't also want to shoot the scene at the end of the film that has the photon torpedo tube on the planet's surface. But I was giving the audience false hope. But they put it in as a safeguard in case there was a sequel.
But it definitely feels like they got DeForest back, but not Nimoy, which is fine. It's just it's such an additive.
Yeah. Remember.
And he goes in with his. I always thought the gloves were really, really important, bigger than, but they're just to let him touch stuff because it's heated. I always thought it was more important than that. And then he goes in. The Enterprise is feebly leaving. I'll have a point about that later. It ain't going fast. Yep. Now what? Oh, okay. Last thing. I love the fact when Spock takes the thing off the pod, the tube thing, you can see the entire thing shake because it's not attached to the floor.
Yeah, I noticed that too this time. Yeah.
Just wait the fucker down. It's obvious. What is he doing?
He's realigning the coils inside the reactor thing.
That's the reactor thing.
It's part of it, yeah. He's realigning the conduit things in the middle, which is getting blasted in the face with radiation the whole time.
So they have conduits in a small tube in the middle of a room.
Sure. Which
are broken enough they can just touch them a bit and fix it.
Yeah. It's realigning the lithium matrix. You don't fucking know. How do you know how that fucking works?
I'm an expert. When I was young, I thought he was letting the pressure go.
Yeah.
But that's what I thought, because visually it's such a visual it's so big.
You can see him fucking around with stuff.
No, you can. But But it is very unclear because I don't want you to know what he's really doing. It's just like he's just touching a tube and putting his face in it. And boy, as an actor, that's probably some pretty steam. That something's happening there. He's putting his face right in it. But that wasn't fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now my problem. When you cut, so Spock's doing the thing right that no one knows he's doing. Genesis is in the Reliant. It's about to explode. You come back to Kirk. He's got his legs over in a very defensive position. He's very like personal protection. Protect his penis by putting his leg. But no one is doing anything. They're all accepting death because they know.
They're backing away. They're trying to get away with the power that they have.
They all know it won't work, logically.
He looks at David and.
Yes, exactly.
Like, nope, we're fucked.
So I'm shocked that they have no idea plan. They're all accepting suicide right now. Like
that's not suicide. They're doing the best they can.
But they're not
trying
to get the other plans.
There's nothing to do. They have no power. There's absolutely fuck all.
It's James T. Kirk. He's not just going to sit there and protect his penis with his legs. He's going to do something.
There's nothing he could do.
Disagree. He would go down engineering then. He would do something.
This is tying back to the beginning of a no-win scenario. It's like, how the fuck do we deal with this? We can't. We're waiting for power from engineering. I've got Scotty working on it. That's all I fucking know. Messaging down there and fucking bugging him about it isn't going to help.
It's just so reminiscent of TNG when they're about to blow up in 3 seconds and no one's doing anything. It's just this is
I
James.
I disagree. There's nothing they can do. Fuck all they can do.
Hold on. Moving on for a second. In this shot in particular, look at his wrist. He's got a communicator, the Khan style. So I'm guessing that is the standard communicator of the era.
Yeah, but it's not the one that Terrell was wearing because it was much bigger. Terrell's was much wider.
It just looks like a watch though.
Yes.
Huh. I wonder if he had that in the entire film. But anyway, so I was just a bit disappointed in Kirk by the scene. Like, there's nothing happening.
There's nothing he can do. Just because he's Kirk doesn't mean he's going to be like, I'm going to get in a spacesuit and start pushing. Like, what are you going to do? There's only so much you can do in certain situations.
But that means in his head he's thinking dying in 10, dying in 8, dying in 7, dying in 6.
Yes. No-win scenario. That's what led this movie off.
I just don't think the acting equates to that vibe.
I disagree. I'm sorry. You took film school, and I'm surprised you're saying that. Because this is like, there's nothing I can do. I've done all I can do.
Which is
what? Give into our fate.
Which is what? He ordered torpedo fire and sat down. He's done jack shit for the last 10 minutes.
He's not he's not running around each station doing everything that needs to be done. He's relying on his crew.
He's an admiral, actually.
Go fuck yourself.
You might take an engineering course in between. Sunday school and the engine's work.
You can press the shuttle bay. No, use the tractor beam. It's okay to be wrong, Sam.
There are. I mean, at the very least, order shuttles to leave and warp away.
Oh my god.
No, seriously. Like, there's so many other things. There's the fact they're not doing anything means he is committing the entire crew to get killed in about 12 seconds. Because we know as the audience he's about to be fine. Launch the shuttles. Order people to escape pod. That won't work. But to shuttles.
What?
He's got 3 shuttles at least. They can fucking warp away and be.
Who are they going to select?
Doesn't matter. The first 50 people, save 75 people. Does not matter. They have 3 shuttles. They can warp away.
Okay. Very rarely do I say this, but you're 1,000% wrong. This is dramatic tension. This is fantastic. You took fucking film school, and I'm arguing the points that you should be arguing. This is fantastic.
I'm just
There's
sad.
There's nothing he can do, and that's the point. That's what led this movie off. The fucking no-win scenario. We did everything we could. We're not going to fucking win. Might as well just stand here and face it.
I'm just sad he's happy to let all of his crew die when they could escape.
Not his crew. It's Spock's crew, and it's a training crew, so fuck him.
It's his crew.
Fuck him.
That's why he's admiral, because fuck him.
Not even real crew yet. Yeah, sorry.
But you must see my point about getting the shuttles. He could easily have escaped.
There's
like,
no.
A good 75 people and warp away, and it just seems odd.
I hate that you're wrong, but you're fucking wrong.
BJ, why not? Why not? Discoveries are. All right, the poll, 39 votes. Have you ever owned a Laserdisc, Wrath of Khan, or everything else except Laserdisc?
Oh, perfect.
Only
You spelled laser wrong, but
Thank
that's
you.
okay.
Well, no, Z is cooler. So only
It is.
15% of 39. So only 4 people have actually owned a Laserdisc of talk.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Laserdiscs are ridiculously expensive. Prohibitively so. Joe Brown says, "Put that on a T-shirt. I'd buy it." Put what on a T-shirt?
They're not.
What
They're not his crew. Fuck them.
It's just the training crew. Fuck them. I'd buy that too. Actually, that's pretty fucking funny. Let us know specifically, Joe Brown, what you meant, because we had a nice long argument there. Anyway, continuing on. Khan gets in the last little, "For hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee. No, you can't get away." And then Spock realigns the lithium crystal chamber, and things are nominal.
Yeah.
It's like, the mains are back online.
Random extra. Thanks for your add-on to the scene.
Well, he's been in this a few times. He's been around. So's the guy at the console. They were standing in the torpedo bay when Kirk first came on board. They've been around. This guy that said, "Sir, the mains are back online." He was at the weapons control station earlier.
Ah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Since this is the last Khan thing, I vaguely remember Khan dying more on screen. As in he's dying. But are we to
he
take
says his last little thing and kind of collapses.
So I feel like that's not him actually dying. I feel like he dies with the explosion of the ship, not in that moment.
It's hard to say.
That's my interpretation. Like his strength has faded, but he's still like looking at the sea and like, and then he blows up because that's probably what apt. He's blowing up with the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spock does a thing. Nominal's great. The warp away. I'm kind of surprised the warp drive.
I love Sulu's reaction. "Bless you, Scotty. Go, Sulu." And she was like, "Oh, fuck." Like, oh. Like he actually takes a second to be like, because he wasn't ready to go.
He's gonna die in 3 seconds. Yeah,
I love that subtle little bit of acting.
I know that it's well. I think in TOS they talk about how it's like hours to turn the warp core on properly, and in TNG I'm not sure that's a problem. But going from no main power to warp drive in under 5 seconds seems a little bit unlikely.
It's like popping the clutch. If you drive standard, you know what I mean. So yeah, it's not safe nor easy, but you can do it. Area 51.
Oh,
sorry, throws in $5. Khan watching the Enterprise warp away. Well, shit. Well, still, you would assume that they wouldn't have enough time still, because it's just about to detonate. So it's like, and they just barely beat if you watch, the shockwave. It's like right behind the ship. Like they're barely ahead of it. But yeah. Well, shit.
And it must be like warp 1 or 0.5. It's like just enough to get away. There's no like,
yeah,
we did it. It's like lowest power possible. But yeah, it explodes. I love the fact the nebula dies when it dies, which is it's subtle in that you're not looking for it. But yeah, it like eats the nebula in the process, and then of course explodes, and then in the view screenshot it pulls matter back in, which is so easy to not notice. That just the goodbye, because the ship explodes. I don't know what the process, but yeah, pulls it all back in. It's a whole thing. But Stuart, do you want to read out the poll as well? We have a new poll. Can't hear you though.
Yeah.
Still,
you don't need to hear me.
I do.
I can hear and doing the thing. You can hear me, and then you can hear me now. That's fine.
All right.
Is Sam right in the Kirk evacuation argument? Yes or no? Or
Nope.
yes or yes? Yes or yes?
What's currently winning, Stuart?
Well, yes always comes first, and they're all voting for no, so it's fine.
Well, I mean, I'm winning.
Fucking wrong.
I'm winning 75% though. So
What did you want Kirk to do? Run around the ship, run down engineering, try to do it himself? I mean, we saw that in Star Trek, fucking Into Darkness. Saw how that turned out.
Generations. Sorry. So Carol comes on. Whose uniform did she steal?
Whose? What?
Carol walks on the bridge. Whose uniform did she steal?
That's Kirk's. That's Kirk's. You know, women are notorious for stealing men's shirts and jackets.
It occurred to me, but a yeoman took that. she wouldn't take it to the sick bay. Why would she? So she had to ask the yeoman, "Can I have that back?" It's a very small point, but like to get that is weird. Just say.
No, I think she beamed aboard with it in her arms. Go back and look at that scene.
Because
he was in his vest.
Yes.
So you shut the fuck up.
He gave it to his woman, and she took it like a woman.
She stole her ex-man's sweater.
Yep.
But his Letterman jacket.
But it's very cold in space.
True.
Anyway, so goes straight to the sun. We see Spock's lack of seat. Kirk runs down the corridor.
I love McCoy's delivery. Jim, I think you better get down here. Better hurry.
Yeah. He slides down the steps, which is kind of difficult. Like, that's gonna be metal. His hand's gonna be hurt from that. That was a choice by him to do that, and that was a small choice. But like, yeah, seriously. Now I was really looking at the acting here on the scene because I know Kirk's acting. I was looking at McCoy and Scotty's. McCoy is underplaying the fuck out of this scene because he has come to terms with it. He's sad, but he's being professional. And Scotty's just in shock. He's trying to protect. Everyone's moved past Spock.
Yeah, he's dead. He's gone.
Yeah, like, so I was like, but the lack of acting from McCoy was such an interesting choice. He's like just calm and just, dude.
The one thing I can't get over is the guy in front of Kirk.
Oh fuck!
It's like fucking holding him.
I've never noticed that guy. He's a blowjob guy. Shit.
Yeah, and then he eventually just moves out of the way. Yeah, I've noticed that for years. There's another dude there holding Kirk back who gets no. I mean, I'd hate to be that actor. See the back of my fucking head. I was in Star Trek too, don't you know? Were you really?
I was the guy that saved Kirk's life. That. Yeah. Okay, I've not once ever noticed that, so thank you for pointing that out. And then he goes up to the glass or the plastic. Spock ain't doing so well. I love that when Spock stands up, he does a uniform. He makes it smart.
Yep.
That was a goddamn beautiful acting choice to show that even his last seconds, I'm gonna be professional. That is a good choice. And the makeup also on his face looks much better in 4K. It really, like, I've never quite thought it looked great, but you see the detail in 4K and it looks pretty. Although I'm confused by the angles. We know the two angles, right? The reverse, but there's obviously a curve to the glass, so they look as though they're looking off eye line. It's fine in the normal shot, but like Spock's perspective, he's like looking somewhere weird. I don't know if they're implying that Spock's now blind because he's been hurt so much.
Yes, 100%. Okay. That's in the novel. Spock can't see shit. That's why he walks into the glass, first of all.
Okay, that was what I was... Cool. That's why I was kind of guessing. Because it felt odd, but that's freaking dark if that's the case. And I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't see fuck all. Because he was looking into that blinding white light.
Oh, yeah.
Radiation blasting in his face.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah.
So his eyes would be the first to go. Even despite the fact that Vulcans have an inner eyelid that protects them from reducing craziness. Anyway, it's fine. And then Spock dies. Kirk says no.
And it's
And yes, Eric, 100%. This is transparent aluminum. Yes, I would not disagree.
Yes. In this rewatch, it wasn't so much sad as I was picturing Nimoy saying goodbye to the universe.
Yeah.
Because that's the way, you got to think how it was at the time. It wasn't third film planned. He was dead. So he was ending his run with a self-sacrifice in a way that broke him, and he took it on the nose, on the chin. He was just brave and strong, but he died losing strength throughout the scene, and it's a really interesting choice by the actor.
He died like he lived, logically.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
even making a joke about the coercion row. Like, I never took it. How do you think I did? It's like, well, he fucking died so poorly.
What do you think of my solution? Well, no, he saved the crew. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one.
Yeah. No. Well, yeah. And then he dies. He makes an effort to slump reverse on the screen because then we can see him, which always felt like such a choice to me. Like, I'll just die turned. And okay, now. But it's for the camera.
Yeah.
And then, so ends the film. Cut to a lot of extras, like a lot of everyone, every costume, every extra still alive.
And I always thought this was kind of insulting on Kirk's part. Out of all the souls I've encountered in my travels, his was the most human. Spock wouldn't want to be remembered as human. He always tried to hide his human side. So it was kind of a jab, in a way, in my mind, anyway.
That's a really tricky.
Also, they're in Torpedo Bay number 2. That's where they fucking embarked on the ship. That's where the travel pod landed. Torpedo Bay number 2. That's the damaged one. When the torpedo fires out of the Enterprise, it's firing out of torpedo platoon number 1 on the starboard side, not the port side. So that's a huge fucking error, which nobody probably noticed, but I have to point that out. At least it's not Torpedo Bay number 4, which doesn't exist.
Aft torpedo, side torpedo, back torpedo, source torpedo. Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of thing that I don't. Kirk is so. He's so in the moment. He's not thinking what he's saying. So I think he's personally relaying. Well, it's like we said. We say this sometimes. Offense is taken, not given. So yeah. Kirk is saying, he is the most real a person I can know, and I've grown up with the word human as being person. So he is meaning that. He's not meaning human person. He's meaning person.
I get the meaning behind it. 100%. Like, I totally get it. But I always thought it was a little bit of an insulting thing for Spock. Like, Spock would not want that to be said at his eulogy, necessarily. So it's kind of stuck with me over the years, and I don't know how other people feel about that. Please feel free to chime in.
Yeah. Let us know.
But his was the most human. I get it from Kirk's perspective, and the way that Shatner delivered that line with the little crack in his voice, fucking
Oscar.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, it seems a little insulting to Spock as a character, because Spock always tried to suppress his human side.
It's funny because post resurrection that would be a compliment almost. But pre, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
That said, had Kirk said he was always the most Vulcan, that sounds terrible.
It does.
Like, because that sounds like an insult. Like, you're cold, you're emotionless, you're perfect, you're pure. It sounds.
But that's horrible. What he wanted to be. That's what he inspired his whole life to be.
But he wanted to be himself as well, though. At this point in his life, he wasn't thinking, "I want to be Vulcan" in these films. He was like, "I'm just Spock. I'm a good commander." You're right. Early Spock, yes. Not this Spock. This Spock is happy to be himself.
That's true. That delineation is important, yes.
So I think in this... Because the way he ends with the Kobayashi Maru sentiment, that felt like a more human thing to say. He's related on a human level, not a logical level. These are finicky. I think, yeah, it's damn special, and it's just Kirk relaying his feelings, right?
Yes.
I don't think Spock would have anything to think about it except thanks for nice eulogy, right? I think he would understand it. But yeah, it's... Yes.
Spock would understand the meaning behind it, and yeah, I do too. But when I was younger, I was thinking, I would kind of insult Spock. But anyway.
But like I say, saying this Vulcan wouldn't work, and you couldn't phrase it another way, I don't think.
There's even a line in TOS. I forget the episode, but he's like, "Spock, we're all human," and Spock says, "I find that remark insulting."
Yeah. No, I get the logic.
Yeah. Classic for real, $5. Are you drunk enough so that I can convince you to do Drunkyards of a certain Michelle Yeoh movie with a certain red lady between numbers 30 and 32? Dude, for the last time, we've already done that. That was our first movie review, which is fucking embarrassing. But that's fine. And Eric Martin, $20. Take a drink to absent friends. Ooh, that's perfect.
And that ends my booze for the day. Beautiful. It was not...
Yep. So anyway, they launch out of the wrong torpedo tube.
Oh, and also, Kirstie Alley, Savick, she's in the sexy hair, not formal hair.
Love it.
Amazing emotion and cries. Nothing there is Vulcan, which you could argue disrespects Spock because he's Vulcan.
She's also half Romulan.
But that's the thing.
Very emotional.
Exactly. But it's not in the movie in any way, shape, or form. She's got pointy ears. She knows Spock. She's Vulcan, but she isn't. But that's such a play. Formal. This is a formal occasion. She would be more prim and proper. The fact that she thinks this is the way to go, So interesting as a choice. And yeah, I didn't even see the cry in the other watch. Yeah. Oh, I wonder if she didn't cry in the other version I saw. I wonder if that was a different
No,
take.
she did. She did. This is
Okay.
the theatrical version, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, as I said, launches them out of the wrong torpedo tube, but that's fine. Nobody notices that kind of thing.
Yes.
Yes, the bagpipes.
I always, for the longest time, thought when the torpedo fired, it hit the planet that caused the sun flare, like because
I never thought that
because it shot into the sun, which means I always thought it was a glint of the torpedo tube hitting the planet because it's exactly where it hit, and it'd be ridiculous to assume that the sun suddenly appeared behind the planet in the same motion because it's art, not literal.
That's cinematic, baby.
Exactly, but it's like so on the nose of like where it's placed.
And Dan Ben says, I like that song, Amazing Grace. I do too. It was played at my papa's funeral with the bagpipes, same as this, back when I was 5. And I don't remember it, but
yeah,
it was really impactful for my dad. So, yes.
And then you get the next sequence, way more somber lighting than the previous 2 sequences in this room. Kirk has an actual bottle of like champagne in a like classical style I've never noticed before.
And I love that his glasses were cracked during the battle.
Yep. And they were in his pocket, which I guess they're pockets. So I guess it was just, he wasn't wearing them in the battle, right? But there's very small, small little reference. And I gotta say, this time, I love this marker scene with David. It's so rich. I don't necessarily believe he'd say, I'm so proud of you, because he doesn't know him. But I like the fact that he saw everything Kirk did on the bridge.
Yeah, I think he understands what Kirk's going through because of Spock's death. And so he's saying that out of respect. I also like that Kirk kind of tries to deflect it. Like he was going to sit down and read his book. And David comes in. He's like, sorry for bugging you. And he's like, I should be on the bridge anyway.
Yep.
I'm trying to get by you. And then he says, I poured myself a drink. Would you like it? Because I'm fucking leaving right now. I don't want to deal with this
my
right
son,
now.
so F it will trade glasses.
Yeah. And then there's a very emotional scene where they have this heart to heart, and they give each other a hug. I love the awkwardness of the hug from both of them. It's like
Shatner gives him a hug. That's the distinction, because Marcus has no idea how to react, and the hug is like, hi.
Yes, yeah.
But it's lovely. But like I said, I like this makes, because Marcus being on the bridge does nothing except the look at the end saying we're all gonna die. But this works because he saw his dad in action in the Kobayashi Maru situation. Saw his calmness, his professionalism, his then reaction to leaving for Spock. Like he saw him do his job so appropriate that David is not that calm a guy. So he sees like traits that he respects. So that really works as a payoff. But it's still so low key a scene. And I'd love to know how he takes us to it, how many different versions, because I mean, this is their only scene as father and son, ever. And I wish we had more of this, because David's a child in the scene. He is acting younger than he is. He's acting... It's really nice. It's really textural, and Shatner gets a son for the only scene ever. And you're left wondering, does he say stay on the Enterprise? Come with me to Starfleet Academy? There's so many things he could do.
Somebody to carry on the Kirk lineage. Next movie, not so much.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, and it is stronger because of Star Trek 3.
100%.
And then beautiful, the ship leaves. Now it's a planet, and it's now fully blue and green, which is a thing. They're on the bridge, chillaxing. Although this watch, because I always felt like I understood, why is Kirk saying I feel young? Because his friend died, his ship's destroyed. What in this moment makes him feel young? Can you reiterate why? Because a new planet is not... He's seen hundreds of them.
I think the reconnection with his son, the thought of a future, with his... Now, I hugged my son. I mean, plus the birth of a new planet, the fact that this new planet, this new life was brought out of such revenge and hatefulness and destruction. I don't know. I think it's just a very character piece. Like, I'm 50. I'm not fucking old yet. What are you talking about? Because they started off by, after my birthday, I'm 50. I'm fucking too old for this shit. it's kind of come full circle. So, yeah, very good character moment, I think.
Well, it always felt poetry over reason. But I like your logic about the kid. The fact that he's thinking, in theory, you have kids when you're young. And so thinking, I can now be a dad. And considering he's not thinking, I'm going to be the captain of the ship after. He's thinking, go home, sleep in my boat-filled apartment. I'll get David a temp Holiday Inn Travelodge Premier, I'll give him the Hilton down the road. We'll hang out. We can go play badminton and play in the fields of wheat, gladiator style. That I like. Because the new life I always thought made sense, but this viewing I didn't connect him to the planet, that I had previously, because he did very little to this planet, and he's not ever going to see it again in his head.
Yeah, and he quotes the book. He quotes the book as well. Far better resting place I go to than I have ever known. So Spock's on to a new life, a new adventure.
Feeding the worms.
That's gross.
It's logical.
It is.
And I remember thinking previous time, I like the fact they paired, because this is right. They paired Savick and David at the back.
Yeah, they did.
Because that's not could be anybody, and she's got a long hair still, and she looks really rather good, and that's the duo for the next film. I remember seeing them look at each other in like a sort of like a saucy, like a hello. I didn't see it this time round. I remember thinking they made a connection at the end.
I remember that too. And yeah, I did. I can't say I clocked it this watch through.
Maybe it's an alternate take or something. But I remember thinking that they had something in this, not dating, because if you fancy the dad, then fancy the son's a bit weird. But whatever.
And then they're both on Grissom.
Yeah.
In the next movie.
But this helps improve that because they had no idea. But there they are as a team. It's a very poetic end. I mean, having TMP end with new life in forms of a big giant fountain of energy. Like, oh, yeah. This feels properly poetic and nice. So well on them for creating something really special at the end here.
Yeah. So Eric Martin says, did they ever go get the Reliant crew? Yes. This final captain's log. Starship Enterprise departing Ceti Alpha 5 to pick up the crew of the USS Reliant.
I wasn't even listening to it.
That's the first fucking thing he says.
Okay, good.
All is well, and yet I can't help wondering about the friend I leave behind, and then it leads into this. So
good. You
yes,
should.
They rescue the crew of Reliant.
Yeah, shit. And then we get a scene that I remember in the commentary. The director's like, I didn't film these; they aren't my scenes. I don't custom the canon. Like,
yeah, he didn't agree with this. That was giving the audience false hope. He wanted Spock to.
Is it really my film if these aren't my scenes?
Oh shit.
Hello? That audio got worse.
Yeah, because I moved the fucking mic.
And that's what you could listen to, guys. Don't worry, guys. But all right, though, I think we're basically the end. So I would love. There is how many of you? There is 52 of you, right? Can we get one more supportive for the channel super chat slew? I think at like $2 you can put a number down. If all 49 of you put in your score for this movie for $2, that would be so wonderful to end the live, or even 5. I mean, you have to, of course. Is
that better? Did I fix it?
Perfect. So super chat, like as low as you can go, put something in. I'd love to know scores. Everyone put in the score, either super chat or standard. You'll score for 10 out of 10 for this film. The criterion I'm going to ask Stuart in a second. I've reloaded the graphic. It is enjoyment, Trek value, quality of film, and overall. But review it however you guys want to. Put it in the chat right now. We're going to have our closing, finishing thoughts, and final scores. But I really would like you guys to put in your scores. And if you subscribe, would be beautiful.
So 4 more likes would be awesome to get to 100. And yes, super chat in your scores out of 10. Classic for real throws in $5 and says, so the answer to my last super is no way drunk enough. P.S. I'll go back and watch. I promise on Fleet Pause Honor, which I can do because he's not here. Yes.
I'm still scared because of it.
Go watch the Section 31 movie, which is a fucking embarrassment. I'm surprised we even did it.
I'm still fearful.
I'm still very terrified, yes. We need Fleet Pause here. All right, so you're asking me a question now.
So, Stuart, what do you think of this movie now?
Having fully for real, $2. A+, 10 out of 10. Duh. Anyway, sorry.
So, Stuart, after 5 hours and 20 minutes for a 1 hour, 58-minute film, 3 times length of the film, What are your overall thoughts? And specifically, how has this review changed, deepened, added, diminished? Give me those thoughts after, because we're not putting this review again, so this is the process.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think as a standalone film, it's fantastic. It definitely delivers character beats, things you understand instantly. But having the knowledge of the previous 3-year mission, at least that we saw on screen, and the history of these characters, this is absolutely a perfect fucking movie. I don't for a second agree that if somebody that's 50 in the future would feel as old as Kirk is leading on at the beginning. Back when this was made in like 82 or 83, whenever it was, 50 was considered pretty old, and now not so much. I'm 50. And like I said, I haven't had the adventurous lifestyle that Kirk had, but I don't feel fucking old. I don't feel 50. So I think it works as a movie-going experience, but as a Star Trek experience, it's absolutely phenomenal because it definitely highlights the importance of having a progeny, like somebody that can carry on your name. Having Kirk have a kid, I think is great. Spock dying, I mean, that was him, Kirk facing a no-win scenario and coming out on the other side, having not won because he lost one of the most important people in his life, but he also gained a son. So it kind of balances out a little bit. And the next film is a double gut punch because he loses the Enterprise. But that's a whole other discussion because the Enterprise is far more important than Spock ever was. Plus he gets Spock's back in that one. That's not even fair. Anyway, fantastic film. It stands on its own. You don't have to watch the motion picture. You don't have to watch TOS to really enjoy this and get the character work. It's very well done. Revenge theme is amazing. Again, if you've seen TOS and Space Seed, it means a lot more. But the fact that these two juggernauts actors, Kirk and Khan, both had such great moments and were never on screen together at all. They faced each other on a view screen. That's it. Is phenomenal. So, yeah, fantastic movie. Spock's arc, sacrificing himself, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one or the few, or the few or the one. I love that. Man, I think grounding it in a more militaristic, kind of realistic submarine type style worked very well, despite the fact that it's not really what Star Trek was, but it also kind of was because of Balance of Terror and a few other things. Like, it's obviously that kind of scenario, even though Gene Roddenberry and many others say that Starfleet isn't military, it 100% is. This is a fantastic film all around. Yeah. So what are my score choices? What am I doing here?
So you're going to do the 4 different metrics. There's enjoyment, there's Trek value, there's quality of the film and filmmaking, and overall. So enjoyment, Trek value, quality of film, overall.
Enjoyment, first of all, there's a lot of ship scenes, a lot of great miniature work, some really interesting, takes on how a Starfleet ship works. It seems it's not as futuristic as you think it is. It's very much grounded in reality. So for enjoyment factor, I would probably give it a 8.9 out of 10.
Okay. And Trek value?
Trek value is easily a 9.5 out of 10. Like I said, tying it into TOS and all that's come before, you can't deny it.
Quality of the film and filmmaking.
Considering the budget, fantastically done. It absolutely, like I said, you could be, as a standalone film, not knowing anything about Star Trek, you could come in and really enjoy this for its simplicity of like character development as well as relatability with, like I said, having a son, losing a best friend, having somebody that wants revenge to that degree. I think those tap into a lot of human emotions. So sorry, what's this one?
This is the quality of the film.
Yeah.
And filmmaking.
Yes. I think considering the budget and the time that they had and the fact that they didn't have a finished script until like right before they started filming, they were tweaking the script ongoing. I think Nicholas Meyer did a fantastic job. So quality, I'd have to go to 9.2 out of 10, I think.
And final, and this is not a score which we're going... You don't have to add all the elements together. This is the overall score. So you can actually ignore every other score. It's fine. It's just how you'd overall score the film without any criterion. Just overall score.
9.6 out of 10.
Okay.
An absolutely enjoyable film, regardless of how you look at it. It's just fun to put on and enjoy. And hard-hitting, and yet it's comforting somehow. I don't know. Yeah. No justification for it. 9.6 out of 10.
All right.
So how about you? We haven't got any more Super Chat scores since Classic for Reals, but Super Chat in your scores. Sam's going to give his final thoughts on this.
And I want to read non-Super Chat scores as well. Like, I want to just throw scores in, just spam the hell out of the chat.
Yes, absolutely. But if you can Super Chat, please do, because it does help us out. So what are your thoughts, final thoughts on this film? And please give me your scores for all those criteria that we have.
It's such a movie.
It's great. That should be on a t-shirt. It's such a movie.
Because that might sound silly, but even though it is fully in the canon, in the characters, it approaches it like a real movie. Where, as we know, the director found an episode he liked.
Who was not a Star Trek fan prior.
Yep. Who just took a story, evolved it, gave really intelligent character work, and made a film around that. It's not gimmick-based. It's not super weapon-based. It's not effect-based. It's not comedy-based. It's not triumvirate-based. There's almost nothing. It is not based on any of the Trek-isms. It is just a real movie where it's done really well. And that helps it so much. Like, First Contact, similar to being a real movie, because it does so much different with the Borg, but it's still canon-based. Star Trek 6 is so politically minded that it's a bit not quite a movie. It's also a statement, and Star Trek 4 is also a statement, right? So this is really just a movie, which is partially why it works so well to all people, because it's just a good movie. Yes, of course, the revenge plot, single character thing is beyond a joke at this point. Look at Nero, etc. But the character of Khan, every box is ticked conceptually so you understand it, and the performance is so elevated, the material elevates it so much that he's so watchable, and he changes thought scenes, which helps, that even though it is a bitter or a basic bitch 101 revenge plot, it's all elevated luckily by the performance, right? Where like Nero lowers the quality, Shinzon, like all the things that don't quite work. The heat works very well. The effects work is beautiful, holds up really, really well. The costumes, of course, are tremendous. The need to do character moments is wonderful. Every one of the main cast, including Carol and David, even Khan secondary, are all serviced in a way. Unfortunately, but Sulu, Uhura get nothing. But glad they're there. Scotty is some good stuff. Sets look better than TMP for whatever reason. The way they shot them look better, and it is for I'm sure way less budget than the first film. Has a really tight feel. This version, I think, is less tight than theatrical.
Yeah.
All the small changes, I think, allow the world to breathe, but the film to be bloated is the wrong word, but less crisp. And that's just personal preference, right? But the performances
You can see why there was a theatrical version.
yeah, exactly. But you can... Shatner is amazing in it. He is so good.
Yes.
And everyone is good, for the most part, but Shatner is really, really good. The depth, the levels. It's a script you hope for as an actor to kind of give you all the stuff, because he does a lot of range with, as we said, various tiny subplots. Tiny little threads that the actors either knew or just in the dialogue, and they kind of bring it together. Weaknesses, takes a long time to get going, but it's good stuff, and that's just, I've seen it many times. First time when I think that's a slight weakness, but I wouldn't cut any of it. That's the irony. Other weaknesses, Savick gets slightly forgotten about in spots, but she's such a third tier character, but with the presence of a second tier, that it's kind of confusing how to feel of how much you want from her. Like, she's in it more than all of Sulu, Hura, and whatever put together, whatever. But it's a really intelligently made film on a very low budget, very simply shot, but the money feels like it's all going to the right places. So it is a very good piece of film that benefits from the great cast. Had it been almost anyone else as the villain, wouldn't have been as good. That actor and that depth, yeah. So enjoyment, because the pace is so strong. I think the Genesis Cave stuff is the weakest stuff, probably, but not by a lot. Like,
that gives a connection with Carol.
Well, exactly.
Yeah,
but it's just like nothing like the Prison Planet. Like, that for me is a real downer. There's a slight dip, but it makes sense. So I think enjoyment, I'm going to go 9.2. Easily in the 9. Track value, again, they do so much good stuff here. Also 9.2. I mean, it's right up there with Trek. Quad of the film, I mean, there's nothing to complain about. Even the flaws that are metally aren't reflective. They even take the parts of the sets they don't necessarily like, the reflectiveness of the chrome, shoot them in a way that looks better.
Yeah.
Let's go 9.3 on quality of film, because they build a lot of interactive miniatures like that are close up as well to blow up, that are really high end. And quality, I'm gonna go 9.5. I think it is right up there. So I give it higher scores in every department pretty much, except quality overall. But yeah, 9.5. It is a high bar that few films get to go, but it does benefit from being when it was made. It was made when you had to show a real film with real actors who were really good and thespians. And, you know, you couldn't make this film now in the way it was done. Yes.
You got to take into account the constrictive time frame, budget, the rush to get it out because they script rewrites right to the last minute. And Nicholas Meyer kind of refined the script. He did all the writing and refinement of this, so that was fantastic. So, yeah. Okay, cool.
Budget of 12 million, box office 97, so 7 times the budget is obviously very, very good.
Yeah.
Inflation obviously make that hugely different. And TMP had a budget of 44, so had almost 1/4 the budget.
Yep.
And it raised 40 million less, but obviously percentage-wise it raised way more.
And that's the curse. Because this one did really well. They give Star Trek 3 a bigger budget, which didn't perform as well. So they thought, okay, it's not going to perform as well. Star Trek 4 gets a reduced budget. Star Trek 4 overperforms. So they give Star Trek 5 a bloated budget, which it's one of those things. And it's funny because the sales of the toys for the motion picture didn't do well. So Star Trek 2 got no toy releases at all. Star Trek 3 got some Erdl toys, figures, things like that, and it underperformed. So the toys didn't sell. Star Trek 4 didn't get anything for toys. Star Trek 4 did so well, they put in more budget to Star Trek 5. Star Trek 5 had some toys, which again underperformed because they weren't really toys; they were more like statuettes. It's a whole thing. And it's funny because of that cycle, because this one did really well on a lower budget. They give a bigger budget to the next one, which kind of underperforms. It's a weird anomaly, but I still argue Star Trek 3 is not as bad as many people say, and I'm looking forward to reviewing that one. It's one of my favorite Star Trek films for multiple reasons. So, yeah. So no more Super Chat scores, which is great, but we do have a few regular scores in the regular chat. Do you want to read those, or do you want me to?
Yes, I do. So, score-wise, of course it's going to be a high-ranked piece, of course. Right, how far do I have to go for this?
Right underneath the last Super Chat.
Beautiful. Richard, 10 out of 10. Rick, 10 out of 10. Amophobia, yum, out of 10.
Oh, fuck.
Fair enough.
No.
Hezraz, 9.4 out of 10. Raj overall is 9.99 out of 10. Dan Ben, 9.6 out of 10.
Area 51 gave 47 out of 10. 47 is an important number in Star Trek.
Or 47 out of 47.
Perfect.
And it's funny because this film is close to perfect in terms of what it could do, or it doesn't. Like there's so little you would do to improve it. I would add more of Uhura, Chekhov, and Sulu. That would improve it for me. More of an ensemble piece by a little bit. A little more of the cadets. Give us any sort of character with them would be nice. A few more space shots of the early stuff. Maybe with San Francisco, or is it like little things to add texture. But I mean, that's all the wow. Now it's 2.5 hours kind of stuff, right? They wouldn't.
You gotta give them praise for the reduced budget and the reuse of Star Trek the motion picture assets.
I did, yeah, beautiful.
Because the scenes at going to the Enterprise, they're all from the motion picture. Even the Katingas for the Kobayashi Maru scenario.
Yep. Yeah,
perfect reuse.
I mean, there's a slight when they like you can tell when they cut the camera, like, hey, I'm gonna turn over them. We'll just cut that. But it's fine. It's hey, saves money. That's okay. And then Wesley 9 out of 10. But thank you guys. That was a amazing live. That was what, 5 hours? Whew.
5 hours and 34 minutes. Yeah.
Have you enjoyed? That was a hell of
I've enjoyed immensely.
Have you learned some stuff? Do you think from my analysis and things I saw?
Yeah.
Boom.
Absolutely.
I liked our interactive with some good answers to the questions. So next month, Star Trek 3. That'll be interesting because that is super underappreciated. It's probably not going to get the highest scores, but it ain't going to get lower than great. If you know what I mean.
Yep.
Yeah.
Classic for real, $2. Important Trek number, 7.9 out of 7.9.
Perfect score. Beautiful.
Hell of a ride, yeah.
And yeah, thank you so much, guys, for super chatting. Massively helped our month, which helps us do this stuff. Seriously, guys, amazing. You help us, we just for you. Yeah. It all wins out. So thanks so much. Join us next week for more things and bobs. I guess DS9 season 4 and 5.
DS9 season 3.2.
Ah, yes.
We didn't get to many of the episodes of season 3 with our last live, so we're revisiting that. So don't tune in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for next week's lives, and keep your eyes open for the next Star Trek 3 review, which will be the end of the next month-ish. Mm-hmm.
In that month when we can. Yes. And it is now become to midnight on my end. Stuart, enjoy the rest of your day as much as there is. All our best to Sylvia. Everyone have a good night, time, day, week, month. And look forward to Stuart's film coming out maybe next weekend if I can finish it in time. Huzzah!
Captain Foley. Yeah.
Oh, and the final poll as well. 23. Is Sam right? Yes. 65%. Excellent. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
But somebody commented they voted for the first one because the second one should have obviously been no.
That's not what the poll said, so I don't want to tell you, Stuart. I made the rules.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. So until next time, he's Commander Cockings.
He's Captain Foley. I'm going to go rest my voice.
Thanks, guys.